Chapter 389. Yes, young Joe responded. So long as you agree to my offer, he added. All right then, I agree, Endrick responded without hesitation. Young Joe smiled as he arrived in front of Endrick. Good, now swallow this, young Joe said while squatting and stretching out a yellow pill towards Endrick. What's that? Endrick asked with a wary expression. It's a stimulant that activates itself after 4 years. You won't be able to say no to my missions while it's activated. Also, it disappears completely from your body system after 2 years of activation, which is also when our collaboration will end, young Joe explained. Do you think I was born yesterday? Endrick voiced out before slapping the pill away from young Joe's hand. I won't be so stupid as to believe the words of a total stranger. For all I know, that could be a death drug or something that would turn me into a mindless fool upon consumption, Endrick stated. You can cancel the collaboration for all I care. I'm not consuming no pill, Endrick voiced out. Ha ha ha, you see, this is why I like you. I was just testing you to see how you would react. I must say, I'm impressed. You are truly not a fool, young Joe stated with a praising look. Endrick raised one eyebrow up suspiciously before calming down. But then, how can I be sure that you will stick to your end of the bargain after I help you out? Young Joe asked. Why don't we sign a contract? That way you'll have proof of my agreement, Endrick proposed. A contract is a good idea. I will have something tied to it, so if any of us goes against our word, that person will lose something, young Joe stated before pulling out a device. Both of them later signed a contract with terms and conditions involving the loss of a huge sum of money if any of them failed to carry out their side of the bargain. The amount of money involved in this would be one that even a mayor of a city or a business tycoon would be afraid of losing. Young Joe started leaving after they were done. Endrick smiled and stared at the front after he had left. Fool, I will destroy that contract with my own hands when I become powerful enough, he laughed lightly while speaking. Young Joe arrived outside the MBO tower, where a ride was waiting for him. He got in and smiled while staring at the contract within the device he was holding. Erase data, this is unnecessary, he commanded. The contract data was immediately erased. Young Joe's smirk increased even more as he recalled the last time he was here. Young Joe picked up a strand of Endrick's hair from the floor before he left the last time. Endrick had no idea that such a thing happened because his back was faced towards young Joe during their conversation. While he was inside the aircraft that brought him back to his residence the other day, he had asked for them to prepare a particular set of nanits. These nanits could do exactly what he mentioned to Endrick. The moment these nanits entered into Endrick's bloodstream, he would be unable to refuse any of young Joe's missions. This was truly what was within the pill he gave Endrick to consume. However, young Joe already knew Endrick would refuse to take the pill, which was why he made precautions by taking a strand of his hair. These nanits were designed from scratch again with the DNA from Endrick's hair used as a catalyst. The moment Endrick made contact with the pill by slapping it away, these nanits made their way out of the container into his body. Young Joe was unaffected while touching it earlier because they would only react to Endrick due to his DNA that had been used as a catalyst for creation. It should be settling in his bloodstream by now. Gustav Crimson, now I have your brother in my control. You're going to be next, young Joe smiled as the ride took off. Back in the enclosed space, Endrick was about to get up when he felt something. Grab. He quickly grabbed his left arm and pressed it tightly. What is that? It's moving, Endrick said with a tone of disbelief. That bastard. How did he? Endrick voiced out with a tone of annoyance. He turned his face around to the side and noticed the yellow pill on the floor several meters away. Don't tell me. You. Endrick suddenly groaned in pain as his left arm started bloating below where he was applying pressure. I need my ABI lighty to stop this, Endrick groaned in pain as he tightened his right hand around his left arm even more. He wanted to make use of his bloodline ability to uproot and destroy whatever invaded his body. However, he was still weakened due to being in here. Help! Endrick shouted out repeatedly, but there was no answer. He was slowly losing grip on his left arm. After a few more minutes of holding out, Endrick's grip slipped due to lack of energy, and he fell to the floor as the nanites infiltrated his insides. "Nu!" he shouted out with a look of anguish and pain. Gustav suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and looked around. What was that? He muttered with a confused expression. He placed his hand on his chest. Badump, 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 badump. Why did my heart rate suddenly increase? Gustav wondered as his heart rate slowly went back to normal. He stood up and moved to the kitchen before taking a sip of water and going back to bed. Today is going to be hectic. I should sleep a little more, Gustav decided after checking the time and noticing that it was still past 2 am. Just like that, another week passed. On this day, the cadets were all feeling the tension in the air due to the intergalactic training session. Today, they would have to mention the functions of the 700+ buttons within the main control room. Chapter 390. Today, they would have to list the functions of the 700+ buttons within the main control room of the spacecraft. According to Officer Mag, those who couldn't list the functions of at least 500 out of the 700 had no business being in the intergalactic training session. With this, they could tell that some cadets would be marked as potential failures of this training session today. Even though they would still be allowed to partake in the intergalactic training session till the year was over, they were probably going to be among those that would end up being dropped and unable to continue with it by the time the next year began. After their daily routine, the cadets moved towards the camp space station. Officer Mag was already waiting for their arrival just like always, and her appearance had not changed from the childish and grumpy look. "Get over here," she voiced out before turning around to walk towards the simulation room. The cadets followed after her, entering the simulation room through the passageway that led there. During their 2 weeks of training with her, she had taught them a lot of protocols that also involved being within a spacecraft. According to her, spacecraft was just a higher form of aircraft, which meant that if they could learn this, they would be able to fly any transportation vehicle that works in the air. Another thing was the proper wear of their flight uniforms. The instant the cadets got into the simulated spacecraft, they approached the changing rooms to pick up their flight uniforms. Their uniforms were circular-shaped. The moment they placed it on their chest, their entire body would be covered in a black and red jumpsuit-like armor along with a helmet. "Take a seat everyone," Officer Mag instructed after they had all geared up. Everyone proceeded to have their seat in the hallway-like area where seats were arranged in a straight line, facing each other with backs placed against the wall. Truin. Holographic projections appeared in everyone's line of sight. The holographic projections buttons and switches within the spacecraft's main control center would appear, and they would have to input the use of such a button. This was within their helmets, so the person sitting beside you would be unable to see how you answered the question. Gustav stared at them as they appeared one after the other in different shapes, sizes, and colors at times. He didn't spend more than a second on each one, giving the answer immediately they appeared. Jumper 1 ignition, leap accelerator, swerve fluctuation, bumper 3, bumper 9, turbo weapon activation, glitch mode. The instant he sighted a panel of them, he would recognize the name of every single button on that panel and list their uses. Some cadets had looks of seriousness and tension on their faces as they did their best to recall the usage of these buttons one after the other. Only a few cadets seemed to be breezing through this due to the look of easiness on their faces. Gustav counted as he answered these questions one after the other. The moment he reached 500, he started giving the wrong answer to the rest of the questions. Seconds turned to minutes as time passed. Just when it was 20 minutes into the task, Gustav submitted the answer to the last question and stood to his feet. The cadets were surprised at his speed in finishing up. Most of them hadn't even answered up to 500, yet Gustav was already done. They had no idea that he could have finished up earlier if he wanted to. Officer Mag stared at him with a slightly suspicious look as he walked towards the main control room of the simulated spacecraft to wait. "This kid. Isn't he the one known as Gustav? I will see what he's capable of today," she said internally. Minutes later, other cadets were also finishing up one after the other. Some normal cadets who were said to have high intelligence even finished before a lot of special class cadets. This was their turn to show what they were capable of since this test-like exercise practically dealt with intelligence. However, Everyone still wondered how Gustav was so fast and felt that he just might be an all-rounder because everyone had noticed that Gustav managed to stand out in every training session. He was always coming second place in the morning routines. In combat classes, he was always winning spars. Some of them had even witnessed his prowess in some personal training sessions. Special class cadets were the cream of the crop among all cadets, but some of them still had courses where they weren't very excellent in, while some of them had the ones where they specifically excelled in better than others or on the same level with the best. However, Gustav was always proving to be good in every training session, which made them wonder if he was an all-rounder. This had brought a lot of envy and jealousy among fellow cadets, and Gustav had become one of the most debated cadets in training camp within these last 3 weeks. Everyone was eager to see their scores, but they were even more eager to see what he would get due to being the first to submit. About an hour later, time was up, and everyone had to stop the exercise regardless of whether they were done or not. Officer Mag instructed the AIS to display the score of the cadets from the best to the worst. Wow, the number 1 was Gulvich with a total of 723 out of 803. As expected, it's another special class cadet. The number 2 isn't a special class though. Yes. The number 2 is this Vulcan dude that is said to be extremely smart. He was only off by a mark. The cadets voiced out amongst themselves as they stared at the projection of their scores. At least half of the cadets got below the 500 cutoff marks, while the rest managed to get that amount. Sorry for the lack of chapters these past few days. I ended up taking a longer break than expected. Chapters update will go back to normal from tomorrow. Chapter 391. Elevera, Aildris, Chad, EE and Falco had managed to be among the top 20. The top 70 spots were dominated by special class cadets mostly, but there were still a few smart, normal cadets that managed to outdo them. Angie, Glade and Matilda were amongst the top 50s who managed to get around 600 points. Those who managed to get up to 500 points rejoiced. This way, they knew they had finally stepped onto the path of intergalactic travel and had higher chances of being among the officers who get sent out of Earth for missions. Hey, what is Gustav's score? I thought he would be among the top 5 at least, someone whispered from behind, not wanting to be spotted, but his voice was loud enough for others to hear. This prompted others to look up and check. Not only could they not find Gustav among the top 10, but he also couldn't be found among the top 100. There, check number 498. Oh, I see it. 501 points. That was way lower than I expected. Chatter. They had expected a higher score since he finished first, but now a lot of them realized that Gustav might have just been picking any answer. I guess he's not truly an all-rounder like we thought. This exclamation was on a lot of their minds. Gustav ignored the voices of these gossiping and busybody cadets in the background. He had achieved his goal of meeting up with the 500 points, and that was all that mattered to him. Angie, Glade, EE and the others stared in Gustav's direction with a surprised look. They knew Gustav well enough to understand that there was no way his score would be this low when the rest of them managed to reach 600. Knowing Gustav, they figured he was probably up to something again, but they couldn't read him, and since he was so tight-lipped, they figured he probably wouldn't tell them what he was up to either. You scums did just as I expected. Those of you below my cut-off mark can kiss your future in intergalactic travels goodbye. The intergalactic squad won't be needing idiots like you. You are better off staying on Earth, Officer Mag voiced out without a single shred of mercy in the tone of her voice. Those of you who wish to redeem yourself in the future can continue coming for this training, but the next one is going to be 2 times harder than this, so think twice about whether or not you want to remain here, she added. You have 10 seconds to decide. If you don't leave within 10 seconds, I will assume you have resigned yourself to fate and the torturous training that comes after. A devilish-looking grin appeared on her cute small face as she got to this point. 9. The atmosphere suddenly became tense when she started the countdown. The cadets with lower scores had looks of uneasiness and conflict on their faces. 8, 7, 6, 5. At this point, about 100 of the cadets gathered here were zooming out of the simulation room. These were mostly cadets with scores around 100 and 200. They didn't have the confidence to continue, especially after remembering Officer Mag's statement about how the next was even going to be tougher than this. 3, 2, 1, 0. At this point, only around 800 cadets were remaining out of the close to 2,000 cadets. The simulation room was currently even more spacious now. Ah, a breath of fresh air. It doesn't stink as it used to, Officer Mag voiced out with a delighted look before raising her head to stare at the rest. Good, I see that you lots have balls. The suffering will begin from the next training session, she laughed lightly. Officer Mag went on to mention a few more things and how they'd be going into lessons on battling within a spacecraft before dismissing the bunch. As the cadets left, Officer Mag stared at them leave with a suspicious look. Reveal Gustav's answer projection, she muttered underneath her breath as she moved towards a secluded part of the simulated spacecraft. Truian. A small square-shaped projection appeared in her front, showing Gustav's answers to every question. She scrolled down across the projected screen quickly. As the answers were showed along with a green bar that stated whether they were correct or not, Officer Mag noticed that every answer from 1 to 300 that she checked so far was correct. Her left eyebrow raised slightly as she got to the 501 answer. From 501, Gustav started to get the questions wrong till the last one. The last one was the only correct answer from number 501. Something is up with that kid. Could he have failed them on purpose? She wondered out loud. Underscore 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 Gustav arrived back in his room in a few minutes and started channeling his bloodline once again. He channeled his bloodline for the next 2 hours before stopping to take a break. I still wonder how I wasn't interrogated by the higher-ups about how my bloodline increased in grade. Maybe Miss Amy has something to do with it, Gustav wondered as he took a sip of the tea he had just prepared. He realized that after this week, it would clock a month that they had arrived in training camp. Next week was also when the special class cadets would be given access to visit the labs for bloodline strengthening. Oh, I will have to pick 3 from the challenge letters by next week. Gustav recalled that he would have to fight with 3 people out of all the normal cadets that had requested to battle with him for the position of a special class. Gustav was a little surprised that out of all the special class cadets to challenge, some cadets actually picked him, but then he recalled that some of the youngsters after Matilda's hand might have used this as an opportunity to battle him. I will post the after rectifying the issue of repeated chapter. Chapter 392. Gustav could tell that next week was going to be pretty interesting. For now, he just wanted to focus on training and finding more information about space. I wonder if Miss Amy has figured anything by now, Gustav thought. Gustav shook off the thought because he understood that she would have found a way to send a message if she could. Gustav was curious at one time, so he tried reaching the end of MBO camp, but just as the commander of the camp had said, there was truly no way to leave. There was no way to even get to the end or beginning of camp because Gustav found out that he was just running in circles when he got to a certain point. Whatever the MBO used in isolating this place from the rest of the world was top-notch. Their passes had points that they could use in purchasing foodstuffs from different places in camp and also materials used for different things. Aside from the gadgets that were given for free, it was also possible to buy more gadgets, weapons, or any useful tech using these points. The only issue was, points were given every month based on evaluation of monthly performance, so every new cadet only had very few points, so they couldn't purchase high-cost items. However, there was a catch. Cadets could make use of real-world currency within this place to buy things if they were out of points. The downside was every item would be twice as expensive as its usual value. Some cadets already had flying boards, body shields, and expensive techs that they purchased using real-world currency. However, only very rich kids in the real world could manage to afford this using real currency. Gustav wasn't really against this, but it was literally like cheating. Assume these rich kids purchased powerful and expensive tech. In that case, they could use this to challenge those that were unable to afford such and defeat them using this method even though they were weaker. Special class cadets that were poorer would be targeted by these rich kids who were normal cadets. These rich cadets that weren't strong enough would abuse this to become special class cadets. The only reason Gustav could think of that would make the MBO implement this was the fact that they were trying to make this a bit more similar to how situations would be in the outside world. In the outside world, No one would care about whether you were more talented or stronger. The opponents would use whatever means at their discretion to defeat you. So, this would be a kind of challenge for a lot of people. Gustav could tell that a lot of idiots would assume him to be very poor and also challenge. He wasn't really bothered since he would only have to face 3 people. After taking a break for a while, Gustav decided to head towards the library once again. He was still researching space. There was a particular book he was reading that was titled Intergalactic Travel Theories. He had read 10 volumes of it already, and according to the librarian, there were around 15 volumes. During this time frame, Gustav already learnt quite a bit about space as well as things to be wary of while journeying. Gustav arrived at the library in a few minutes and started checking floating books and devices lined up in rows and columns for volume 11. A particular book caught his attention due to the first word he saw on its cover page. Galaxy's Treatise, Gustav muttered with an intrigued look and reached out to grab it. It was massive in size. At least twice the length of an adult's head. It had a blue and black thick cover page. Gustav took this book back to one of the seating areas and flipped it open. This book happened to contain information on the planets Earth had signed peace treaties with other galaxies. Not only did it have that, but it also gave information on the planets and what resources they provided Earth with. Marladork Prime. Orion Galaxy, millions of light-years away. A foggy purple dust-filled atmospheric type of planet. This planet Earth has purple grain which increases the speed of agriculture by 7 times. Idorkian Vindulus. Marlian Galaxy. Atmosphere unconducive for humans and Slarkovs. However, mixed bloods are a different case. Provides Earth with advanced mechanical plans for faster intergalactic travel. Gustav read these pieces of information one after the other. There was also information about how to journey to these planets, as well as how their ecosystem works and the species that inhabited the planets. During his 1 hour of reading, Gustav noticed that throughout, he hadn't seen any place where the information of what Earth gave these planets back in return was written. Why does it seem more like a conquer than a treaty? Gustav wondered as he remembered the rock. He fought with the rock, which actually happened to be an alien back in the underground ruins who explained to him that Earth had been conquering planets. This was why Gustav didn't discard the fact that all these could just be a cover-up, so Earth wouldn't look bad in the book. Because it didn't make any sense for only the other planets to give something to Earth without receiving anything back in return if it was a true treaty. Of course, there was also the thought of whether they just decided not to include what Earth gave back in return. All in all, Gustav couldn't discard his suspicions. Isn't this the same planet Matilda's plans to visit? Gustav muttered as he stared at the imagery of a large purplish and vague greenish planet along with the information written underneath. Abruiki's planet. Orion Galaxy. It shouldn't be here. Wait, why is there a red mark besides it? Gustav mumbled with a suspicious look as he stared at the red X on the side of where the name was placed. Gustav had a look of realization as he remembered the princess from the footage. Chapter 393. This must mean they used to have a peace treaty signed with Earth before, but now it is no longer valid. Gustav's face shone with a look of contemplation as he got to this point. He recalled the princess mentioning that they asked for help from Earth severally, but they were met with different excuses of why Earth couldn't send troops to help them. But why would they decide to turn a blind eye and end the treaty? This made Gustav feel like there was something more to this than meets the eye. Gustav decided not to overthink it because he obviously couldn't figure it out by himself. He had decided he would ask one of the officers here about this later. He continued digesting information about everything. I'll have to meet with Matilda later, he thought. Hours later, Gustav left the library after reading through the information on the galaxy's treaties and 2 more volumes of the book he was reading earlier. Officer Mag had recommended some books from the library for them to get and digest the information within. This book, of course, had to do with the inner workings of a spacecraft. She had told them she'd be asking them about it in a week's time. Gustav decided to take these recommended books back to his room. Just like that, another 2 days went by. On this particular afternoon, they were being trained within the spacecraft simulation room on combat during space travel. Everyone was dressed in their spacesuits as the spacecraft piloted through the endless space. Boom! Whoosh! A hole was suddenly blasted through the left side of the spacecraft, revealing the endless dark space. The wind was sucking everyone towards the hole with intensity as the gravity of the surroundings instantly changed. Wah! Kia! A few cadets screamed as they were sucked through the hole in nearly a second, finding themselves displaced in space. Tap! 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 Gustav and many other cadets had already tapped the button on the left side of their suits, which happened to be an anti-gravitational field activation button. Instead of being sucked away like the unlucky ones, they were able to get off their chair and walk across the small hallway-like area where they were strapped in. Gustav felt his body becoming immensely heavier as he moved forward with caution. Joom! Joom! Several humanoid-looking bots could be seen moving with speed towards the spacecraft from the hole blasted outside space. They infiltrated the spacecraft in no time, and a battle ensued. Boom! Bam! G-bam! THHRHHHYYYY. Different blasting sounds rang out as they battled. The cadets engaged these humanoid AIS. Gustav refrained from jumping across the place at this time due to the gravitational issue. His suit expanded as his body increased in size. Swahi! He swept his arm across the place, blasting a humanoid AI backwards and sending it slamming into several others. The other cadets also showed their prowess as they battled the AIS properly, pushing them back. However, no matter how many AIS were destroyed, the place was still being flooded due to their massive numbers. Gustav slid forward as his body descended with his back almost touching the ground before he did a 360-degree speed sweeping 3 AIS off their feet at the same time. Falco's alter ego had taken over at this point. He dashed forward with immense speed and swiped his right finger forward, causing a dark moon-shaped energy beam to slice forward. The 3 AIS were smoothly cleaved into 2 as Gustav kept running forward. Get me towards the opening over there, Gustav voiced out as he punched a hole through the chest of another AI. The number of AIS swarming his line of sight numbered in 200. On it, shouted out from behind as he conjured a purplish vortex and threw it forward. Swoon! Gustav grabbed onto 3 AIS at the same time and smashed them together before dashing into the vortex. He appeared a few feet away from the massive opening on the wall of the spacecraft. God Eyes has been activated. Gustav scrutinized and calculated the size of the hole on the wall of the spacecraft in a few milliseconds. Although I can't breathe in space, I have to do this. Gustav held his breath after breathing in before taking off his helmet. His head was already transforming into that of the serpentine mixed breed as horns protruded out his head. A purplish beam gathered in front of his mouth before shooting it towards the 3 AIS he smashed together earlier. Bam! 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 He joined their bodies together and merged them using the heat of the beam he was shooting out. He blasted more AIS apart in the vicinity and joined their bodies to the ones he already had. The other AIS in the vicinity had crowded him and were about to attack him while he was busy with that, but they couldn't understand why their body had turned extremely sluggish. This was due to the fact that Gustav had activated gravitational manipulation, which was currently affecting his surroundings. However, the AIS were only delayed by this for a few seconds. They were already about to attack him while he was merging the bodies of the destroyed AIS together. Jirik! Falco and appeared by his side out of a vortex he had just created. Bang! Bang! They attacked the AIS in the surroundings, protecting Gustav. Gustav lifted up the merged bodies of the AIS a few minutes later, and they had been flattened into a kind of wall. Gustav dashed towards the opening on the wall while carrying the merged bodies of the AIS and slammed it into the opening. Bang! The wall he created with the bodies merged perfectly into the hole, covering it completely. Bam! Gustav grew in size, becoming up to 12 feet tall as he pushed his left palm against the wall to block the AIS behind from pushing through. Joom! He shot out the purplish beam from his mouth again, using it to trace the lines at the edges, smothering them together. In a few seconds, he was done, and the hole was blocked. Gustav turned around and joined the rest of the cadets to battle against the AIS that were currently within the spacecraft. The issue of double chapters has been resolved. Chapter 394. Gustav turned around and joined the rest of the cadets to battle against the AIS that were currently within the spacecraft. Bam! 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 Attacks were sent flying everywhere, and in 10 minutes, all the AIS had been completely dealt with. Die-in. A loud alarm rang out as the simulation room returned back to its normal state. The gravity turned normal once again, and they were no longer in space. A door on the right slid open, and Officer Mag walked in with the other cadets that were sent flying out of the hole on the wall earlier. The cadets that were formerly sent flying had looks of shame as they walked in. What did I instruct you to do the moment a part of the ship gets blasted apart and a suction force starts pulling you towards the hole? She voiced out with a loud tone, causing those behind to shiver subconsciously. Tap on the anti-gravitational field button. They answered in unison behind her. And where is it located? She asked with an annoyed tone. Oh, on our left breast pocket area, they answered again. How come 20 of you failed to do that? You had at least 637 seconds to tap, yet you all failed to do something so simple. She voiced out. Silence tilde, they didn't know how to answer that. Useless. Bunch of useless. She reprimanded harshly. But Instructor Mag, it's not our fault. We only had less than 2 seconds. Why are you being so mean? A youngster courageously voiced out from behind. Gasp. Some cadets subconsciously gasped after hearing that. Did you just talk back to me? Officer Mag questioned while turning around to look up at the 6-foot brown-haired kid. Just. He couldn't find the words as he noticed her scary round eyes. Officer Mag arrived in front of him and pointed out her finger to poke his abdomen area. She was so quick that even the youngster didn't feel her finger until after she had withdrawn it. Bang! He didn't even get to react before he fell flat on his face, feeling extreme heaviness on his body. The others warily moved away from his side and stared at him with a look of pity. He struggled to move his neck as he raised his head to stare at Officer Mag. Officer Mag squatted. Now this is a much better height for a convo. What did you say about me being mean? Ha 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 ha. All right then, remain like this till the end of the session. She said before standing straight. The youngster was unable to speak due to the heaviness. Now you lots also deserve punishment, whom I have the perfect one. ×2 gravitational pull as you continue today's session, she voiced out. The others had looks of fright on their faces, but before they knew what was happening. Swee. Swoosh. She had dashed across the place, touching them one after the other very quickly. The moment her touch connected with their bodies, they felt the weight of their body double. Next time you lots will remember to do what is required, she smiled sheepishly before turning around to face the cadets that had just finished battling the AIS. The rest of you in Group B did a nice job, she praised as she walked forward. There were currently 80 cadets lined up in front, Gustav, Falco, and EE included. Officer Mag had grouped them into 8 groups earlier before giving them this assignment. Gustav, Falco, and EE just happened to be in the same group, so they had decided to work together to ace this from the start. After all, they were the only special class cadets in this group. Good work sealing the hole, Gustav. That was quick thinking. EE and Falco, good assist also, she praised. EE and Falco gave each other a fist bump while Gustav nodded. The rest of you were only concerned with the number of bots you destroyed. You should know that the enemies you encounter in space could keep increasing in number and end up overwhelming your entire crew. She reprimanded. After sealing their entry point, your next step should be to check on the pilot and deploy the supportive battle drones on the ship to assist in clearing the main control room. If the pilot is out of commission along with the assistant vice pilot, the emergency pilots should take over the steering of the ship and move the ship to safety. The enemies always attack the pilots first to keep the ship stalled in place till their troops take over the spacecraft. Officer Mag explained lengthily. The cadets took note of this. Instructor Mag, a question, Gustav suddenly voiced out from up ahead. Go on, she permitted him to ask. Since a part of the ship was blasted open for the purpose of infiltration, what stops them from blasting more places open to ensure successful ambush? Gustav asked. Good question. Officer Mag said before proceeding to explain. There are only a few spots on a spacecraft that can be blasted open without causing severe complications to the ship. If the enemy's purpose is to hijack or infiltrate the ship, they would only aim for these spots. Truin. About 4 different locations in a spacecraft appeared in a projection form in mid-air. However, if their purpose is to destroy your ship, they wouldn't mind trying to blast holes in other places, she stated. The cadets also took notice of these spots she showed them. One more thing you should understand is, it's not so easy to blast these spots open no matter how powerful the enemy is, because every MBO spacecraft has a very high level of defense across the galaxy. If they eventually do manage to blast a hole through one of these spots, they won't be able to do it the second time because they would have spent an immense amount of energy trying. She paused for a brief moment as she got to this point before resuming her explanation. Chapter 395. So once the hole is blocked, you have practically ruined their chances, although whatever you must have used in repairing the hole has to also be sturdy, which is the part where you failed, Gustav. I give you a pass for the effort and improvisation, but the body parts of the AI being merged together will be way easier to blast aside. Although you might just have enough time to save the spacecraft before that happens, she voiced out. Are there other ways of infiltrating the spacecraft besides blasting a hole through one of the walls? Falco asked. Of course they are. We'll be going into that in the next class. Your time is up, Officer Mag said with a solemn tone. Now every one of you, get out and tell Group C to get in here, she said with a bossy tone before proceeding to sit. Gustav and the others moved out of the simulation room and arrived on the outside where many other cadets could be seen waiting their turn. Damn, they were amazing. Did you see how Gustav performed? He literally has multiple abilities. S-EE and Falco are also pretty strong. The special class are always in the spotlight, some cadets voiced out from the background as Gustav and his group walked out. There was a projection hovering in mid-air that displayed the simulation room. Gustav could tell that the cadets waiting here must have been watching their performance. The next group started moving towards the simulation room after being informed of Office Mag's instruction. Gustav passed by the side of a green-haired handsome-looking youngster who was also heading in with the rest. As they passed by each other's side, it was as if time slowed down as the green-haired kid's eyes moved to the side to stare at Gustav. I hope you're ready for next week. A smile appeared on his face as he voiced this out while passing Gustav's side. Gustav paid him no heed, almost like he didn't even hear his words, and walked past him. However, the green-haired kid kept smiling, knowing that his words were heard as he disappeared into the simulation room along with the others. He seems to have gotten quite stronger, Gustav said internally as he kept walking forward. Not like it matters, better don't get too cocky. I can sense something off with that kid, the system suddenly warned from within. For you to suddenly say this, then I have to be careful, Gustav responded internally. Good. You had better stop underestimating people like that, the system reprimanded. Sure. Stop nagging like a mom already, Gustav said with a slightly annoyed tone internally. As a mum, I would be way better than the one you used to have. Gustav. The system response got Gustav speechless again. I'll just make sure to end the fight as quickly as I can, Gustav decided as he headed back to his room. Just like that, another 3 days went by again and it was weekend. Today would make it 1 week that the cadets had arrived in camp. Gustav felt like time was flowing a lot faster than he expected, since he could still recall the day they arrived here like it was yesterday. He noted his improvement to be the fastest he had ever improved in a single month, even when he used to be weaker. Tomorrow would be the day where points would be given out based on evaluation of the month. Tomorrow was also the day when the special class cadets would have to accept the challenges of 3 normal cadets out of all the challenge requests they had gotten. Gustav had a box full of requests for challenges delivered to him on this day and was currently browsing through them. Apparently 69 normal cadets had requested for Gustav to accept their challenges. He had expected them to be a lot in number, but he didn't expect this many. Looks like being labeled as top 5 strongest cadets didn't scare anyone away. Gustav muttered with a look of pity. He looked into the information of these cadets one after the other with curiosity. Gustav noticed that the ones he had checked out so far were mostly rich kids, and they had one similarity. They attended Matilda's celebration party. Com. While checking through, Gustav heard knocks on his door. He gave the command for the door to open, which it did. Falco, and Eldris walked in. Each of them had the same type of white box in Gustav's hand. They greeted Gustav and moved to the sofa area to also go and check on his box. Wow, this many people challenged you. Such guts, voiced out the instant he spotted the requests in Gustav's box. Apparently some of them are using this opportunity to test out my current strength due to the issue at Matilda's party, Gustav replied. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Those lame rich kids, responded with a snicker. Falco house. What the *CK? Shouted out as he turned to stare at Falco's box. There were over 100 requests letters stacked within. How come these many people decided to pick you? Voiced out with a look of disbelief. A wry smile appeared on Falco's face as he saw their reactions. They must have labeled Falco as one of the weakest special class. These must be the ones who have no idea about the capabilities of the other you, Eldris analyzed with a look of contemplation. Such disrespect. I'll murder those bastards. Falco's alter ego suddenly voiced out, causing Falco to cover his mouth quickly. No killing, Falco said with a soft voice after regaining control. Mine are only around 20, said while pouring out the contents in his box. SES were lesser than Gustav and Falco's. Eldris, what of yours? Falco asked. Just these 3, Eldris scratched his temples as he picked up the 3 challenge request letters from his box. As expected of a top 5. Falco fawned. Dude, Gustav's also a top 5, reminded. Chapter 396. As expected of a top 5. Falco fawned. Dude, Gustav's also a top 5, reminded. Oh, true, a wry smile appeared on Falco's face as he realized. It makes sense that ID have this many challengers. More than half of them is from that time, Gustav said while checking the names on the challenge letter one after the other. Falco and also started sorting through theirs for who to pick while Eldris sat still and held a book in his hands. One would wonder how he was reading the contents of the book without opening his eyes. After a few more minutes, Gustav finished sorting out his challenge requests along with I have no idea who the others are besides the ones who are after Matilda's hand, Gustav muttered. They are probably rich kids with exquisite gadgetry who intend to make use of those techs to win the challenge, responded with a look of contemplation. Also there are quite a number of people who are after you. You have a hate fanbase apparently because a lot of cadets dislike your attitude. I heard someone say he was gonna defeat you and make you lick his feet because you act so high and mighty, Falco stated. Started laughing after hearing that, really played out quite funny in my head to see Gustav licking boot. But yeah, you gotta be careful with these niggas man. Some of them are really out to get you, but it's you so I'm sure things will be fine, added with a tone of seriousness and a smile. Oh, let them come. It's been a while since I felt my hand smacking on faces and fist breaking jaws and bones. I need the exercise. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he responded. And Falco subconsciously shivered as they heard that. They recalled scenes of Gustav battling with others and realized that it was always bloody. Elevra seems to be quite interested in you, Eldris suddenly voiced out. Why do you say that? Gustav questioned with a confounded look. She asked about you some time back. It's the first time I've seen her get interested in knowing someone's background since we were kids. But I refrained from disclosing any information about you because it is not my story to tell. She must have missed the broadcast from Mastergan's media station, Eldris stated. Hold up, you've known Elevra since you were kids? Asked with a look of disbelief. Chenem, she's my little cousin, Eldris revealed. Woot. Both and Falco voiced out at the same time. She's your cousin? Even Gustav was a bit surprised by this revelation. They had never seen both of them acting like they were related. Both of them not sharing a similar resemblance was understandable since they were cousins, not siblings. However, Elevra hadn't shown any sign that she knew anyone because she was practically a loner who liked being by herself. She has been quite the weird one since we were little. Always ruthless to bullies in school, but avoided making friends. Not that she isn't approachable, but it's just a little hard to explain. She has always voiced out how she was going to vanquish evil from this world due to an incident she went through in our childhood days. Sorry I can't reveal that to you guys. Eldris voiced out the last part with a slightly apologetic look. Damn, she's so fine, but she never showed any interest even when I tried sending her signals, EE voiced out with a wry smile. The only time she ever showed interest was during fights and sparring sessions. I never won against her. Not even once. I'm older, but she's stronger. Knowing her well, she probably wants to spar with Gustav because she can sense that his strength is higher than what he has shown so far, Eldris explained. I see. She's quite interesting, Gustav said with a look of interest. So I'm not the only one that can tell that Gustav is higher than the 5th position he was placed in on the cadet ranking board, Falco stated. Of course we all know that for some reason Gustav hasn't revealed the full extent of his abilities, EE responded while turning to face Gustav. What does that matter? The ranking is not important, Gustav stated, not denying or revealing anything. I am also interested in sparring with Gustav at full strength, Eldris revealed with an excited expression shown on his face. I'm not even thinking about defeating Elevra yet. I can't underestimate her since I haven't seen the full extent of her abilities yet, Gustav stated, but he couldn't deny the fact that he was interested in her. She seemed to have an interesting personality that was a bit similar to Angius in the sense of justice. However, Gustav could sense that Elevra was much more harder than Angie. He sensed a dangerous vibe from her at the time they had a brief conversation 2 weeks back. He could tell that she had killed several times before. The 3 of them, Eldris excluded, made their decisions on challenges to accept and sent the report back to the hall where issues like that were sorted. Gustav picked 2 people from Matilda's party and one of those so-called rich kids who intended to use high-end gadgets and weaponry to battle him. One of the people he picked was the green-haired kid who said some words to him the other day in front of the simulation room, Dietrich. Gustav and the others later visited one of the training halls together to go do some personal training. Underscore 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 underscore. The night went by in a flash, and the late cadets were once again awoken by the sound of the morning alarm, which reverberated across the entire camp, announcing that they had only 30 seconds to arrive on the field. Chapter 397. Practically all the cadets were already awake before the alarm rang out and were gathered at the field for the morning routine. No one was interested in going 2 laps for the morning routine, so they made sure to arrive earlier. Everyone was looking energetic this morning. They were looking forward to how the day was going to turn out. Those who had issued challenges most especially were hoping they had been picked to battle the special class cadets they issued out their challenges to. Gustav arrived on the scene with EE, Eldris, and the rest before the alarm even rang out. Everyone arrived quite early today. You maggots seem to be in high spirits. Officer Bryant voiced out with a burst of laughter. Good. As you all know, the Special Class Cadets Duel Challenge is taking place today. By 10 am, those involved are to gather in Battle Arena number 7. Everyone else can decide to come and spectate if they want to. Besides the morning routine, all other training sessions are cancelled for the day. Your points will also be allocated by the end of the day, Officer Bryant announced. The cadets nodded in response as they voiced out, "Understood, instructor. All special class cadets are expected to be in attendance," he added. Well, except for the new one that just arrived. Since Hez just arriving, no challenge was issued out to him, so Endrik Oslov is exempted, Officer Bryant voiced out, causing all the cadets to look around with a look of contemplation. This was when some of them noticed the new youngster in their midst. Although it was impossible for all the cadets to know each other due to their numbers, which were over 1,000, they would still recognize someone that they had seen before. And this kid was someone who they were just seeing here for the first time. He had curly black hair, was about 5'6" in height, and was handsome but extremely haughty. He looked at everyone around him like they were lesser creatures. Hey, who is this kid and why is he just arriving? Endrik Oslov? Hez also a special class. Why does he look so familiar? He looks quite strong. Maybe B might make to the top 50 cadet ranking board. The chatters of the cadets could be heard as everyone focused on Endrick's current position. Endrick has arrived. Cadets from Plankton City had widened eyes as they spotted Endrick's figure. Those who had passed the first test initially but were unable to become special classes remembered how much of a bully he was. Some of them who ended up being his victims swallowed saliva as they subconsciously shrank back. Angie, who happened to be not too far away from his position with Glade and Matilda, stared at Endrick with a conflicted expression. Silent rage started building up in her heart as she stared at him, intensely remembering everything that happened in the neighborhood. Endrick turned to the side and made eye contact with her. Smirk. A smirk appeared on his face as he winked and turned back to look forward. Why does it look like he didn't learn his lesson? Angie thought. Gustav stared in the direction at which everyone was looking from the corner of his eyes. The brat has finally arrived. Looks like the little one has arrived. I heard from an anonymous source that he was serving penalty for some misconduct, Eldris said to Gustav. Yeah, he was, apparently. Gustav responded. Apart from the reduction in body width ID, say there's nothing different about him. Maybe he didn't really serve any penalty, Falco said with a look of uncertainty. Hey, what are y'all whispering about? Do y'all know that kid? He was the only one lost here. Yeah. He is Gustav's little brother, Falco revealed. What? That arrogant-looking runt is Gustav's kid brother? Subconsciously shouted out, causing others in the vicinity to stare in their direction. Will you fucking lower your voice? Falco cussed after hearing shout out. What? That kid is Gustav's little brother. Now I understand why he looked familiar. Oh my gosh, we have 2 special class siblings. They'll be unbeatable. But why do they not share the same last name? Why didn't you tell me you had a little brother? Said with a look of excitement. Because I don't. Before Gustav could respond, Officer Bryant stomped his feet on the ground, causing everyone to concentrate on him. This morning, you all won't be running round the course like usual, he said with a look of mysteriousness. The cadets had looks of confusion as they heard that, wondering what Officer Bryant had in mind. Your everyday morning routine with your bloodlines sealed was only to increase the strength of your bodies for the technique I'm about to pass down today, he explained with a profound look. I will be sealing your bloodlines again before imparting this technique to you all, he added before gesturing for everyone to sit on the grass field. The cadets did as they were told and sat cross-legged as Officer Bryant dashed across the place, sealing their bloodlines again. Sasha, Ibrahim, help me with the impartation of the technique, Officer Bryant called out to his assistants after he finished sealing the bloodlines of every single cadet. He initially paused in front of Endrick earlier, contemplating whether his body could bear it. Still, Endrick assured him that there were no worries. Officer Bryant recalled that his report said Endrick had been in secluded training with his bloodline nearly sealed completely. Hence, he figured there wouldn't be any issues. The 3 officers began from 3 different positions in the crowd of cadets that were currently sitting cross-legged on the field. Officer Bryant squatted behind the first cadet in front and poked out 2 fingers from his right hand before stabbing it into the cadet's spinal area. The cadet moaned in pain, but Officer Bryant asked him to stay still. Swee. Officer Bryant's fingers ran across the middle of his back twice, tightly pressed against the cadet's spinal area. Chapter 398. Officer Bryant's fingers ran across the middle of his back twice and tightly pressed against the cadet's spinal area. Then he moved to his shoulders and poked them twice before giving the cadet a chop at the back of his neck. All this time, the cadet had been screaming because his body had been going through excruciating pains. The instant Officer Bryant's palm slammed into the back of his neck, he felt a sharp stinging pain from the middle of his chest. It was so painful and peppery that the cadet groaned loudly. Now hold that energy in your chest area. Prevent it from moving or dissolving. Let it keep accumulating. The higher it accumulates, the more you can use this technique to improve your strength, Officer Bryant instructed before moving on to the next cadet. The same scene played out again as Officer Bryant performed the same action with the former one. His assistants were also doing the same thing to other cadets in different places. After 10 minutes, he got to Gustav's position and started performing the same action on Gustav. The moment Officer Brandt's finger poked into his back, Gustav understood why the other cadets had been screaming in pain the whole time. It was truly excruciatingly painful. Gustav moaned in a low tone as Officer Bryant ran his pointed fingers across the middle of his back. "Just what is this thing? I can feel a kind of energy building up in my chest area," Gustav sensed. The moment Officer Bryant's palm collided with the back of his neck, Gustav felt his vision darken as the energy gathering in his chest area increased immensely. His whole body, at this point, was in pain as his chest heaved up and down. "Hold that energy in your chest area." Although his senses felt woozy at the moment, he heard Officer Bryant's words. Gustav wondered if others felt as intense as he did. He bore the pain and held on to the energy within that kept accumulating as seconds passed. Every cadet that had gone through that had their chest perked out and could be seen breathing in and out profusely. About an hour later, every cadet had undergone the same thing and was holding whatever energy they had gathered within their chest area. A lot of them were already close to releasing it because they couldn't hold on anymore. Pay attention. That energy gathered at your chest area is called Siravo. It can only be harnessed at the peak of your growth stage, which is now. And it can only be harnessed once throughout the lifetime of a mixed blood, so this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Officer Bryant announced. There are 2 ways it can help you. The first is that it will help expand the arteries and veins connected to your bloodlines, which in turn causes a chain reaction where you can channel your bloodline twice as fast or twice as fast as before. The second is that it draws out a hidden potential within your bloodline, unlocking a powerful bloodline ability. The effectiveness is based mostly on how much you can hold onto it and stop it from dissolving within your body prematurely. For it to work, your bloodline has to be in a dormant state, which is the reason for the seal. Also, to gather the energy, your body must be ordinary like that of a human, which is another reason for the seal and the daily routines. If your bodies hasn't undergone training while your bloodlines were sealed, a lot of you will have passed out while I was imparting it, which would have made everything useless, Officer Bryant explained. The cadets now understood after listening to his explanation, but they wondered if the morning routine would continue after today. Now if you cannot hold on to it any longer, you need to pass it from place to place across your body for it to dissolve without sending your body into a state of shock, he added, and began to explain the procedure with more details. Those that couldn't hold on any longer did as they were told, and in a few seconds, the energy had dissolved within their body. They had looks of relief as they felt the pain on their bodies lessen. Officer Bryant went on to unseal their bloodlines, and every one of them had looks of astonishment as they observed their body. Officer Bryant permitted them to dismiss themselves after they were done since there was nothing left to do here today. Some cadets who had the action performed on them later than the others were still able to hold on to theirs. A few strong normal cadets and the special class cadets still held on to theirs, waiting for the energy to accumulate more than the others to achieve maximum effect. Gustav was drenched in his sweat at this point but still held on. He put himself in a posture where he was able to manage the pain his body was experiencing by breathing properly. Another hour passed, and the number of cadets still holding on had dwindled to around 30. Even special class cadets had dropped out at this point and unsealed their bloodlines. Currently, there was only 1 non-special class cadet in the midst of 29 special class cadets. Angie and Falco had dropped out some time ago, but Matilda and Glade were still holding on. Gustav, and Eildris were also holding on. Elevra had a sweat-soaked face, but her expression was like that of Gustav's, unbothered. In fact, she even looked more like she wasn't in any pain, unlike Gustav, whose forehead would occasionally crease like he was in the toilet trying to pass a hard shit. More and more of them began to drop out, and in a few more minutes, only 8 cadets were left. Gustav, Eildris, Chad, Elevra, Endrik, Chutlu, and Dietrich. Shoot was the number 4 ranked cadet before Gustav, while Dietrich was not even a special class, yet he had held on for this long. This amazed a lot of them that were watching from the sideline. They were waiting to see who would be the last. I can't hold on anymore. I'm signing out, guys, voiced out as he performed the procedures necessary to finish up. Just as he dropped out, so did Chutlu and Chad. At this point, only Gustav, Eildris, Elevra, and Endrik were the special classes left. Endrik seemed to still have a lot of spunk in him as he held on with a proud expression on his face. "Hey, I can help you double the effect if you want," Gustav suddenly heard the system voice out internally. Chapter 399. Hey, I can help you double the effect if you want, the system suddenly voiced out internally. "What? Are you being serious right now?" Gustav asked. "Of course. That is if you meet up." The system replied cryptically. "Meet up with what?" Gustav questioned internally. 5, 4, 3. The system suddenly started counting down. Gustav wondered what it was up to. 1 and finally 0, hidden quest completed, accumulate Saravo for up to 3 hours. This notification suddenly popped up in Gustav's line of sight. Gustav now realized that this was what the system was referring to when it mentioned meeting up. At that moment also Eildris and Endrik ended their accumulation and stood up to unseal their bloodlines. Endrik threw Gustav a sharp gaze before moving away from the vicinity after his bloodline was unsealed. The cadets in the vicinity were extremely astonished that Endrik held on for this long and realized that he might just end up being among the top 10, just as some of them mentioned earlier. A lot of them were interested in seeing just how powerful he was. Seeing that he lasted this long, they couldn't help but wonder how both brothers were so talented. "Are you ready to release what you have accumulated so far?" the system asked. "Not yet, I can still hold on," Gustav responded internally while raising his head up to stare at Elevra up ahead. Elevra also raised her head, and their eyes met. Gustav could see the calmness in her eyes, almost like she wasn't going through any pain. Just how high is her mental state? She seems so calm, like nothing can break her, Gustav wondered, not realizing that he was still staring into her eyes. What makes him so cold and uncaring? Just what has he gone through? Elevra had these thoughts running through her mind as well. "Well, let's see who's gonna back out first." Elevra and Gustav suddenly smirked as the exact same thought appeared in their minds. They both focused and kept holding on as long as they could. Moments turned to seconds and seconds to minutes as another hour went by in the blink of an eye. The cadets witnessing this in the vicinity were extremely speechless at this moment as they stared at these two monsters. Some of them only lasted for about 30 minutes since the pain was unbearable. Those who lasted for up to an hour even bragged about it, yet these two have been going at it for up to 4 hours now. "Alright, that's enough, you two." Officer Bryant suddenly appeared in their midst. "Any more and you'll damage your body. Never heard the term too much of everything is bad," he added with a serious expression mixed in with a bit of playfulness. "Oh, so we should end it now?" Gustav asked. Officer Bryant nodded in response. "Don't damage your bodies, this is already enough." Gustav and Elevra decided to listen and started the procedure to stop the accumulation. "Hes right, any more and your body would be damaged, but your regeneration is still active at the moment, so you'd heal," the system stated while Gustav was in the process of ending the accumulation. "It's better to end it now, so there will be suspicions, besides I'm already exhausted." "I'm barely hanging on," Gustav responded as he continued spreading the Saravo all across his internals. He and Elevra took longer, ending the accumulation process because they had accumulated so much of it. Gustav's body nearly went into shock because it felt like he was being electrocuted as the Saravo dissolved. "Doubling effect now," the system suddenly voiced out in his head. Gustav had expected he would feel more pain. However, on the contrary, he felt coolness, like his internal organs were undergoing a form of therapeutic massage. After 2 more minutes, he was done. He and Elevra stood up at the same time, and Officer Bryant unsealed their bloodlines. Gustav felt his body become extremely lighter than before as his bloodlines began to function again. He could feel his entire being radiating with more energy than before. He tried channeling his bloodline for a moment and noticed the massive transformation. Gustav could tell that he would reach the next bloodline rank in no time with this amount of speed. Who knew the MBO had such a technique? No wonder they are the most powerful. Gustav thought about it and came to this realization. Everyone had gotten a massive boost from this. It had increased their channel speed, which meant that, unlike regular mixed bloods, they wouldn't have issues breaking through and channeling their bloodlines past the ranks that were tough to scale through. Gustav. Good one, Elevra voiced out from up ahead before she started moving towards the path that led out of the field. Gustav stared at her back for a moment before turning around to the side to go meet up with EE and the others who had been waiting for him all along. Race back to our dorm. Let's go, guys, Gustav said with a smile as he dashed forward. Foomsumsums. EE, Falco and Eildris quickly followed after him, dashing forward into the distance. A cloud of dust was stirred up due to their speed. EE dashed forward before he conjured a vortex in front, which made him appear several 100 feet ahead. Eildris crossed a couple 100 feet just by moving once. At the same time, Falco's alter ego took over and leaped across the air, leaving a blurry black afterimage in his wake. Minutes later, Gustav was in his apartment channeling his bloodline within one of the small rooms. At this time, it was only a few minutes to 10 am, so Gustav opened his eyes after several more minutes of channeling. It's time to go, he said internally as he picked himself up and moved out of his apartment. EE and the others were already waiting. They decided to head towards Battle Arena number 7 together. Second chapter will be out in a few hours. Chapter 400. In a few minutes, they arrived at a massive circular structure that was over 1,500 feet in height. It looked similar to the design of a stadium, but it was at least 2 times larger. It had diamond-shaped outer coverings and a massive black orb was floating in the middle, covering the top area of the arena and causing the middle of the grounds to be covered by its immense shadow. This was Battle Arena number 7, and cadets could be seen streaming into the place one after the other. Everyone was interested in seeing how today was gonna unfold for several reasons. Mostly they were interested in seeing the capabilities of the special class cadets because they didn't partake in any of the test phases, except Gustav, of course. There was no doubt that it'd be an interesting day. The spectators' seats surrounded the main grounds in the middle. It was capable of containing more than 10 times the amount of cadets currently present. Ring-like stages could be seen placed on the ground in front. These ring-like stages covered a radius of 3,000 feet each, leaving enough space for opponents that were going to battle within it. These stages were about 5 in number. At the time Gustav and the rest arrived there, almost all the cadets from first years had gathered. Senior cadets that were currently around also showed up, as well as cadets who were being trained in other aspects like the scientific and technology field. There was a part of the spectators' corner on the northwest side of the battle arena that was barricaded. It looked more luxurious and well-designed compared to other areas. There were about 10 seats away from there. 5 on the first row and the other 5 on the second row. 7 officers could already be seen seated in that area, and one could tell that they would be in charge of today's events. The instant it clocked 10 am, an officer stood up from that area and walked towards a part of the grounds. He had a dark bare face with blue scales on his left cheek and a massive human-shaped body that was at least 8 feet tall. The cadets recognized him to be Officer Cole, their instructor who trained them on maximizing the damage of bloodline attacks. Everyone should know why we're here, so I'll just go straight to the point, he voiced out bluntly. Surprisingly, without using any electronic voice output, his voice was loud enough to travel to every corner of the vicinity. Truin. The massive black orb floating hundreds of feet above the stage area suddenly lit up. The special class cadets have each accepted 3 challenges, Officer Cole voiced out next while gesturing for the cadets to fix their eyes on the massive orb. The orbs displayed the images and names of 57 special class cadets one after the other, as well as the 3 challenges that they would each be battling. Yes, Falco chose to face me. I will become a special class cadet today. Who the hell is Kalba Manoa and these other 2? Why did Sanders not choose to face me instead? TCH. Oh look, it's that Tsubomi guy said to be the best in defense. Looks like Chad agreed to his challenge. Out of all the special class cadets to challenge, he decided to go against one of the top 3. As the images changed to different cadets after a few seconds of display with their opponents, the spectators voiced their opinions. As it got to Gustav's part, a particular green-haired kid seated on the opposite side of Gustav's position smirked. That Dietrich. I remember that he's very strong. He even outlasted a lot of special class cadets during this morning exercise. Yeah, but I don't think he can defeat Gustav even though he's strong. He's among the rich kids that can afford practically any type of tech available in the weapons vault. Gustav might fall here today. This girl, Angie, they say she's the softest. I bet she'll be defeated today. The cadets were still voicing out different and similar opinions. In a few more seconds, the orb finished displaying every single one of the special cadets, but Elevra's case was different from the others. She was challenged by only a single person. Her fight was the only one the cadets weren't looking forward to because they could already tell how it would end. The system will generate the turns randomly. Only 5 battle rings are available, so 10 images will be generated first. The instant your image appears among the 10, move over to the battle ring in 10 seconds or you automatically forfeit your match, Officer Cole stated. Fight to your heart's content. We have a healing team on standby. However, once your opponent is knocked out or voices out their wish to forfeit the match, you are to stop attacking instantly. Attacking an opponent after they have surrendered will attract penalties, he explained with a strict look before walking away from the stage area. In the next instant, the giant orb above suddenly started displaying pictures very quickly. Jim. It changed pictures repeatedly in a very quick manner, and in a few seconds, it stopped. 10 pictures were displayed. Mitsurui vs Garban Vulcan vs Tiana Rena vs Falco. Falco happened to be among the first special class cadets picked by the system for battle. From their sitting position, EE smiled as he turned to face Falco. Go get him, he slapped Falco at the back of his head lightly with an encouraging look. Eldris also smiled and tapped his shoulders as Falco stood to his feet and started walking forward. As he climbed down the elevated spectators area, he turned around for a brief moment. Gustav's thumb was raised slightly and pointing at him. He smiled and nodded as he looked forward and kept walking. The other cadets who saw their images displayed on the screens also began to move towards the platforms in front. Each battle ring was thousands of feet away from the next, and they all entered different ones. As Falco picked the third one on the left, which was the closest to his position to the spectators area, a 5.5 feet tall busty girl with glasses walked into the battle ring. She had her yellow hair tied up in a bun. She was holding onto a cylindrical-shaped gadget. In the battle rings within the vicinity, the other cadets had also moved in and stood in front of their opponents, ready to throw down. All the special class cadets had not a single shred of nervousness displayed on their faces. Their opponents, on the other hand, became wary from the moment they stood in front of them except for Falco's opponent. In this situation, Falco was the one who was actually looking a bit nervous. Go easy on her, okay? Falco muttered. You don't have to go easy on me because I'm a girl. You'll be losing your title as a special class today, Falco, she said while tightening her hand around the cylindrical-shaped gadget. The gadget opened up and started expanding, merging with her skin. In a few seconds, half of her body was covered in purplish-looking armor. I wasn't saying that because you're a girl, I was saying that because of high. Before Falco could explain himself completely. Begin. Officer Cole voiced out from the spectators area. Truin. Bang. Boom. The instant the go-ahead was given, the cadets started attacking instantly. The normal cadets didn't wait for a second more. They had already sent out one of their mightiest attacks because they understood that holding back might cost them since they were going against a special class cadet today. GB. The girl in front of Falco had already dashed forward as her elbows transformed into rocket ignition, pushing her arms forward with intensity. Her palms carried a whirling mass of red energy as it traveled towards Falco's chest and face with speed. Don't ha! Shut up, dweeb, I'm taking over. Before Falco could speak, his body started turning dark as tattoos appeared on visible parts of his skin. Half of his face instantly turned dark, along with his eyeballs. Swahi. Falco's alter ego moved to the left in the blink of an eye, causing the first strike to miss him, and he grabbed onto the girl's left arm before pulling her forward. Fuck off, bitch. His knee slammed into her stomach, causing the cracks to appear in that spot as she got sent flying several feet backwards. Swoosh. He dashed forward with speed and threw his left palm forward. Before the girl could realize what was happening, her entire sight got covered by Falco's left palm as he grabbed onto her head and slammed her forcefully into the ground. Bang! KRHHYKKK. Cracks spread across a radius of 500 feet as dust and debris got sent flying into every direction. Did he just end the fight in less than 10 seconds? Chapter 401. Did he just end the fight in less than 10 seconds? The crowd of cadets spectating was shocked as they noticed the fight end so soon in Ring 3. Even the invisible dome covering the edges of the ring to prevent the attacks from affecting the audience rippled when Falco slammed his opponent's face to the ground. The equipment covering her body had merged itself back from the crack Falco's alter ego cause. However, the girl had been knocked out cold. Blood trickled from her forehead as Falco straightened himself and turned around to leave the ring. The cracks that extended all across the ground also began to mend. Was Falco always this strong? The cadets were still quite surprised because they had never really seen Falco getting taken over by his alter ego. They noticed the dark tattoos all over the exposed parts of his skin begin to retract as he moved towards his sitting position. The gigantic black orb floating above displayed Falco as the winner of the match as the medical team moved towards the platform to pick the girl up. "I told you to be less brutal," Falco mumbled underneath his breath as he climbed up. On the other rings, battles were still going on, however from the looks of things, no normal cadet had leverage over the special ones. One of the battle rings was covered in sticky diamond-looking goo. As massive pillars shot out from one part of the ground. The normal cadet battling this special class cadet was formally gliding through the air using a flying board when he was encircled by these pillars. He was able to dodge a few, but in the next second, he was encompassed by two massive ones that slammed into him from behind and in front. Bang! A massive shield suddenly appeared around him, protecting him from the attack. However, the special class cadet didn't relent and kept on attacking. The normal cadet only managed to pull off, manifesting a few attacks, but he was still being pushed back. On the other rings, the normal cadets were also being pushed back by the special class cadets regardless of their gadgets. In a few more minutes, all the special class cadets defeated their opponents and were headed to their seats. The spectating cadets were wowed by the performances they had just witnessed. Especially that of Falco's. Falco was only ranked around the top 50 strongest, so a lot of them targeted him based on his rank among the special class being low. They had no idea that the ranking boards only updated their information based on what the hidden cams within the camp had recorded. So only based on the performance of the cadets were the rankings updated. This was Falco's first time battling any other cadet or showing just how powerful he could be. The cadets realized that battling the special classes would not be so simple even though they had also improved during this 1 month. The gigantic orb above displayed that the first turns had been completed and proceeded to start shuffling the images of the cadets once again. In the next few seconds, it displayed the turns of the next 10. The cadets that were next moved towards the platform. 50 minutes went by in a flash, and within this time frame, about 4 turns had been completed, and so far, not a single normal cadet had been able to defeat a special class. Only one normal cadet came close to winning. This battle was quite intense, but they had both practically ran out of energy after using very powerful attacks repeatedly, causing a lot of destruction to the battle ring. However, due to endurance, the normal cadet became unconscious after receiving a very little hit with barely any damage power. At the moment, EE had his first battle, and it was with a particularly rich kid who was buffed up with so many gadgets and super defense. He was currently finding it difficult to inflict any damage on the cadet due to the fact that after he broke through a particular layer of defense, another one would come up. I'm gonna keep tiring you out till you run out of bloodline energy. Once you do, your loss is certain, the kid voiced out from the other side. His entire frame was hidden within a massive 12-feet mechanical frame powered by a little bloodline energy. An energy shield surrounded his figure, and this prevented ES vortexes from phasing through. EE shook his head with a look of pity. "You're only gonna make me end up putting in more effort than I'm not supposed to," he responded with a smile before stretching out his right hand. "Arcana accelerator membrane," EE said internally with a calm look as a violet circle of light surrounded his right arm. Shahayun. A massive vortex suddenly opened up behind the cadet with a huge suction force coming from it which immensely affected the surroundings. The cadet's eyes widened slightly as he felt the pull of the vortex from within the energy barricade surrounding him. It was pulling the mechanical suit he was hiding in specifically, while the energy barricade surrounding him was unaffected. His eyes suddenly glowed a dark violet color as he snapped his fingers. Pa. The instant that happened, the suction force from the ring increased exponentially. Kaya. The cadet screamed out as his entire frame with the 12 feet tall mechanical suit got lifted into the air and pulled backwards. Bang! He slammed into the energy shield, which gave way due to him being the one that put it up. In the next instant, his frame was pulled into the vortex. Truin. 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 About 7 more vortexes appeared in mid-air, scattered across the place. Sweei. Sweei. Sweehi. Sweei. The cadet appeared from one with his entire frame moving very quickly and entering into another vortex. He appeared from another one and got flung into another. He kept flying all across the place, getting pulled into one vortex and appeared from another one and getting pulled into another again. Chapter 402. His vision turned distorted due to the speed at which his body was being thrown across the place. He was already feeling like he was going to empty out the contents of his stomach anytime soon. He had already moved to the corner of the battle ring so as not to interrupt this process. This continued for about 30 seconds more till he opened a vortex a few feet in front of himself. Swahi. The cadet appeared from it, moving in his direction without control. He had already arched his arm back at this point. His palm covered in a small vortex swung forward with speed. Bang! It slammed into the mechanical frame as it arrived in front of him, causing ripples to travel across it as the vortex in his palm went through and consumed the body of the cadet within. The mechanical frame flew backwards and slammed into the ground, unable to move again. Truin. Meanwhile, the cadet within appeared on the ground before kneeling. I surrender, he mumbled with a drowsy look before falling face flat and losing consciousness. Smiled with a jovial look as he turned around and started heading towards his seat. Looks like I was able to pull it off with ease this time, he said internally with a joyful expression. After ES fight, that particular turn ended. Everyone wasn't surprised he took that long to defeat the cadet because they had witnessed just how stacked the cadet was with defenses. They were more astonished to see the variety of things could do with his vortexes. Hey man, he gave Gustav a fist bump as he arrived back at their sitting position. Good match, Gustav smiled as he pulled his fist back after the bump. Nah, yours will be better. Why do I have a feeling that you'll be next? Said after sitting as he stared at the massive orb floating above. On the orb, the images of the cadets were currently being shuffled through. It was about to pick the next matchup at random again. I guess we shall see, Gustav said while also staring up. In a few more seconds, the 10 images of cadets that were battling next were displayed. A smile appeared on Gustav's face as he stood to his feet. Looks like you were right, he turned to as he voiced out. Haha, my intuition is top-notch. Go get responded. Gustav stared at the display up again as he turned to start moving forward. This won't take long. I'll be back soon, his declaration was with a low tone, but due to the confidence imbued within it traveled across the ears of a lot of cadets in the vicinity. Dashua, has so cocky. Well, he might not be wrong, he is top 5 after all. But Billy has a crazy rich background and a lot of gadgets in his arsenal, I'm sure, they voiced out from the background. The whole place turned quite noisy as the cadets spotted Gustav moving down after seeing his picture on the orb. He was the first top 5 battling with a normal cadet today, so everyone was interested in seeing how it would go. Gustav's opponent Billy was quite popular among the normal cadets due to his background as the descendant of one of the wealthiest tycoons in the world. Gustav happened to pick him because of this. He picked 1 rich kid to battle and 2 that were after Matilda's hand. He could more or less predict how his first turn was going to play out since it was going to be with Billy. He arrived within the battle ring, and a 6.5-foot tall slim youngster with black braided hair entered into the same battle ring. Smirk. You made a wrong decision by choosing to accept my challenge. I will prove to everyone that I'm better than a top 5 and take your position, he voiced out while bringing out a black disc-structured item that was the size of a thumbnail. He brought out 3 more and placed one on his left chest area, one on his right chest area, the back of his left palm and his right palm. That's an amplifier. I don't need any more fancy tools to defeat you, he said while adopting a battle pose. Giardi. His muscles started bulging crazily, turning him extremely bulky and monstrous-looking mixed blood with visible veins line. Begin. Bang. Billy dashed out the instant he heard that. The instant he moved a step forward, his foot had already created a small dent on the ground due to the strength his stomp generated. The crowd was shocked and wondered just how much strength he had at the moment. All this time, Gustav had been staring at him with an unbothered look and didn't say a word throughout. However, the instant that the go-ahead was given, he also dashed out with speed. Swish! A visible line was cut across the air as Gustav arrived almost instantly in front of Billy, who had just moved forward by only a single step. Swahi! Gustav's palm traveled in a straight line towards Billy's chest. Billy's eyes widened as he witnessed the crazy speed of Gustav that wasn't present in the past. Truin. A barrier suddenly appeared in front of Billy's chest. Bang! Gustav's palm slammed into the barrier and got prevented from going further. Billy used that instant to quickly throw out a fist towards Gustav. Swerve tilde. Despite the speed of the fist, it still missed Gustav as he moved slightly to the side. He wasn't surprised at this defense in the slightest as he had been expecting it, even though Billy said he wasn't going to use any other means to battle with him. Gustav grabbed hold of the arm and turned around with speed before flinging Billy. Bang! Billy's large body slammed into the hard ground, parting it open. Your gadget protects you from attacks from me, but it definitely won't protect you from slamming into the ground, Gustav said while still holding onto Billy's arm. He could already tell that whatever protective gadget Billy was making use of only reacted to attacks like that, but it definitely wouldn't react when Billy's body was heading for the ground. Gustav pulled Billy upwards with speed and flung him towards the side again. Bang! His entire body slammed forcefully into the ground again. Chapter 403. Gustav pulled Billy upwards with speed and flung him towards the side again. Bang! His entire body slammed forcefully into the ground again. Billy's face squeezed up with a look of humiliation as his body met the ground again. Just as Gustav lifted him again to fling him across the place, a spherical object suddenly spread across his back and ignited, causing fiery blue energy to shoot out of it. Fui! The immense powered, filled ignition shot Billy's body forward, freeing him from Gustav's grasp. Swahi! His body spun several times in the air before he landed several hundred feet away. His facial expression was one of anguish as he brought out 2 more of those circular disc-shaped objects and quickly glued them to his thigh area. His thighs and calves instantly expanded, giving him a more monstrous look. Your finish. He voiced out as he dashed forward with twice his initial speed. He arrived in front of Gustav and threw out his left fist towards Gustav's face. Dash has been activated. Gustav finally activated Dash, which added 20 points to his current speed level. Swervy. He moved to the side, dodging the fist that tore through the air with a whooshing sound. Swing. 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 Billy threw out his fists repeatedly in a very fast motion towards Gustav's face and body, which he dodged with ease, swerving all across the place. At this point, the cadets spectating were very surprised to see the speed at which Billy was moving and was even more surprised to see Gustav dodging them without breaking a sweat. Swoowoon. Gustav leaped backwards by around 100 feet dodging another attack, but Billy didn't waste a single second before also leaping forward while arching his left arm back to the limit. Hiya! He shouted out as he threw his mighty fist downward towards Gustav while descending. Swoosh! Gustav moved backwards by a few feet, dodging Billy's huge fist, which ended up slamming into the ground in front of him. Bang! Dust and debris were sent flying into the air as his fist punched a hole through the ground of the battle ring. The wind from the collision spread across the place, causing Gustav's uniform to bloat as he stared at the cracks that were currently spreading around a radius of over 500 feet. That packs quite the power, Gustav said internally. The cadets spectating were once again astonished by the strength each blow carried. Gustav dashed towards Billy's side and swung out his left foot towards his ribcage area. Ruhum. The same rocket-like ignition as before appeared in the middle of Billy's chest area, again shooting him backwards with speed before Gustav's foot could make contact. Gustav retracted his leg after missing and was about to dash forward when a loud explosion occurred at his position. Bam! Gustav was taken by surprise and blasted backwards by the force of the explosion. His body did a flip in the air as he landed on his feet a few hundred feet back. Dust still covered the entire vicinity in front of him. However, the instant he landed on his feet, a hole-like path was cleared in front of the dust as Billy's huge body came flying through it with speed. He arrived in front of Gustav in almost an instant with his fist aiming for Gustav's head. It practically took everyone by surprise as they stared at the battle ring with widened mouths as they saw Billy's fist appear in front of Gustav's face. Everyone was expecting to hear a loud sound of collision next. However, Sprint has been activated. Billy's fist slowed down by a little in Gustav's line of sight as he activated Sprint. He raised his left palm with speed and put it in front of his face. Pa! A loud sound of collision rang out after Gustav blocked the heavy punch. Wait. The ground blasted open underneath his feet due to the immense force behind it. The smile on Billy's face froze as he saw his punch get stopped. Impossible. I used every speed-related item in my arsenal. You shouldn't have been able to stop that, he said warily with a look of disbelief as he tried pulling his fist away from Gustav's grasp. All right, it's time to end this. I've messed around for too long, Gustav muttered underneath his breath as he increased the force of his grip on Billy's fist. Billy groaned in pain as he heard his bones making squeaking sounds. Gustav pulled Billy forward and grabbed onto his wrist area with his right arm before swinging him over himself and slamming him to the ground again. Bang! The already cracked ground of the battle ring cracked even more after the collision. Gustav lifted Billy into the air again and was about to smash him to the ground once more when he activated the rocket ignition gadget. Fwooom! He had expected himself to be freed from Gustav's grasp once again, but this time, Gustav's grip was so powerful that his body only flayed in the air repeatedly while his arm that was being held kept him in place. Not this time, Gustav said with a calm look before pulling Billy down with force again and smashing him into the ground. Bang! 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 Gustav kept lifting and slamming him into the ground without stopping. The spectators had lost count of the number of times Gustav had slammed Billy onto the ground due to the speed at which he was lifting and throwing his massive body all across the place. Pieces of teeth flew out along with blood as Billy's jaw was smashed along with his forehead that was currently bleeding. Bang! 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 Regardless of that, Gustav didn't mind and continued on with the smashing. Billy was in tremendous pain as he felt his bones breaking. Your opponent has lost consciousness. You can stop now, Officer Cole, who was supervising the battles from the far end of the platform, voiced out. Chapter 404. Gustav smashed Billy's body to the ground one more time and let go of his arm. Oh, my bad, I thought you were stronger than that, Gustav muttered as he noticed that Billy had truly lost consciousness. His right arm had popped out of its socket and was currently twisted at a very crazy angle. His mouth was wide open, displaying his incomplete set of teeth, and his face was smeared in blood along with the hole he was currently lying in. Dash has so ruthless, Dash I'm happy he didn't accept my challenge, look at that ridiculous strength, Dash just my type of man, has so dreamy. The cadets that had spectated the battle had different opinions as they discussed amongst one another. Gustav dusted his palms in a cool way and walked out of the battle ring. Their battle had lasted around 5 minutes. It was longer than expected, but he already had a grasp of his current strength without making use of transformation and other bloodlines. Such massive improvement from accumulating Sri Havo, Gustav said internally with a look of satisfaction. Other cadets were also performing better than before in their battles today due to the same reason. However, their improvement was incomparable to those who lasted longer in accumulating Sri Havo. Gustav wondered just how much Alevra had improved since she lasted as long as he did. He arrived back in his seat and sat down with an undisturbed look, like he didn't just flatten an entire battle ring using someone's body. The other battles in other rings were slowly coming to an end, but none of them caused as much destruction as Gustav and Billy's clash. In a few more minutes, the sixth turn ended, and still, not a single person had been able to defeat a special class cadet. In the next 1 hour, another 6 turns were over, and all the special class cadets had battled at least one of their opponents besides Elevra. Ealdris' battle with a normal cadet ended in about 30 seconds due to the immense gap in strength. It would have been shorter, but Ealdris decided to give the opponent the chance to show what he could do. Glade's fight also didn't take very long, since when she used her ultimate move to conjure red energy like a massive structure and crashed it onto the battle ring. Half of the battle ring was blasted apart due to this, along with her opponent. Glade was among the top 30 strongest, after all. Matilda took quite some time to deal with her opponent due to their ability to increase the temperature of the surroundings. Her bloodline, which gave her the ability to conjure silver armor and weapons, almost failed her because the silver armor covering her body was melting due to the immense increase in temperature of the surroundings. She eventually won the battle before her defenses burnt up completely. Angie's battle was also quite intense, and Gustav made sure to pay attention to gauge her improvement. To his surprise, she had truly improved way better than he expected. Although he could still see slight hesitation when attacking. She won by knocking the opponent out of the battle ring, which resulted in immediate disqualifications. Some other special class cadets had won their battles quite easily. Now everyone realized that the special class cadets were not just given their special privileges for nothing. They were truly the best. Currently, it was Falco's turn to have his second battle. However, he had been waiting in the battle ring for a while now. The countdown will begin for Galusek to come forth. 9, 8, 7, 6. The voice of an AI reverberated across the place as it counted down. On the other battle rings, the cadets had started battling with their opponents. A few more seconds later, the countdown ended, and Falco's second opponent failed to show up, resulting in his disqualification. This was the first time someone was throwing in the towel by not arriving in the ring to fight. Falco shrugged and turned around to leave after he was announced as the winner of the battle. A lot of cadets were not surprised about this development after remembering how his first battle went. The girl who was knocked out cold had a look of humiliation written all over her face as she stared in Falco's direction. The battle with the others continued, and Gustav with the others awaited their turns again. Several minutes more passed, and it was time for the next turn. The massive black orb floating above the place picked the next turn. This time Gustav noticed a familiar face among the 10. He had a cue-colored shoulder-length hair and 2 red lines extending from his forehead to his left eyebrow. This was Timmy, and it would seem he also challenged a special class cadet who happened to be ranked among the top 50. Timmy approached the platform beneath along with others who noticed that it was their turn. His short frame was oozing with so much confidence as the red lines extending from his forehead to his left eyebrow glowed up. ISNT that one of the dudes from Matilda's party, mentioned after noticing him. That's Timmy. Falco, who wasn't present at the party, was a bit confused by EE's statement, but he recognized Timmy since he was also among the circle of the rich. This might get pretty interesting. Gustav muttered underneath his breath as his eyes glowed green and scarlet. He seems to have really improved in strength, Gustav said internally while zooming his sight on Timmy. He had activated God Eyes, so he could see that Timmy was now way stronger than he used to be. He arrived within the battle ring where the special class cadet was awaiting him. His palms glowed crimson as he adopted a battle stance. The special class cadet could sense that this was no ordinary, normal cadet, so he also adopted a battle stance with a cautious expression while waiting for Officer Cole to give the go-ahead. Begin. The instant those words were voiced out, both of them darted towards each other. Chapter 405. The instant those words were voiced out, both of them darted towards each other. The special class cadet crossed his arms and separated them, forcefully swinging them sideways. 2 crossed blades with bluish energy sliced forward diagonally towards Timmy. Timmy jumped in the air and spun, dodging both blades. Swirhy. Screeve. 30 feet long gashes appeared on the ground behind Timmy as the blades sliced through it with ease. The instant he landed on his feet, the special class cadet arrived in front of him and swung out his fist towards him. Timmy bent backwards to dodge the swing, but suddenly a bluish 3 feet long blade appeared within his swung-out hand. Timmy was in shock as he noticed the blade slicing towards his head. A red beam of light suddenly covered his left arm as he raised it up quickly. Screv. The blade sliced through the red beam of light and cut 3 inches deep into his arm, but the instant that happened, Timmy also punched out towards the cadet. Bang! His fist landed on the cadet's chest, sending him sliding backwards by a few feet. The bluish energy blade lodged into his hand turned into light fragments and disappeared as blood oozed down his arm. He gritted his teeth in pain as he tightened his left fist. The special class cadet stared at his chest area and noticed the dent in the special vest he was putting on. Both of them stared at each other warily for a few moments before dashing forward again. The special class cadet swerved left and right, dodging the attacks while also sending out his. Timmy was almost evenly matched with him, dodging most of the attacks. His palms were still glowing crimson, and at every chance he got, he'd try to make contact. The special class cadet jumped backwards and shot out a dozen bluish blade-like energy from his body towards Timmy below. Bang! 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 Timmy moved quickly from side to side, dodging one blade after the other. Each of them was so powerful that the ground of the battle ring was now filled with cuts, cracks and lines that extended over hundreds of meters. As Timmy dodged, 2 more blades headed for his blind spots. He quickly turned around and slapped one of them towards the side. Wait. That particular one dimmed as he slapped it away while he grabbed the second one with his other hand. It cut into his hand a little due to its sharpness, but the longer he held onto it, the more it dimmed. As the special class cadet landed on the ground hundreds of feet behind, his eyes squinted as he noticed that. Truin. Bluish energy started shooting out of his body, simultaneously turning solid. 6 more bluish arms grew out of his sides. 3 on the left and 3 on the right, as well as 4 long insect-like arms, grew from his torso area. Next, they made contact with the ground and lifted him into the air. He was no longer using his normal legs at this point, and his frame had gone up to 10 feet. 3. The legs catapulted him forward with speed as they ran across the ground. His speed was now 2 times as fast. He arrived before Timmy and controlled the arms to swing towards him. Swoosh. Swoosh. Timmy jumped from place to place as the arms slammed into the ground, causing it to split open after missing him. 2 more arms were coming from above, but Timmy jumped up and flipped in midair while spinning his body to dodge the attacks. The instant he landed back, an immensely bright red-like aura suddenly surrounded his entire being as he dashed across the place with speed. Swahi. Swaye. Pa. His hand made contact with 3 legs in a matter of seconds, making them dim. The legs started crumbling in a few seconds, causing the special class cadet to lose balance. Before he could fall, he conjured another bluish leg to support himself while using some hands to touch down also. Timmy suddenly leaped up again and thrust his palm forward. Before his palm could make contact with the special class cadet, a raised arm swung down from above. Bam! The massive bluish energy-like arm and Timmy's palm collided, sending both of them flying backwards. The cadets spectating the battle at this point were surprised because the instant Timmy body was covered by the reddish-like aura, it was as if he received a boost. The other cadets were also having their battle in other rings at this point, but no normal cadet had been able to clash with a special class cadet on equal terms. Gustav stared at their ring in particular and muttered, "Looks like we'll be having a new special class today, huh?" EE and Falco exclaimed with a slightly confused look. "Are you saying he might win?" Falco asked with an intrigued expression. "I'm not saying he might win. I'm saying he will win," Gustav said with a look of certainty. Something does seem special about him," Eldris muttered as well. He couldn't really tell what was up, but his intuition was telling him that Timmy still had more than he had displayed. He's barely depleting any energy even after what he has done so far. Because he decomposes the attacks he makes contact with and turns it into a form of energy for himself, Gustav noticed as he stared at Timmy using God eyes. Gustav had seen Timmy battle, so he knew there were still other things underneath his sleeves that he hadn't revealed yet. The battle continued with them both managing to land hits sometimes and missing. However, the special class cadet was unable to bring Timmy down even after so long. He suddenly activated a power skill where a bluish triangular-shaped structure phased out of his body and expanded immensely. He raised it high as it increased to a size of close to 500 feet. Chapter 406. The cadets were shocked as the massive size cast a shadow over the place, covering Timmy's figure. "Hiya!" he screamed out as he flung the massive structure down with force. "Fui-hi!" Even before it landed, Timmy could feel the massive pressure radiating from it as the ground below vibrated, and the wind blew his hair backwards. 3. The reddish aura surrounding his being suddenly increased in brightness as he raised both arms up with speed. Bang! The loud sound of the collision rang out as wind blew across the place. Krywait. Krhhykkk. Bang! Cracks still continued to spread across the place as the special class cadet continued to push down the massive structure using the arms it conjured. It still kept pressing down on that particular part of the battle ring and descending for several more seconds. The dome-like barrier covering the ring vibrated also. A smile appeared on his face as he was about to let go of it. Suddenly, more cracking sounds were heard. And this time, it wasn't coming from the ground. Instead, it was coming from the massive triangular structure. Krhhykkk. Bang! A hole suddenly burst through the middle of the structure as Timmy came flying out of it with his body radiating with an immense reddish aura. The bluish triangular structure dimmed down and blasted apart completely. However, everyone's eyes were on Timmy, who had arrived in front of the special class cadet. Before the cadet could understand what was happening, four transparent reddish walls of energy suddenly appeared around both of them. He felt his energy being drained at a very fast speed as the arms and legs he conjured disappeared. Swahi! Timmy swung out his fist at this time. Bang! Although the special class cadet blocked it, he was still sent flying till he slammed through one of the reddish walls and landed on the other side of the battle ring. He spat out blood as he forcefully stood to his feet and tried to conjure another attack. However, he noticed that he was practically out of bloodline energy and couldn't use any large-scale attacks due to the previous one. Sway! Timmy arrived in front of him again and punched out. Bang! 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 Right before everyone's eyes, a special class cadet was turned into a punching bag. Timmy eventually knocked the special class out after a few more attacks. Almost all the cadets were in a state of disbelief as the AI announced Timmy to be the winner. A normal cadet had managed to win against a special class. Timmy started walking back to his sitting position with a confident look. He was still bleeding in several areas of his body that were exposed due to sharp slashes, but he totally ignored the medical team and said he was okay. The others' battles came to an end several minutes back with no other normal cadet winning. Everyone realized at this point that Timmy must have been quite powerful since before, he was among the top 400 even though he wasn't a special class. Now that he had defeated this special class cadet who happened to be placed 49th, their positions had now been exchanged. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The hype and discussions continued for a long time, even after other battles began. Timmy had suddenly become famous due to this and was now known as the Dark Horse. About 30 minutes later, after 2 more turns had gone by, Gustav finally saw his image again. At this time, EE and Eildris had also won their second fights earlier with ease. Gustav walked towards the third ring just like earlier amidst the background conversations of the cadets who spotted him. They wondered if the person who had challenged Gustav would show up or not after remembering how the last battle went. In a few seconds, a 5.5-foot-tall youngster stepped into the same battle ring as Gustav. The cadets spectating were surprised that this person didn't forfeit, but Gustav understood that none of the 3 cadets whose challenge he accepted would even think of forfeiting, no matter how badly he beat up his opponents. This was because the first one he battled was a spoiled rich kid who was overconfident, while the other 2 were interested in having Matilda's hand. There was no way the other 2 would back down. They wouldn't want to be seen as cowards by Matilda later. The youngster had white and blue-colored dreadlocks that were tied in a bun. I love Matilda. Even if I do not defeat you today, I will train better to do so next time, he said with a slightly shaky voice. All right, good luck I guess, Gustav responded with a calm look. Begin. The instant the go-ahead was given, the youngster transformed into a bulky lizard-like creature with the head of a bird. It has green, white, and blue scales, just like the youngster's hair color. However, this lizard-like creature was in a standing position with a 12 feet long and thick tail. He made a loud screeching noise before charging for Gustav. Gustav reacted in kind and dashed towards him as his arms increased in size, becoming that of the mutated bull. Partial mutation has been activated, SSSH Shawewe. The youngster suddenly shot out black flames from his mouth before arriving in front of Gustav. Gustav swerved right and made a beeline towards the youngster with speed. He arrived in front of him and sent a punch straight to his guts. Bang! The instant the creature received the punch, it tilted forward slightly due to the force. Meanwhile, another punch was already heading for his head. Bang! Gustav slammed his right fist into the creature's head, causing him to fall flat on his face, cracking the hard ground. Spree-proo. Blood scattered all across the place as a small dent appeared on the youngster's head, from which blood oozed. His body twitched severally as he laid on the ground for a few seconds before stopping. Dash oi oi oi. What's going on? Don't tell me he just defeated that youngster just like that. The entire crowd was in disbelief as they saw Gustav turn around and start walking back towards his seat. Chapter 407. The entire crowd was in disbelief as they saw Gustav turn around and start walking back towards his seat. The cadet looked quite fearsome compared to Gustav after his transformation, yet he was defeated in just 2 moves. Gustav's arms returned back to their initial size as he moved towards his initial sitting position. The medical team rushed to the battle ring to attend to the half-dead cadet who practically had his head torn open by Gustav's punch. Many of the cadets that watched the brief match had terrified expressions on their faces as they stared at Gustav's nonchalant bearing. They had thought the battle would at least last longer than this due to how the last one went, but they had no idea that Gustav was just testing out his strength without making use of any transformational ability. A lot of them swore in their hearts not to challenge him from this day on unless they had a sudden boost in strength. The other battles continued within the neighboring rings. Gustav arrived back in his sitting position and watched the rest of the fight. At the moment, Glade happened to be among the other special class cadets that had their turns, and she was battling a regular cadet who looked familiar. Although Gustav figured that his next battle was probably going to be the toughest since it was with Dietrich, he wasn't really bothered as he watched Glade's duel with an undisturbed look. This particular familiar female figure Glade battled with had a short frame of almost 5 feet. She had indigo-colored hair that was so long, it reached the back of her calves. Her look was extremely arrogant and sharp as she and Glade clashed repeatedly. They seemed to be evenly matched. Gustav recognized this girl to be the same one that was trying to compete with him during the 5th phase within the underground ruins, Havrana. This girl really loved competition, and the look on her face as she battled Glade made that even more obvious. Her long hair floated in the air and extended, turning into blades that hacked at Glade repeatedly. Glade was currently holding onto 2 scythes made of red energy. She used these scythes to parry the attacks of the sharp blade-like hairs swinging towards her body. Bang! 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 The battle ring was riddled with destruction as their attacks collided repeatedly. Glade formed many other red energy-like blades and leaped on one of them. Swaye! Swahi! Swi! The red energy blades slashed towards Havrana's figure, violently pushing aside the multiple blade-like hairs swinging across the place. Glade dashed forward with speed on the red energy blade she conjured, making use of that opening to arrive before Havrana. She brandished her scythe, tightening her grip around the hilt intensely as she slashed forward towards Havrana's neck. Havrana was not able to recall her long hair back to protect herself fast enough since they had just parried the rest of the long-range attacks she used earlier on. Just as Glade's scythe was about to make contact, the tip of the scythe was suddenly met with opposition. Tying. It was stopped a few inches away from her neck by an invisible force. Glade was surprised as she noticed the smirk on Havrana's face after the attack was stopped. Before Glade could make another move, she suddenly felt something sharp headed for her and quickly turned to the side. However, she wasn't fast enough as the invisible force sliced a small part of the skin from her shoulder off. Blood oozed down her sleeves. However, she was lucky enough that it was only a flesh wound. What in the world is that? Glade wondered as she repeatedly swerved after sensing the invisible sharp force swinging for her. Havrana still sliced off a part of Glade's hair since the sharp force was invisible. Havrana dashed forward after Glade and swung out her sharp claws towards her body, intending to inflict serious damage. Glade now had to dodge attacks of different kinds. The invisible sharp force, the sharp blade-like hairs and even Havrana claws. Each swing was so powerful that the air rippled intensely. Although Glade took pride in the toughness of her green body, she could tell that if any of Havrana's attacks hit, she would definitely take a lot of damage. Gustav watched from his sitting position with God eyes activated. He could already see the invisible sharp line that kept slashing towards Glade. It had a strange whitish color, and it was extending from the back of Havrana's head. So it happened to be a strand of her hair. Why is it invisible? Gustav wondered as he figured this out. As the battle progressed, Glade was eventually riddled with so many cuts and tears all over her cadet uniform. It was initially white, but now there were red patches all over the place, and the exposed parts showed her injuries. She couldn't dodge everything Havrana was dishing out at the same time, which was why she was in her current state. The entire crowd was quite shocked that another normal cadet had such strength and was managing to give a top 40 special class cadet such troubles. Glade was still considered quite strong amongst other special class compared to the one team he defeated, so everyone could tell that Havrana would have been a special class by now if she fought with a weaker special class. Thoom. Glade leaped backwards after dodging another round of attack and slid a few 50 feet backwards afterwards. She breathed in and out profusely while staring at Havrana, who also had hurried breathing. However, Havrana still looked crazy and hyped up as she stared at Glade in front. "Come on, Greenie. Don't tell me that's all you got," she laughed with a look of ridicule while speaking. "This little. I can't afford to lose. My special class title cannot be taken from me." She gritted her teeth as she thought. Her eyes looked across the spectators' area as she glanced at two familiar figures for barely a few moments. Chapter 408. Looks like I have to use it. So much for fighting with just my strength alone, Glade said as she brought out a star-shaped fingernail-sized object and placed it on her forehead. The reddish aura surrounding her was a bit similar to Timi's, and it increased with intensity after that as she conjured chains in her hands. Glade dashed forward again towards Havrana, and they clashed once again. The reddish chains in Glade's possession carried a rippling force that twisted the space around it as she swung it out. Fwy. 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 Glade had become twice as fast as before and could not get hit due to the speed multiplier she got from the weapon storage back at the base. In the blink of an eye, the red chains she conjured had tied Havrana's blade-like hairs together. Glade pulled the chain with all her might, drawing Havrana to herself as she spun around with her leg swung out. Havrana managed to block the attack even though she was taken by surprise. However, the tables had turned at this point. Havrana was no longer able to hit Glade after her speed was multiplied by 2. Glade kept attacking her repeatedly, and despite Havrana's high defense, she would occasionally receive hits. In a few more minutes, both of them were now in the same state. Both had injuries on their bodies and had almost run out of energy completely. Blood covered Havrana's face in blood as she breathed in and out profusely, but she was still smiling crazily while Glade's speed multiplier had run out of energy. Both of them were on their last straws, and neither of them had managed to inflict more damage than the other. Glade and Havrana separated and stared at each other intensely before activating their most powerful attack. A massive cylindrical-shaped structure was being formed above Glade as she raised her hand. Havrana's hair suddenly started increasing in length and quantity, turning into multiple sharp blades that covered a large space as they shot forward. Glade finished conjuring this massive reddish structure and also swung it forward intensely. Bang! The instant they both collided, the force created sent ripples across the place that slammed into them both. Bam! Bam! Glade and Havrana's bodies slammed forcefully into the barrier on the south and north sides before passing out. Silence tilde. There was a brief silence as the cadets witnessing the battle waited for them to stand to their feet, but that didn't happen. The match has ended in a tie due to both cadets knocking each other out, Officer Cole announced. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The place instantly turned noisy after the announcement was made. After the barrier deactivation, the medical team swooped in to take Glade and Havrana away. I thought Glade was going to win. They actually knocked each other out? Who knew Havrana was this strong? Well, she was among the top 70. Even though she's not a special class, she was really close to being one on the rankings. She should have challenged a weaker younger class. The spectating cadets discussed amongst themselves with tones and expressions of disbelief. This was another match that the cadets wouldn't forget. After today, everyone was interested in knowing what the instructor's decision would be since the match ended in a tie. The turns continued after this as the next cadets found their way to the battle rings. Matilda had her second round in the next few turns, and the opponent didn't give her as much trouble as before. About an hour later, it was ES' turn again. However, the same event played out during Falco's second turn. Since EE defeated his last two opponents in grand style, his third opponent grew cold feet and decided not to show. Although a few battles previously had proven that the special class cadets were not undefeatable, most of the normal cadets could not boast of being as strong as someone like Timi or Havrana. They knew just where their strengths lie. He left back to his seat after the 10 seconds countdown was completed. After a few more minutes, his turn ended, and it was time for Gustav to head towards the platform again. Eldris also happened to have his third match at the same time with a slightly popular normal cadet who was a top 100. Gustav arrived in the ring after a few moments and waited for Dietrich to show up. Dietrich showed up after a few seconds and walked into the battle ring. He smiled at Gustav and nodded. "Let's have a fair match," he voiced out. "You might want to do those weird pokes before we begin because this time I won't be giving you the opportunity to do so," Gustav responded with this. "Thanks for the generous offer, then I would be polite and do that now," Dietrich said before he started poking different parts of his body. The wind surrounding him suddenly turned weird and began to circulate around him. Gustav's eyes squinted as he stared at Dietrich. "That's much more powerful than before," he noted before also transforming slightly. On Gustav's right hand, sharp red claws phased out of his fingertips as his entire arm expanded and turned reddish with furs covering it while his left arm transformed into a muscular brown one. His body size increased to over 7 feet in height as his thighs and calves expanded with small 2 inches tusks protruding out of them. "Begin." The instant the go-ahead was given, Gustav darted forward without activating dash. Everything in the surroundings slowed down as he noticed that his speed with transformation and without using dash was now similar to his speed making use of dash without any transformation. As Gustav punched forward towards Dietrich, he conjured a wall of strong wind in front of him, which proceeded to slow down Gustav's attack. Dietrich made use of that opportunity to dash to the side as chopped towards Gustav's left rib area, causing a blade-shaped air pressure to form, hacking towards him with intensity. Chapter 409. Dietrich made use of that opportunity to dash to the side as he slashed towards Gustav's left rib area, causing a blade-shaped air pressure to form, hacking towards him with intensity. Gustav turned towards the side and quickly sent out a kick in response. His muscular leg swung forward, ripping through the blade-like air pressure before colliding with Dietrich's palm. Bam! Kryyhk. Low bone-cracking sounds rang out as Dietrich's arm was sent swinging backwards forcefully after the collision. On Dietrich's face, a slight look of pain was evident as his body slid backwards. However, Gustav wasted no time chasing after Dietrich and reached out his hand to grab him. Dietrich stretched his hand and created a ball of air in his palm. Everything within the vicinity started being sucked into this ball as he shot it out, causing the ground to be split open due to its traction force. Gustav felt the tugging force from the ball of air pulling him towards the side as he dashed forward. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav's arms that were being tugged suddenly increased in size, becoming as thick as trucks. Joom! Gustav drove his fist through the ball of air, destroying it in one fell swoop, sending it forward. KKRHYY. The ground split open as his massive fist traveled forward, causing the air to ripple. Dietrich, who thought he had managed to escape from Gustav's range due to the initial stunt he pulled, was surprised when he noticed the massive fist, with the size similar to that of a truck headed for his face. The wind surrounding him turned fiercer as he tried to use a wall of wind to block the massive fist. Unfortunately for him, the fist ripped through the wall of air easily and slammed into his body, catapulting him backwards. Chwiwiwi. His body was tossed hundreds of feet across the air like a rag doll as he slammed into the barrier on the other end. 1000 EP, size manipulation has been deactivated. Gustav quickly deactivated size manipulation after noticing how much energy he had lost from increasing his arms to that size. Although size manipulation helped in increasing his strength by a wide margin, he refrained from using it because of the way it drained energy. Dietrich slammed into the other side and landed on the ground. He wiped the blood leaking down the corners of his lips. I opened the second gate right off the bat, yet he wrecked me in less than 30 seconds. If I didn't have my protective vest worn underneath, I'd have received more damage than this. Dietrich was astounded because the last time he battled Gustav with the second step opened, he wasn't defeated so easily. And what the hell is with that ability? He can increase the length of any part of his body? Dietrich wasn't the only one dumbfounded by this. The spectating cadets were as well because no one had ever seen Gustav use this ability. Dietrich noticed Gustav up ahead and headed for him quickly. At the same time, Dietrich started poking different parts of his body again. Swee! The wind surrounding him increased immensely, blowing his hair upwards as he stood to his feet. The blood leaking from different parts of his body earlier stopped, and immense energy radiated around him. At this point, everyone figured that whenever he poked different parts of his body like that, he would have something similar to a level up. Both of them dashed out towards each other with speed, and it was obvious that Dietrich's speed had become way more than before. He sucked air into his mouth and started shooting them out like bullets. Pum, 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 pum. The wind was practically invisible, but Gustav was able to sense the disruption in the space around him, which was why he was able to dodge them as they bolted across the air. Boom, boom, boom. The small round compressed air exploded outwards with intensity the moment he dodged the first one. Gustav had already expected this and finally activated Dash. Dash has been activated, swoosh. As he sped past the area of effect, the ground behind split open as cracks appeared all over the place after the wind explosion. Gustav dashed past every single one of the compressed wind that was shot outwards and arrived right in front of Dietrich while stretching out his right palm. I've always wanted to create this. A milky glow suddenly surrounded Gustav's palm. Atomic disintegration has been activated. It suddenly brightened immensely as a 2-foot-long whitish blade formed in his grasp, which he swung out with force. Dietrich sensed danger coming from the milky-colored blade that was suddenly formed in Gustav's hand and reacted by sending slashes out with his palm in a chop format. A powerful wind-like blade was created from that which collided with that of Gustav's. Swahi. To his surprise, not only was his wind blade divided into 2 halves, but it also disappeared the moments after Gustav slashed through it. Sway. The remnant of the energy after Gustav swung it kept traveling through the air and slammed into Dietrich's chest, cutting a 13 inches gash all across his chest in a diagonal format. Blurg. Dietrich vomited out blood once again as his body was sent flying through the air as blood poured out of the cut. My protective vest was torn through, just like that. His eyes widened in realization and pain as he flew through the air. Gustav dashed forward and jumped up with speed as he arched his left arm backwards. Thoom. He leaped upwards with immense force and threw his fist up towards Dietrich's back. Bang! His fist slammed heavily into Dietrich's back, sending him flying upwards before he crashed into the protective dome. Bam! His body started free-falling again after he slammed into it, and Gustav once again jumped upwards before doing a 360-degree spin with his right leg stretched forward. Chapter 4:10. Bang! His foot slammed into Dietrich's jaw, catapulting him once again towards the far end of the dome. Pieces of teeth and blood flew out of his mouth as his body spun severally in mid-air before slamming head-on into the barrier. The crowd expressed looks of pity as they saw the state Dietrich's body was in after the crash. The sound of bones cracking was loud enough so they could understand the state of pain Dietrich was currently in. Once again, Gustav created an overbearing and majestic atmosphere. Dietrich was someone who lasted longer than a lot of special class cadets in the accumulation of Sarajevo, yet he was still beaten quite easily. Gustav turned around and started moving towards the far end of the battle ring. When he got there, he was about to step forward to leave the ring, but he noticed that the dome hadn't been lifted yet. He sighed and turned around to see Dietrich suddenly open his eyes from 1,000 feet away. Turns out he didn't pass out just yet, Gustav realized. At this time, the spectators also realized the same thing as they saw Dietrich struggling to stand to his feet. What's the point? Is he just looking to get beaten up again? Most of them had this thought in their minds. Dietrich quickly raised his hands and began to poke his body parts once again. God Eyes has been activated. I'm quite curious to see how the improvement in strength will be this time. This time Gustav didn't try to stop him. Instead, he watched with an observant look. That's a big jump, Gustav said internally with a slightly disturbed expression. He was reading Dietrich's energy level God Eyes and noticed that his internal energy numbers increased by 2. This time I opened gate 5. I'll stop here for today. I have to find out just how much of my strength he can handle, Dietrich said internally as he breathed in air with a look of determination. I wonder if he can keep going. But it will be better to end it this time. Gustav was curious, but he really didn't want to let his curiosity get the better of him. Both of them stared at each other from the far ends of the battle ring with looks of intensity before dashing forward with speed. Swahi. Swai. Right now, their speed was at the same level as they sped across the place. Gustav's head transformed into that of the serpentine mixed breed as he gathered purplish energy in his mouth area and shot it out. Dietrich conjured a swirling mass of air and also sent it forward. Boom. Both forces collided and cancelled each other out, blasting chunks of the ground of the battle ring into the air. However, this destruction did not hinder them in the slightest as they arrived before each other a few moments later. Swing. Swing. Gustav's palm and that of Dietrich's collided with intensity, causing both of them to arch backwards a little from the force of the collision. Gustav pushed himself forward again and threw out a fist. Swerve. Now Dietrich was fast enough to dodge his fist and also threw out his fist packed with a swirling mass of air gathering around it. Gustav moved slightly to the side and used the back of his left palm to slap on Dietrich's wrist, changing the trajectory of the punch before squatting slightly and throwing his fist upwards. Swii. Dietrich quickly shifted back a bit, causing Gustav's fist to miss him by a centimeter. However, the instant Gustav's fist missed, he pushed forward his elbow, which ended up slamming into Dietrich's nose. Bam! Dietrich moaned in pain, but as his back arched backwards due to the hit, he grabbed hold of Gustav's hand. Swahi. His arm was suddenly surrounded by a massive swirling pool of air which pulled him towards the side and slammed him into the ground. Gustav was taken by surprise with that attack and instantly enlarged his body before the swirling air could toss his body around again. Swahi. He kicked out instantly, causing his leg to slam into Dietrich's body. Phoom. Dietrich's body was once again sent flying through the air. However, unlike the last time, he didn't seem to have sustained any big injuries as he did a flip in mid-air and landed on his feet several hundred feet backwards. Gustav's deactivated size manipulation after getting rid of the swirling air. Still, now he had lost another 1,000 energy points. His strength is now very close to mine, without any other added activations, Gustav noted. They lunged at each other again, and once more, fierce blows were thrown. Bang! 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 Although Dietrich was holding on better than the previous times, Gustav would still occasionally land hits on him, so he sustained little injuries over time. Sprint has been activated. Gustav finally activated Sprint, increasing his speed by 2 times. Swoosh. Dietrich was unable to follow his attacks anymore at this point. Bang! Gustav landed a clean hit on his gut with his leg before dashing forward again. Swahi. His fist traveled in an upwards motion as he squatted slightly. Bam! More teeth were sent flying out of Dietrich's mouth along with blood as his body was catapulted upwards after Gustav's fist slammed heavily into his jaw. Gustav leaped upwards again and raised his leg high while in mid-air before slamming it down onto Dietrich's chest. Dietrich made an X sign with his arms trying to block the hit, however, the instant collision was made. KRHHYKKK. His arms were smashed apart as the kick slammed head onto his chest, sending him spiraling down as his chest caved in, and he coughed out blood. Bang! Dietrich once again slammed onto the ground of the battle ring. The instant his body bounced back up from the collision, Gustav landed on the ground. Everything around him slowed down as he stared at Dietrich's body ascending slowly from the cracked ground after colliding with it. His mouth was opened, and his eyes slightly widened as blood shot out of different places from his body. Combination has been activated, sprint plus dash. Chapter 4:11. Sprint plus dash. The instant he reached out and took a step forward, the place vibrated. He grabbed onto Dietrich's head and raised his body high before slamming it into the ground and dashing forward. Bang! KRHYYYHHA. The ground was being split open as Gustav ran across the place while burying Dietrich's head in the ground. He reached a part of the ring and leaped upwards. He arrived at over 500 feet in the air while still holding onto Dietrich's body. As he reached the limit in the air and started free falling, he held Dietrich's head and pointed it downwards as they fell. Bang! He brutally slammed his body into the ground, creating a 3 feet deep crater. Dust and debris scattered across the place, reducing the visuality of the environment around the battle ring. The spectators couldn't see through the dust and debris. They were curious since they couldn't hear any more sounds. After a few seconds, the dust covering everywhere began to reduce. They noticed a silhouette walking out of the dust-filled area, and as expected, it was Gustav. He was currently moving towards the other end of the battle ring. The dome covering the ring had been deactivated. When the dust cleared completely, everyone could see Dietrich's unconscious body buried at the bottom of the 3 feet deep craters. His body was covered in bloodstains, and his mouth was wide open with only a few visible teeth and many gaps left. Dietrich was actually very suave and handsome looking, but at the moment, no one was able to trace his current look to his initial look. He also happened to be quite popular among the cadets due to his high ranking and magnanimous behavior. They had expected that he would be defeated, but not in this particularly disgraceful manner. However, when they thought about it, they realized that every cadet Gustav had fought today was defeated in the most brutal and disgraceful manner. Gustav was the type that wouldn't stop until he was sure he had totally destroyed whatever was standing in his way. His determination to utterly crush his opponents made his battles brutal. Even after his attacks had caused a lot of damage, he would still continue until he was sure that whatever he was battling with would stay down, leaving it or them in a state of inability to battle. If this was a real-life scenario, everyone could tell that Dietrich and the others would be dead by now. Gustav arrived in his seat later on. He made use of atomic disintegration to remove the bloodstains on his hands and some parts of his body. Of course, the medical team had started treating Dietrich, who happened to have the most serious injuries among all the cadets Gustav had battled today. Because Gustav took a lot of time fighting Dietrich because other battles had already ended. Eldris also won his duel as expected and didn't take as much time as the others. Everyone that fought Eldris today realized that the power of their attacks reduced in his presence. None of them knew exactly what his bloodline ability was. Still, the reduction in power of their attacks was something they realized. He still didn't open his eyes when fighting anyone. His attacks were usually gentle and less brutal like that of Gustav. However, they always packed quite the punch. The last opponent he battled was laid out in 3 hits. Minutes later, Falco also had his last duel. As expected, his alter ego totally ended the battle in a short duration. Since this was literally the last bout and some cadets had already fought their last duel for the day, the event was slowly ending. However, Elevra still hadn't had her duel yet. Among all the other duels with the special class cadets, asides Gustav, Falco and Chad were also quite brutal to their opponents, soliciting fear in many of the normal cadets' minds. Chad didn't even activate his bloodline throughout the battles. He defeated his opponents quite easily. Right now, he had just left the battle ring after the last opponent failed to show up. Gustav was particularly focused on this turn because Angie was battling a tricky opponent. This normal cadet was able to turn any part of the ground into an explosive. Angie had been speeding all across the battle ring for a while now because wherever she stepped on was like a landmine and would instantly explode. So the moment she stopped running and stood in one spot, kaboom! The force of the explosion would blast her across the place. What made things even tougher was the fact that this particular cadet could also phase into the ground, so he was currently hiding underneath the ground of the battle ring, which made it harder for Angie to get to him. He could also change spots while being under the ground, so Angie wanted to be sure of the spot he was in, particularly before making her move. Boom! 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 3 more explosions occurred within the battle ring as Angie dashed in a zigzag manner across the place. Her fast silver-like figure dashed straight right out of the explosions unscathed. Swoohoosh! Even though the explosion was fast, it was only happening in slow motion in Angie's line of sight. The pattern of the explosion. Sometimes when I change locations from end to end, it takes time for them to start blasting again, Angie noticed and dashed towards the far west of the battle ring. She arrived at around 2,000 feet away from her location, and just as she had noted, the explosion didn't happen for the next 3.5 seconds before it started blasting out again. She would purposely slow down her speed and go faster again. All this was so she could confirm her theory. Whenever the explosions doesn't happen the instant I change locations leaving a distance of over 1,000 feet behind, it means he is within that vicinity and will be affected by the explosion, Angie thought as she dashed in a zigzag format across the place once again. Chapter 4:12. Her third horn suddenly grew from her head as her speed increased exponentially. Fuwumshi. Her speed was causing air splits across the place. Whitish energy gathered around her body in a circular format as she moved across the place. The cadets spectating had widened eyes as they noticed her speed and wondered what the whitish energy gathering around her was. As she arrived at the southeastern side of the ring where the edge was, she prepared herself to dash towards the far north side of the ring. Boom! 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 The explosions were still happening around her here. He should be somewhere around there right now, she assumed as she dashed forward with speed. Joom! Still carrying the circular mass of whitish energy surrounding her as she moved, Angie arrived at the far northern side of the ring. The instant she noticed the explosion delayed for 1 second, she released the whitish energy gathered around her figure. Thwee-wee-why! Shroom! It was like an epitome of destruction as the whitish energy spread across the place, destroying the entire vicinity around her. The grounds were split open and disintegrated as the whitish energy touched them. Kiare! There was a loud scream in the vicinity a moment later as the body of a person was sent flying outwards. The whitish energy covered the entirety of the battle ring before it disappeared. The body that flew outwards earlier had slammed into the barrier, and the person had fallen unconscious. Angie stood in place as she opened her eyes and looked around. Where she was currently standing was the only place in the entire battle ring that was still intact. It was practically like an extended pole at the moment since the rest of the vicinity had been leveled by over 7 feet. Everything around her had caved in. It has gotten more powerful. Even Angie was surprised at the strength of this move because, formerly, it wasn't this strong. The cadets in the vicinity had wide open mouths. Most of them had no idea that she could do this. They thought she was just a mixed blood with superspeed. The cadet she was battling with was laid out on the floor several thousand feet away, naked. His uniform, along with the protective vest he wore underneath, had been completely incinerated, and he was covered in injury and blood. The spectating cadets had open mouths as they stared at the destruction. How is she not top 10? One of them voiced out with a disbelieving look. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The whole place became quite noisy as the spectators spoke to each other. Angie, who had won her battle, still stood in place with widened eyes as she stared in the direction of the unconscious body. Her body trembled slightly as her sight turned a little blurry. She breathed in and out profusely before falling to her knees. Blurg. Angie started vomiting out the contents of her stomach. Gasp. What's wrong with her? Hey, is she sick or something? The cadets spectating wondered out loud as they noticed this. Gustav stood to his feet with a worried expression while staring at the platform area. Swoove. An officer dived into the battle ring to attend to her. In a few seconds, he brought her out of the ring with him. It still looked like she was in a dizzy state. The other cadet, too, was also taken off the battle ring and was attended to by the medical personnel. They still couldn't believe so much destruction could be caused by a first-year cadet. The ground started to mend themselves back as the orb floating above started displaying different images once again. Gustav sat down back once again. Hehe, looks like you still care. Ee laughed lightly and spoke the moment Gustav took his seat. What? Gustav exclaimed with a look of confusion. Didn't you say that you would no longer care about her? Ee responded with a cheeky smile. I don't, Gustav denied and closed his eyes before resting his back against the chair. Of course you don't, Ee kept laughing. Minutes went by, and finally, the last turn came. It was finally Elevra's time to duel. Since she had just one challenger, this was her first and last battle for today. The eyes of everyone spectating were focused on her as she walked down from the west area of the spectators' corner. It was as if the others who also had their turns now had turned invisible. Only she hogged the spotlight at the moment. She arrived in one of the battle rings after a few moments and waited for her challenger to arrive. In a few seconds, a cadet with spiky orange-colored hair walked into the stage. He had a kind of goofy vibe as he stared at Elevra with a smile. Don't go easy on me. I believe my rival is stronger than you are, he voiced out. Elevra raised one eyebrow up with a look of confusion as she heard that. Your rival? She questioned. Back in the spectators area, Gustav, Timmy, Ee, Angie, Matilda and Falco had surprised expressions on their faces as they noticed the opponent. Ria? They all voiced out with looks of disbelief. That idiot, Timmy's face palmed from his location while shaking his head with a look of pity. Out of everyone to challenge, he decided to go for her. What is he smoking? Ee voiced out loud. Elevra and Ria gazed at each other for a while before the go-ahead was given. Begin. Ria instantly lunged forward. F-woom. Brihihai briihai. The instant Ria stomped on the floor, it parted way and opened up. Pieces of the ground began to pull towards him and wrap around his body as he dashed forward. Just as he arrived in front of Elevra, his entire body had been covered by rocky hardness. Take this, he voiced out as he punched forward towards her. Elevra touched her head tie. No, that would be an overkill, she said to herself before smoothly swerving to the side to dodge Ria's first attack. Chapter 413. Elevra touched her head tie. No, that would be an overkill, she said to herself before smoothly swerving to the side to dodge Ria's first attack. Fwoom. The rock-like fist passed by Elevra's side as she moved away. Ria gritted his teeth as he retracted his fist and threw out another one as quickly as he could. Elevra slowly descended and shifted to the side, causing the fist to pass over her head. Swee-I. Swee. Swee. Elevra kept moving back and forth, left and right across the place, dodging every of Ria's attacks. Her movement was both fluid and fast. It was almost like she was dancing as she dodged with ease. Ria was starting to get frustrated after throwing fists and kicks for the last 2 minutes without managing to land one. He was getting even more frustrated at the fact that Elevra didn't even retort in any manner. Hiya! Ria screamed out as he suddenly stomped his feet on the ground again, causing the battle ring to tremble. Gruruuru. Fwee. 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 The ground surrounding Elevra's feet suddenly caved in, and her legs were instantly covered up by rocks and held in place. Swoosh. Ria suddenly dashed forward after Elevra's feet had been trapped by the solid ground. Fwoom. He leaped up and threw a flying kick towards her belly region. Way high. Elevra suddenly bent backwards with speed, causing her back to nearly touch the ground as she dodged Rhea's kick. Rhea's eyes widened slightly as he leaped over her and landed on the ground behind her after missing. He suddenly turned around with speed, swinging out his leg towards her body that was still bent backwards. Elevra straightened herself like a pole at that moment with speed. Once again, Rhea missed and threw out a fist towards Elevra again in compensation. Even while being trapped by the ground, she twisted to the side, dodging his fists once again. The cadets spectating had shocked looks on their faces. Even after trapping her, Rhea could not land a hit. He threw fists at her several times, but her flexibility allowed her to dodge in ways that seemed impossible. Rhea descended at that moment and swung out his rocky leg towards hers. It was at this moment that Elevra pulled her left leg forcefully from the rocky entrapment on the ground. Grihi. As Rhea's massive right leg swept forward, Elevra's left leg had already been raised up. The instant it swept underneath her raised left leg, Elevra suddenly brought her leg down with force. Bam! A loud sound reverberated across the place as Elevra's left foot stomped on Rhea's right leg forcefully, holding it in place. Rhea groaned as he felt the pain from his legs even though they were covered by rocks. The instant she stomped on his leg, Rhea's body was trapped in place on the ground, and Elevra proceeded to pull out her second leg from the entrapment before swinging it forward with speed. Bang! Her right leg crashed into Rhea's chest, sending him flying into the distance. The rocks around that part of his body crumbled to pieces as he flew across the air, spitting out blood. Rhea slammed into the barrier on the other side and fell to the ground afterwards. The crowd was not surprised at the current outcome, but they were still wowed by her strength. Rhea's line of sight turned blurry as he raised his head up and stared at Elevra's moving figure in the distance. "Stand down. Don't embarrass yourself any further," she said with a kind but dominant voice as she walked forward. "Chenji." Rhea groaned and spat out blood to the side before pushing himself up. He cleaned his mouth and nose of the blood leaking out. "Who do you think you are to tell me that?" "Secluded princess," Rhea voiced out after standing up with an angry smile. Elevra's facial expression changed slightly as she heard that. "Don't call me that," she voiced out. "I will call you whatever the hell I damn want," Rhea said before stomping his feet on the ground again to reinforce his rocky suit. Rhea swiped his arms forward, causing the ground on both sides of Elevra to suddenly pull out and form walls. "Pa." He slapped his palms together, causing the walls to close up with force, with Elevra within. Rhea smiled after the successful sneak attack, but in the next second, his smile froze. Bang! Both walls were suddenly smashed apart as Elevra appeared from within the dust created unscathed. "You'll have to do better than that to cause me harm," she said provocatively as she kept walking forward. Rhea gritted his teeth and dashed forward while stretching out his right hand. "CRYHKK. CRYHKK." The ground below once again began to crack open, and rock fragments floated into the air as if being pulled by something. Bam! 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 The rocks slammed into each other and merged, forming a gigantic boulder full of cracks that kept increasing in size as Rhea dashed forward. The rock's fragments and broken parts of the battle ring were still being pulled upwards. In a matter of a few seconds, it had become as massive as a building. Rhea suddenly leaped up with speed and spun in the air before landing a very heavy kick on the massive building-like boulder. Bang! The massive boulder traveled forward with intense speed and velocity towards Elevra, who was a few thousand feet ahead. Fuiwai. As Rhea landed on the ground, he squatted slightly and put both his arms on his right. His face squeezed up with intensity as he pushed his hands forward with force. The rock suddenly transformed into black color as its speed suddenly multiplied by 2. The entire vicinity turned hot the instant this happened. Elevra was surprised at the sudden acceleration of the rock, which was only about 50 feet away, when it transformed, and its speed suddenly doubled. It arrived in front of her in an instant, causing the temperature of her vicinity to increase with intensity as her uniform started peeling off. Chapter 4:14. Elevra's arms suddenly emitted a mysterious purplish glow as she pushed her palms forward. Bang! Rhea smiled as he imagined the rock crashing into her from his point of view, since it kept moving forward with speed even after arriving before her. Meanwhile, Elevra was currently sliding back as her legs dug into the ground, causing a line of cracks to appear due to the immense force of the rock, which was still pushing her backwards. Elevra, seeing that this wasn't working, raised her right leg up as she slid back and stomped it on the ground with force. Bang! Her leg broke apart that part of the battle ring, digging 3 feet into the ground as she clenched tightly into the hot building-sized boulder. She firmly stood her ground and raised the boulder up above her head, preventing it from going further forward. Rhea's eyes widened as he stared at Elevra up ahead, lifting the massive building-like boulder he created. He was filled with frustration as he raised his hand and made a falling gesture. Elevra suddenly felt the weight of the rock multiply by 2, pressing down on her immensely. Her legs buckled a bit as she was surprised by the sudden weight increase. Greyhigh. The battle ring was being leveled due to this, causing cracks to spread all over the place from her position as her legs began to sink into the ground since it was giving way. The cadets witnessing the battle realized that Rhea was also quite strong since he could manipulate rocks however he felt. To everyone's surprise, Elevra raised her right foot and put it forward before raising her left and putting it in front of her right. She walked out of the ditch, still carrying the massive building-like boulder. However, due to the weight of the rock, which was still increasing by the second, her legs once again sank into the ground as they gave way. Rhea stomped his feet on the ground once more, causing the ground to wrap and tighten around Elevra's legs. Elevra was once again trapped with the massive load she was also carrying. This time, I will land a hit, Rhea voiced out with a tone of determination before dashing forward. Swoohoosh. Elevra stared at his frame as he made a beeline towards her. Rhea had his right arm arched back to the limit as he prepared to land a heavy hit on Elevra. The instant he arrived in front of her, he swung out his fist fiercely. However, at the same moment, Elevra also started bringing down the heavy building-like boulder she was lifting with force. The boulder descended with heavy pressure upon Rhea as he swung out his fist. It was so unexpected, and the speed at which it descended was also unprecedented. Bang! A massive sound of collision rang out as the entire battle ring was suddenly covered in debris and dust. The cadets witnessing the battle could feel the tremors from their sitting position, which shocked them immensely. They couldn't imagine just how much force Elevra used in dropping the massive boulder that would cause them to feel the tremor from their sitting position. As the dust cleared up, everyone could see pieces of rock fragments scattered all across the place. Rhea and Elevra were standing about 100 feet away from each other. They gazed at each other with weird expressions. Rhea had parts of his rocky armor broken apart again, and blood could be seen dripping down exposed parts of his body. He was fortunate that his bloodline ability lay in the manipulation of rocks. If this wasn't the case, he would have been way more injured than his current state. He realized just how much of a monster Elevra was pulling that off. She used such a massive and heavy structure as an attack source, yet her attack was still faster than his fist. Just give it up, she said as she pulled her legs out of the ground entrapments once again and started walking forward. Don't tell me what to do, Rhea shouted out and dashed forward with an angry look once again. Elevra shook her head with a look of pity as her right arm emitted the purplish glow again. Rhea arrived in front of her as he transferred all the rocks on his body to his fist area, causing it to increase in size immensely. Sway! He swung it forward with force. Elevra arched her arm back gracefully after sliding to the side and squatted slightly. Rhea's fist glided over her right shoulder as she swung her palm forward. Boom! It sounded like an explosive went off as Elevra's palm slammed heavily into the middle of Rhea's chest. A chain effect was created, as his sternum fractured instantly and cracks spread from that part of his chest to his ribs area, and then other internal organs around that part of his body were also affected. His back caved out as he spat out a jet of blood while the force shot him straight into the air. Fooshusha. Bang! Rhea slammed into the dome on the other side, and to everyone's surprise, his body broke through it. The people on the west side of the arena quickly shifted away as they noticed his body flying in their direction. Bang! He slammed into the seating area, causing a cloud of dust to spread across the surroundings and destroying a bunch of chairs in the process. Chatter! 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 Chatter. The entire place erupted in chaos after witnessing this incident. Elevra stood in the battle ring and stared at the direction in which Rhea's body was sent flying. She shrugged her shoulders and proceeded to walk out of the ring while dusting her uniform. The medical team quickly swooped into action and went to attend to Rhea. Timi shook his head from his seating position. That idiot. Just what did he aim to achieve with this? He muttered underneath his breath with a look of disappointment. Well, this was pretty much expected, EE voiced out besides Gustav. Yeah. Why did he do that though? Falco wondered out loud. Maybe he was looking to prove himself, Eldris said with a low and mysterious tone. They stared at him with a slightly confused look, but before they could say anything else, Gustav spoke. She is stronger than I am. Chapter 4:15. They stared at him with a slightly confused look, but before they could say anything else, Gustav spoke. She is stronger than I am, eh? EE and Falco turned to stare at Gustav as they heard him say that with looks of surprise. But the probability of her defeating me is 50-50. Gustav added. I can't really predict how things will end up eventually, Gustav explained. They realized that Gustav was talking about the physical aspect with this little explanation of his. That attack of hers. She barely used 60% of her original arm force. Gustav had been watching the battle between her and Rhea with god eyes so he could practically see how the energy within their bodies circulated. Eldris wasn't surprised to hear this since he knew firsthand just how monstrous Elevra's strength was. She was the first special class cadet to reach the Gilbert rank, and it had only been a month since they arrived here, and she was way more powerful than a normal first or second step Gilbert ranked mixed blood would be. Gustav was interested in sparring with Elevra one of these days. He felt like he might have truly found a peer on his level besides EE, Falco, and Eldris. Although he decided he wouldn't be the one to initiate it since right now, he had more important things to worry about. Endrik was back. He had to secretly train Vera on the usage of her original ability and was still in the process of doing research about her origins. He found out that her cousins, Damon and Grim, were true mixed bloods, which had him wondering why she was the odd one out in the family. Also, Angie was practically going through some kind of internal issue at the moment after inflicting more damage than intended on her opponent. This is the first time she attacked without holding out. She didn't kill, but she already can't bear the feeling that comes with inflicting such damage on a person. This might be tougher than I thought, but this is a good start, Gustav said internally with a contemplative look. In a few more minutes, the special class duel ended. It was a really crazy experience because many of the cadets didn't expect most of the scenarios they had witnessed here today. One normal cadet had managed to become a special class cadet today, and another one had managed to bring their battle to a tie. At the moment, Glade and Havrana had been treated. They were still out of energy, but their injuries had been treated. Officer Cole walked up to the platform to address the crowd of cadets. He mentioned that Timi would now take the spot of the special class cadet he defeated and also mentioned the new update of the first-year rankings. Top 400 first years, 1. Elevra 2 Keese plus 10,000 points 2. Eldris Golding plus 8,000 points 3. Gustav Crimson plus 8,000 points 4. Chad Baruku plus 7,900 points 5. Chutlu Evans plus 7,800 points 6. EE Emmanuel plus 7,500.7. Falco. The list continued like that, displaying those who had moved up the rankings and those that had gone below. Chad had a squeezed-up face as he stared at his rank. TCH, faulty AI calculation, he said with a look of displeasure. Chad was not happy with this and made a decision in his mind as he stared in the direction of Gustav's seating position. Hell yeah. Guess who's number 6 now? Woo. EE stood up with a look of joy as he shouted out. Silence tilde everyone turned in their direction to stare at them. EE, who was about to say something else, had his mouth wide open as he noticed the stares. He slowly sat down with a wry smile. Carry on, he said with a slight look of embarrassment. Falco facepalmed before bursting into snickers with Eldris. Gustav couldn't maintain his poker face after seeing EE's embarrassed expression. He also laughed lightly. The crowd soon went back to focusing on Officer Cole's speech. Damn, I almost shit my pants. What's with those stares? EE said with a light laugh. Maybe try keeping your excitement inside next time, Gustav said while shaking his head with a wry smile. Now y'all are just too uptight, EE replied before turning to look up at the rankings again. Mama, just watch. Imma make you proud, he said internally with a smile. Now for the tie between Glade and Havrana. The leading board has decided to make Havrana a special class cadet, Officer Cole suddenly announced after he finished speaking on the ranking board. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The whole place turned loud as they heard that. That means Glade is no longer a special class. Oh well, a decision had to be made. I think they were both spectacular. From her sitting position, Angie had a worried look after hearing that. Glade had not returned to her sitting position, which was besides Angie due to the treatment they were undergoing. However, Angie had tried going over to the medical rooms underneath the arena, but Glade had instructed that no one should be allowed in. It would seem she wasn't interested in seeing anyone right now. Havrana is now a special class cadet, Officer Cole voiced out. However, Glade is also still a special class cadet. They have been placed on probation. They will both face each other again next month and whoever wins, keeps their special class title, Officer Cole announced. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The whole place turned noisy again after the cadets heard that. They hadn't been expecting this, but now they were looking forward to both girls' rematch next month. It looked like the MBO was really pitting cadets against cadets, which encouraged and created a lot of competition among themselves. Gustav could understand why the MBO would favor competition against one another here. After all, competition pushes people to want to do better and get better. Chapter 416. In this way, every cadet will want to improve themselves since they don't want to get left behind by their peers, which would, in turn, allow everyone to improve together. It was understandable why the MBO had the most powerful force on the planet. After a few more announcements, the cadets were allowed to leave the battle arena to their residential locations. Glade later came out of her medical room. However, it was obvious that she was in a very bad mood. Don't worry, you'll get her next time, Angie and Matilda comforted her. Glade really hated losing. As they left, they bumped into Havrana, who still had a happy and playful smile while moving towards the special class cadets' residence. Hee, Greenie, prepare yourself very well for next month. I won't be so nice next time, she said while passing by their sides. Glade gritted her teeth as her green veins popped out of her skin. Well see, she responded with a venomous glare. Rhea, on the other hand, was still wrapped in bandages and kept within one of the medical wards. Hey, so no one came to see me. How rude of them, he shouted out to the lady in white uniform by the side. Maybe if you weren't so much of a loud mouth, they'd do that, she said while administering his medicine and moving out of the ward. TCH, I will win next time, he voiced out. Gustav and the others moved towards their residential areas after the special class duel ended. It had lasted for over 6 hours, and presently it was evening time. Their group was practically a fearsome one as everyone gave way for them while they moved across the place. Most of them had jittery looks when they stared at Gustav especially. He may have been ranked below number 2, but not only did he get the same number of added points with Eldris, but his battles were also the most brutal ones they had witnessed today. Gustav, Eldris, EE and Falco, it was practically a group of powerhouses moving together. In a few more minutes, they arrived at their residence, and everyone quickly moved towards Gustav's room. They happened to bump into Endrik, who was coming from the other end of the hallway. Guess who's your new neighbor? Endrik said with a cocky smile as he walked past them. He suddenly stopped and slightly turned his head to the side. I hope you're ready. This time no restraints or disturbances, Endrik voiced out before he kept moving. Get your head outta your ass, kid. Why are you speaking to your big bro like that? EE voiced out with an annoyed look. Huh? Who's this black bozo? Was I speaking to you? Endrik retorted while turning around to stare at EE with a provocative expression. Yo, looks like this kid ain't got no. Before EE could complete his retort, Gustav interrupted. Don't bother. I'll handle it myself, Gustav said as he turned around and walked towards Endrik. Looks like you didn't learn nothing, kid, Gustav said while staring into Endrik's eyes intensely. Pa. Gustav suddenly placed his hand on Endrik's right shoulder. It looked normal, but it was actually a hard slap that nearly popped Endrik's shoulder out of its socket, causing him to tremble slightly. All right then, the next time will be the last time, Gustav said before taking his hand off Endrik's shoulder and turning around. We shall see about that, Endrik said with gritted teeth before turning around. Why the hell is he acting like that? Asked with a disappointed look. Long story. Also don't call him my brother anymore, Gustav said before walking forward. Was confused with the way things were and started asking, but Gustav didn't say anything because he was actually speaking with the system in his mind. Did you sense that? Gustav asked. I did. Something's up with him. This encounter is not nearly enough to figure things out. I'll scan him more when you make contact with him next time, the system responded. Why are you all following me? Gustav asked as he arrived in front of his room door and turned around to stare at Eldris, and Falco. I'm hungry, said with a famished look while rubbing his belly. Me too, Eldris and Falco voiced out one after the other. Well, go cook something in your damn apartments for goodness sake, Gustav said while pushing his door open. Before he could close his door, all three of them dashed in. Swoosh, 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 bang. It turned out he had just banged the door for nothing. Gustav turned around to stare at the three of them in his living room. Falco's alter ego had taken over at this moment. Go prepare something nice for me in the kitchen, you lowly weakling, he voiced out. You four are hopeless, Gustav said while shaking his head. Within a small dark room, a spherical projection displaying the image of a person floated in the middle, making the darkroom a little less dim. According to your report, they both lasted more than 3 hours, the person in the image asked. Yes, sire. This is the first time any cadet had managed to break the 3 hours record the young miss set years back. And this time it's two of them, within the dark enclosed room, the silhouette standing in front of the projection responded. Amazing. These two, you have to keep your eyes on them. Especially the boy. Not only is he connected to her but according to Mag, has also trying to hide the full extent of his capabilities. The person in the projection spoke once again with a mysterious but intrigued and slightly excited tone. Yes, I will make sure to keep observing him. The green asset has also been doing her own fair share of the observation work. She has given me a lot of exclusive info about him, the silhouette responded. Good. She will do well to continue her task or she will be stripped of her status, the person in the projection said with a condescending tone. Now don't forget to send me the medical results after they have undergone the bloodline strengthening session, the person within the projection added before disappearing. Yes, sire, the silhouette bowed slightly as he spoke before turning around to leave the darkroom. Chapter 417. Yes, sire, the silhouette bowed slightly as he spoke before turning around to leave the darkroom. Just like that, a few days went by. The hype and constant discussions about the cadet challenge battles were not dying down anytime soon. It remained a widely discussed event all over the MBO camp. It was even discussed amongst the seniors who were in attendance. Even though the second years were stronger and could perform better presently, they were still astonished by the strength of the first years. They could recall that they weren't as powerful back then. During these past few days, the cadets had continued their morning routine with their bloodlines sealed. They had thought the morning routine would change or stop, but they had thought wrong. Officer Bryant explained to them that if they wanted improvement on the expansion of their bloodline channel points, it was necessary to maintain the routine for at least a year or more. The special class cadets had been informed that they would be undergoing bloodline strengthening by Friday, which was only 2 days away. On this particular day, the weather was very cold. The first years had woken up for their morning routine, but then the rain started to pour. Tra, 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 tra. Crystalline-looking droplets of waters fell from the sky, repeatedly showering the residential areas, roads, and practically every area of the MBO camp, causing the fog to spread across the place. It was still some minutes past 5 am, so obviously, the skies were dark. However, the coldness of the environment, along with the slightly heavy rain, had the cadets wondering if the morning routine was still gonna hold. To their disappointment, the alarm still rang out by 30 minutes past 5 am. They rushed towards the starting point the instant they heard it underneath the pouring rain. Gustav and the others made use of ES vortexes to arrive there promptly. A massive circular structure with flat surfaces was floating above the starting point. Officer Bryant, along with his 2 assistant instructors, were waiting for their arrival. A lot of cadets were there already waiting. The rain was unable to touch them underneath this massive circular structure. For unknown reasons, even the winds couldn't infiltrate this vicinity. Regardless of the cold, the cadets were unaffected since they were all-powerful, but they couldn't imagine how bad it was gonna be when their bloodlines got sealed. "Well, you guys didn't think the drill wasn't gonna continue, did you?" Officer Bryant voiced out with a burst of light laughter. Some of the cadets' faces paled slightly after hearing that. "The weather is gonna make it even more fun. Let's see how long y'all are gonna take," he said before dashing forward. Pa, 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 pa. Slaps rang out as Officer Bryant went about the place, putting seals on the cadets once again. The instant they lost their bloodlines, everyone felt the cold seep into their bodies due to the weather. "Dash damn, I didn't know it was gonna be this bad. Dash oh my, we're supposed to scale through those landscapes in this state. Dash this is impossible." The voices of the cadets complaining in the background could be heard. "Haha, now we'll be here waiting. Good luck to y'all," Officer Bryant said with a loud and dismissive tone. The timer began again, counting down from 3 hours. Even though most of the cadets were reluctant, they had no choice but to obey. Ta, 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 ta. The sounds of footsteps stomping all over the wet and muddy grounds reverberated across the place as the cadets ran towards the direction of the forest. The wind blew fiercely from time to time, making some cadets shiver subconsciously as they ran. In a few seconds, some of them had been soaked by the rain from head to toe. They were struggling to see up ahead due to the reduced visuality from the excess fog covering the environment. Gustav dashed across the forest of dense trees along with everyone else. This wasn't a race of speed now. To him, it was more of a race of endurance. Gustav made sure to observe his surroundings with utmost caution as he darted across the forest. Occasionally cadets would collide with trees since they couldn't see the environment properly. Also, a lot of cadets were falling into traps due to the distorted view of the environment. Swoov. Gustav quickly squatted as he noticed something in the distance. A body came flying through the air, passing over him before slamming into the trunk of a tree. Gustav moved a few feet towards the side as he continued to run forward. More and more cadets gained injuries as they fell to different kinds of traps that they would have been able to avoid on a normal day. Gustav, at this point, had his hair falling as it stuck to his face and ran down his neck due to being wet. His uniform stuck to his body, and water kept running down his face. Misty-colored air oozed out of his nose as he ran forward. A few minutes later, he arrived in front of the mountain area and started to climb along with many others. There was not much gap between cadets in front this time. However, there were still hundreds of cadets behind in the forest area trying to find their way here. Most of them were even going in the wrong direction without realizing. In about 20 minutes more, cadets that had climbed started to experience difficulties in holding onto the pieces of rocks piercing out of the rocky mountain. The rain had made them slippery, and now that their grip strength had reduced, they could barely hold on tightly to it. It's just a matter of time before someone. Before Gustav could complete his thought process, a scream was heard below. Someone's fingers slipped when they grabbed onto a piece of rock above them to climb higher. Luckily for them, it was only about 20 feet above ground level. Gustav shook his head as he continued climbing upwards after a short break. He predicted that only about half of the cadets would be able to scale this mountain today. Chapter 4:18. Gustav focused on climbing and observed his environment carefully. His body had improved since he started this daily routine for the last month. Even with all bloodlines and stats sealed, his regular body was stronger than normal, so he had been finishing the morning routine in about 2 hours like the rest of the special class cadets. However, this time he couldn't tell if he would be able to get there in 3 hours. He scaled over 300 feet in about 30 more minutes and had finally reached halfway across the mountain. The rain was still pouring crazily, and one of the cadets almost got struck by a lightning bolt a few minutes earlier. However, even though the lightning bolt missed the cadet by a few centimeters, the sloppy area it slammed into crumbled into fragments and affected an area of around 30 feet, causing rocks to roll down. The cadet fell along with the rocks that pulled out of the mountain and slammed into several cadets climbing downwards. Some cadets also got slammed by the rolling rocks and instantly passed out due to the heavy force. Fortunately, the flying mechanical drones with arms saved those who were spiraling downwards due to the rocks that slammed into them. They were swooped away from underneath the rocks before they fell to the ground and got crushed by some bigger ones. At this point, many more cadets had fallen to traps, and others had slipped while climbing due to the weather. Gustav looked up once again before he resumed climbing. Only about 50 feet higher was the limit of his visuality. Beyond that, he couldn't see anything else, and even before that, the visuality of the environment wasn't so sharp. He could only see one person towards his northwest at this point also climbing up. This person was also a special class, and just like Gustav, he was resting. Gustav continued to climb and moved to the side whenever he observed any weird area. Gustav grabbed onto another piece of pointed rock as he arrived at the 700 feet mark. Only about 15 special class cadets had managed to make it this far. Gustav pulled himself up again, and suddenly the rocky part pulled out. Gustav was surprised as the rock pulled out, but he was lucky to still have his other hand on a firm part of the mountain. He dipped his hand into the hole formed from the rock that slipped out and pulled himself up. Gustav felt a little touch of a breeze on his fingertips as his hand dipped into the hole. He pulled his arm back and raised his head to stare at the hole, which was the same size as the rock that got pulled out. It was pretty dark as it should be, but Gustav could see a little fingernail-sized opening at the bottom of the hole. Gustav put his hand back in the hole and waited for a few seconds. He felt the small touch of breeze again. Should I? Gustav thought of something then discarded it. He pulled himself upwards once again and pulled out his hand to place it on another piece of rock before placing his right kneecap in the hole. As he lifted himself up again, GRHHKKKK, JJRRKKYY8, crun. More rocks pulled out of that particular mountainside and started rolling down. Gustav quickly pushed himself upwards more so as not to be affected. He leaned his back against the slightly sloppy mountain and turned to look down. The rocks kept rolling down, and in a few seconds, he could hear the sounds of screams underneath after they disappeared into the fog below. Oh, looks like some unlucky ones are following my trail. Gustav shook his head in pity. In a few more seconds, the rocks had stopped pulling out. Gustav's eyes squinted as he stared at the door-sized hole that had been created within the mountain after those rocks pulled out. What's up with that? Gustav wondered as he gently descended to the position of the hole. Gustav's eyes widened as he spotted an entrance to the interior of the mountain. It was really a dark and deep hole, but Gustav could see a small orange dot in the distance even though it was barely glowing. Gustav felt he should continue climbing, but he was also curious to see where this passageway would lead to. He slowly moved into the hole and squatted a little as he started moving forward. There was no one in the vicinity, so no one had witnessed this incident, and it was mostly due to low visuality. As Gustav moved forward, he noticed that the orange glow was getting brighter and brighter. After a few more 20 steps, he arrived in front of a square-shaped opening where the orange glow seemed to be shining through. Gustav moved closer and looked through the hole. What in the world? Why are there stairs? Gustav wondered with a low tone as he noticed the stairs on the other side. The square-shaped opening was too small for him to fit through, so Gustav stepped back 9 paces. Swee! He suddenly charged forward and pushed forth his right leg. Bam! His foot slammed heavily into a side of the wall close to the opening. A part of the wall broke apart and fell in, but it still wasn't wide enough. Gustav had to step back and charge forth several times while kicking the wall for it to get wide enough. Archie. Some more parts of the wall fell in after the 10th charge, and Gustav finally had enough space to fit in. He slightly lowered his body and pushed himself into the hole. Upon arriving on the other side, Gustav found himself on a 50 feet wide stairway that went as high as the eyes could see. On the walls ahead and below, small orange-colored crystals could be seen protruding out of different areas. Each of these crystals had a small light glow that brightened up the dark stairway. Gustav now understood where the orange glow was coming from. What is this? Gustav wondered as he looked around. Could it be that this stairway leads to the top of the mountain? Chapter 4:19. Could it be that this stairway leads to the top of the mountain? Gustav wondered as he kept observing his surroundings. The stairway was erected in a curved format as it extended upwards. If Gustav had his bloodlines and stats unsealed at the moment, he would have tried dashing down and up across the stairs just to check it out. However, at the moment, he decided to listen to his instincts and started climbing upwards. Since this was a stairway, it was way easier than having to pull himself up, making use of his fingers and the muscles in his arms and legs. Gustav had no trouble with visibility as he climbed upwards. Those orange crystals were also embedded into the ceiling area of the stairway. Why would such a place even exist? Gustav wondered as he kept climbing up. In the next 15 minutes, Gustav had climbed up to 300 steps without taking a pause. Since there was no fog within this place, he could already see where the stairway led hundreds of feet away. He was closing in on the top of the stairs, and he could see that there were no openings of sorts that led to outside the place. Even after squinting his eyes and looking around several times from his current position, he still couldn't see anything like that. Gustav decided to get to the end of the stairway to get a closer look before jumping to conclusions. After about 3 minutes, he finally arrived at the end of the stairs, where a slightly wide podium could be seen. He climbed to the top of the rectangular-looking podium where the rooftop was only 9 feet away. There were even more orange glowing crystals embedded into more parts of the wall over here, but Gustav hadn't tried taking any of them for 2 reasons. The first is that he couldn't sense any FPRM of energy from them due to having his powers sealed. Second was the fact that he didn't know if he would trigger something by pulling any of them out of the walls. He had decided that after the morning routine, he would come back here to properly investigate. Gustav looked around him, trying to find an opening, even touching some parts of the wall. Still, he couldn't find anything even after checking for 5 minutes. On the outside, the cadets were still climbing the mountain, and no one had managed to reach the peak yet. The closest to reaching the peak was still about 150 to 200 feet away. The more time Gustav spent looking for a way out, the others slowly caught up even though he was currently ahead of them. On the bright side, he didn't have to suffer the harsh weather like they did, but if he didn't find a way out, all this would have been for nothing. Gustav, remembering that he was probably way ahead of everyone at the moment, decided to sit down in the meantime and wait for a while. He didn't want to arouse any suspicions when he finally came out, so he decided he was going to hold on for the next 20 minutes, which was the timing he was sure that Elevra would be close to the peak. On the outside of the stairway area, lots of cadets that were climbing on the same trail as Gustav earlier had changed directions. Especially after seeing those who were hit by the falling rocks. Those who were fortunate shifted towards the side and climbed on the far ends of that path. The side of the rocky mountain that everyone was climbing was thousands of feet wide, so the cadets could spread themselves out as much as they wanted to. Due to this development, those who had gone higher than the point Gustav found the hidden passageway didn't notice the hole. The fog reducing everyone's visuals made it even more impossible for them to notice the dark hole after distancing themselves from that trail. Just as Gustav had predicted, many of the cadets had become incapacitated and unable to continue this morning routine after close to half of them fell while climbing the mountain and sustained heavy injuries. Most special class were only a few hundred feet from reaching the top at this moment. Everyone was soaking wet with both raindrops and their sweats which had mixed together. After 20 minutes more had gone by, Gustav finally stood up. He literally had a timer in his brain. Even though his stats were locked, his normal intelligence was still quite high, so knowing how much time had gone by was easy for him if he truly wanted to pay attention to that. Gustav had been looking around for 20 minutes. Although he couldn't find any passageway, still, he already noticed something off. The same orange crystals he decided not to touch had grabbed his attention now. Every one of them had a certain proportion to them, and all glowed. He had studied the brightness of their glow based on each of their sizes and noticed that one was off. Every smaller-sized orange crystal glowed brighter than the bigger-sized ones except for a particular one. This one close to the ground on the east side was smaller but dimmer than the others of the same size. The crystals were always in a kind of group protruding from the wall. He had never seen any group lumped together that was below 6 in number, but this particular one only had 3. Gustav moved over, hoping his intuition was right, and grabbed hold of it after squatting. He waited for a reaction of some kind, but nothing happened. Gustav gently shook one of the crystal like he was trying to pull it out from the wall when it suddenly descended down like a lever. KRYHCC. The place vibrated intensely, causing Gustav to nearly lose his balance. TSS. The ceiling area above suddenly separated like a door. GGBBM. A massive opening that led to the top of the mountain appeared above Gustav. Chapter 420. The raindrops started to fall in after the opening was revealed, causing Gustav to shut one eye as it dropped onto his face. Here goes nothing, Gustav said internally as he jumped up and grabbed onto the ledge before pulling himself upwards. As he arrived at the top of the mountain, the opening closed up, causing the vicinity to vibrate a little. Gustav's body, that was initially almost dry after being within the mountain for nearly an hour, became wet again. The dark clouds greeted him with silver-colored roots-like lines running through them from time to time. Pitter, 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 pitter. The raindrops drummed mercilessly on the surface of the mountain top, causing some slightly caved-in places to be filled with murky water. Gustav only stood there for a few seconds before he heard the sound of footsteps towards the far east side of the vicinity. He turned to the side, and the person also did the same. Even though they were around 50 feet away from themselves, they instantly recognized each other. Elevra, Gustav, both muttered lightly under their breath. Just as I calculated. Others shouldn't be too far off right now, Gustav said internally. Did he get here before me? Elevra wondered. She had no idea since the visibility of the environment was bad. She couldn't know if anyone was close to her or not. She was still a bit surprised that he would get here this fast, though. She wanted to rest a little after arriving, but seeing Gustav here, her passion was ignited once again. She breathed in and out profusely, causing her massive busts to raise and occasionally lower with her uniform sticking to her body. Both of them stared at each other for a few seconds before Elevra started moving forward once again. Elevra had expected Gustav to also start moving just as she did, but he was still standing there staring in her direction. Why is he not moving? She wondered. To her surprise, Gustav moved to the side and sat on a slightly large rock that protruded from the ground. What is this? Is he resting? She asked herself as she paused in front. Gustav noticed her hesitation as she turned to stare at him from a distance. I'm giving you an head start, go, Gustav voiced out with a smile. Elevra's forehead creased slightly as she heard that. Not needed, she said while returning the smile and moved towards the side to also sit down on a piece of large rock. Huh! Gustav exclaimed with a light tone. You really should take the head start though. I can overtake you at any time, Gustav voiced out again. Although they were around 50 feet away from each other, his voice echoed across the place, so she was able to hear him clearly. Oh, there's no need. I'm ready whenever you are, Elevra responded. She's quite hard-headed. I have no ounce of tiredness in me right now, so it'll practically be cheating if I competed with her right now. This was Gustav's thought process. He knew that even though Elevra was very strong, there was no way she wasn't fatigued from climbing the mountain, which was why he decided to wait for her to go further before following along. They were both interested in seeing who would be first to get to the finish line due to this unique circumstance, but Gustav felt it wouldn't be fair. This was how they sat for the next 5 minutes without exchanging more words or making a move. Elevra didn't budge the whole time as she kept her sight on Gustav's position. Gustav also didn't stand up in the meantime, giving her the opportunity to rest unbeknownst to her. Another 3 minutes passed, and finally, another person arrived on the mountain top. "Oh Gustav, you're already here?" Even Eldris was quite surprised because Gustav didn't pick up the pace during morning routines until they were on the last course. "Don't worry about me, just keep going," Gustav replied with a dismissive expression. Eldris nodded slightly and kept moving forward. Gustav could tell that Chad and E had probably arrived at the top too. They just probably arrived on the far end where he couldn't see because of the reduced visuality. Gustav still decided to wait for about 5 minutes more. About 3 more special classes passed the middle of Elevra and Gustav's position with confused looks as they noticed them both. They went on their way since they didn't know what was going on. "She's really hard-headed. She doesn't seem to care about the others passing her," Gustav said internally before standing to his feet. The instant he stood up, so did Elevra. Tra, 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 tra. Their footsteps reverberated across the place as they started running towards the edge. Gustav adopted a moderate speed, moving neither too fast nor slow so as to avoid slipping and falling. He slowly began to pick up the pace as they moved further ahead to a less slippery area. He and Elevra slowly began to overtake some of the cadets that had surpassed them earlier and arrived at the edge in a few more minutes. The ropes tied to the small poles sticking out of the ground could be seen leading straight into the fog up ahead. This particular area was always foggy, but this time it was way worse. It was as if the rain had decided not to stop pouring today. It was currently 7 am, but it still looked like it was midnight. Gustav and Elevra quickly picked the ropes that they saw stable and started walking on them. They didn't go for the dangling ones because they could tell that someone was already walking on those. Gustav started walking steadily across the line with his arms slightly spread apart. Elevra, on the other hand, was walking almost twice as fast as he was. Although Gustav had improved his balancing, Elevra was just on another level when it came to things like this. In a few minutes, Gustav had crossed 50 feet on the line and from the position of the mountain peak, he had disappeared into the fog. However, the rope was still dangling slightly due to his movement. Tra. Tra. Another cadet arrived at the peak and instantly moved towards the position of the rope Gustav was walking on. A smile appeared on his face as he squatted and brought out a small laser knife while reaching out for the rope. Chapter 421. A smile appeared on his face as he squatted and brought out a small laser knife while reaching out for the rope. He looked around him carefully and noticed that the few cadets present here didn't even notice him. He held onto the rope with his left hand and took a swipe at it with the laser knife in his right. Sleesh. The rope only had a small cut even when he used a lot of force. As expected of the MBO, the ropes are strong enough, but I bet they never expected that anyone would try to cut it, the person said internally before taking another swing at it. Sleesh. 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 The person had to swing about 10 more times before the rope finally gave way. It cut off from the small pole it was holding onto in the next instant. After the deed was done, he quickly hid the laser knife afterwards and stood to his feet. The other cadets only noticed his presence when they saw the rope falling. Gasp. Why did that rope suddenly cut? My goodness, what's gonna happen to the person on it? This. Wasn't the rope tied properly before? Everyone in the vicinity was surprised about this sudden incident. Although there were other ropes to climb and pass through this region, they were still worried about the person or people that might have been climbing at that moment. The person who did the deed moved over to the side and started climbing on the next rope. A few moments earlier before the incident, as Gustav walked the line, he would occasionally glance towards Elevra's corner on the left. He could barely see her figure because of the visibility, but he could see the silhouette within the fog that proved that she had gone further than he had. Gustav suddenly felt a small tug on the rope he was climbing. The first thought that came to his mind was the fact that someone must have been climbing on the same rope. He waited to feel another tug, so he would balance himself, but in the next moment, The straight line was removed from under his leg and started falling. "Heh!" Gustav exclaimed as he fell through the fog, wind, and rain. He didn't wait to question what was going on. He quickly reached out to grab the rope that was quickly moving forward due to still being latched to the other side. Gustav missed the rope in his first attempt to catch it with his left hand, but luckily he was able to grab onto it with his right. The heavy winds blew his hair and uniform as his body still descended along with the rope while also carrying him forward with speed. Sway! Gustav held on tightly with both hands as his body swung forward. He was only about 70 more feet away from reaching the next mountain, so he kept swinging along with the rope for the next few seconds. This would have taken him at least 15 to 20 more minutes, but with the swinging of the rope, it only took about 20 seconds. Gustav saw the side of the mountain getting closer to him and quickly pushed both his legs forward. Bam! Wait. A small crack rang out as Gustav's feet slammed into the side of the mountain with force, causing him to groan in pain. He subconsciously released the rope, a little sliding down for a few feet before he held tightly to it again. He felt pain in his calves and thighs due to what happened a moment ago, but he was glad he performed this action. Had his body slammed into the side of the mountain, he was sure the amount of pain he would have felt would make him release the rope totally. After holding onto the rope for a few more seconds, the pain slowly subsided. His palms were starting to feel weird, like he couldn't grab hold of the rope properly. This was because of the rain that was still pouring down. Gustav's palms were wet, so his grip on the rope wasn't as tight as he would like it to be. Gustav looked up to stare at the ledge of the mountain, which was well over 70 feet away. He couldn't see the top because the visibility limit was around 50 feet, but he could tell that it wasn't too far. Gustav shook his body repeatedly, causing the rope to dangle while still holding onto him. He pushed his legs forward again and placed his feet on the side of the mountain. Gustav began to pull himself upwards while also using his feet on the side of the mountain for support. He was literally running across a steep slope as he moved upwards. Gustav noticed that it wasn't as tedious as he thought it would be because he was using both arms and legs for support. In a few minutes, he was closing in on the top of the mountain. He realized that this method was even faster than it would have been if he was walking on the rope. Ooh! Gustav groaned as he finally reached the top and grabbed onto the ledge of the mountain for support. He pulled himself up and rolled to the side before laying on his back. Huff, huff, huff. Gustav breathed in and out heavily as he turned his head to look at the side to stare at the other connecting points of the rope. No other cadet had arrived on the other side beside him. He could see Elevra's rope vibrating softly from time to time, but he couldn't see her figure yet. However, it was obvious that she was close. Gustav rested himself for a few more seconds before standing to his feet and running forward. At this point, this particular mountain was a sloppy one that led downwards, so running here was way faster than the previous locations. Gustav ran for about 2 minutes until he finally arrived at the next ledge that was close to the bottom of the mountain. However, it was still about 30 feet higher. Chapter 422. Beneath was the small 5,000 feet wide river. Gustav jumped in instantly and started swimming forward. At this point, Elevra had also arrived at the top of the mountain. She noticed earlier on that the rope Gustav was walking on suddenly disappeared. She moved over to the connecting points and squatted. The rope cut. She mumbled with a surprised expression while pulling it up a little. She looked down and could see the rope dangling in the distance. So much for getting my hopes up. He probably fell already, she sighed while standing to her feet. No one's ever gonna be on my level of strength, she said internally with a look of disappointment before running forward. After another 20 minutes, Gustav had gone past the middle of the river. He couldn't swim too fast due to the current of the river shifting towards the side. Twice, the usual energy was being expended due to this. Gustav felt his arms being sore at the moment due to repeatedly swinging. Other special class cadets were thousands of feet behind at this point, with Elevra being an exception. Although she was still feeling disappointed, Elevra swam forward at full speed, not minding her surroundings. Other normal cadets were just arriving at the mountain top behind them. At this moment, half of the cadets had dropped out of the morning routine since they couldn't make it this far. In another 15 minutes, Gustav finally arrived at the shore of the river. He was shivering intensely at this point. His knees vibrated, and he repeatedly sneezed as water dribbled down his clothes. Gustav breathed in and out as he started moving forward again. His speed at this point had reduced drastically as he jogged down the path that led to the starting point of the morning routine. In a few more minutes, Elevra also arrived and started running down the same path without stopping for a single second to rest. She noticed the outline of footsteps on the muddy path. Did someone get here before I did? She wondered out loud. Impossible, she said before running forward at full speed. Elevra was like a beast. Even with the harsh conditions of the weather and the fact that she had just come out of the river that was also freezing cold, her body was hardly affected as she ran forward. In a few minutes, she could see the outline of a familiar figure in the distance. However, it was too far, so she had no idea who the person was. So someone was ahead of me. Elevra had a surprised expression on her face as she voiced out. She kept running forward at full speed, and she knew that from the looks of things, she would eventually catch up to the person up ahead since they were slower than she was. The only problem was they were now close to the starting point. Gustav, who was up ahead, could already hear the sound of footsteps behind him slapping onto the muddy ground. Since he was no longer in the water, he was starting to warm up a bit, so his speed increased as he ran more. He could already see the starting point in the distance, which was the playing field where Officer Bryant and his assistants were seated waiting. In the next 1 minute, he would arrive underneath the massive circular platform covering the entire place from above. Elevra increased her pace again and began to catch up. In the next 30 seconds, she was only a few 10 feet behind. That's Gustav. She was finally able to see his figure properly. Gustav turned his head slightly to the side and stared at her figure. "You've lost this one," he said with a smile before increasing his speed. A few minutes later, Gustav laid on the ground underneath the massive platform, breathing in and out. His body was being dried by a weird machine floating above him. Elevra sat few feet away with a fatigued expression on her face. "You still didn't win," she said. "No need to remind me. I was there, you know," Gustav responded even though he was still out of breath. It turned out that he and Elevra tied. After his provocation, she accelerated and still managed to get underneath the platform at the same time as he did. There were many cadets underneath this place at the moment. These were injured cadets that were unable to continue after one incident or the other. There were more than 200 of them here at the moment. "How did you even manage to get ahead of me?" Elevra asked with a confused expression. "How did you manage to tie with me?" Gustav threw a question back at her. Both of them stared at each other for a few seconds. "She's a monster, all right," Gustav said internally. "What is he hiding?" Elevra wondered. "Yes, you two managed to get here after 3 hours and 30 minutes. Officer Bryant voiced out as he approached them. "Honestly, I expected everyone to spend at least 4 or 5 hours out there." Officer Bryant nodded in satisfaction as he spoke. "Oh, and this is an orchestrated test session with a technological-induced weather," Officer Bryant revealed. "What?" Gustav and Elevra voiced out at the same time. "So this was planned?" Gustav asked. "Yes," Officer Bryant replied while laughing lightly. "The weather within the MBO camp is different from the outside world. It can be manipulated as the commander deems fit," he added. Minutes later, more cadets began to arrive. Eldris, EE and Endrik had arrived before everyone else. Endrik gave Gustav a weird glare before finding somewhere to settle down. After an hour had gone by, those who had managed to make it to the top of the mountain arrived. Less than half of the total number of cadets that embarked on the challenge made it to the end. Officer Bryant came forward again and started addressing the cadets. He explained to them that this was actually a test and technology-induced, just like he told Elevra and Gustav earlier. Chapter 423. He explained to them that this was actually a test and technology-induced, just like he told Elevra and Gustav earlier. The cadets were in disbelief as they heard that. According to the commander, an extra 5,000 points are going to be credited to the first who arrived, which is Gustav and Elevra, while the rest of you who finished will receive 3,000 points each. Officer Bryant suddenly stated the rewards. The cadets had shimmering eyes as they heard that. Chatter, chatter, chatter. They hadn't expected this at all. After Officer Bryant voiced out the rewards, the rain began to decrease. In a few seconds, it stopped completely, and the skies began to brighten slowly. Everyone realized that this was the first time they were actually seeing rainfall when they had a morning routine. They had been here for over a month, and it had never happened once. So, the weather here is being manipulated? They remembered how the weather conditions had been favorable all through and realized that it was too good to be true. It turns out they were being tested today for how they were gonna handle extreme and unexpected situations. Those of you who failed will be going 2 laps for tomorrow's morning routine as punishment, Officer Bryant announced. Those who failed had looks of dissatisfaction on their faces as they voiced out their complaints. However, their complaints fell on deaf ears. On the bright side, the weather tomorrow would be clear, so it still wouldn't be as dangerous as today's morning routine was. At this point, the skies had cleared completely, and the sun could be seen in the eastern side of the skies, shining its rays all across the place. It was as if it never rained when looking at the skies, but the ground still had wetness. Now, Officer Bryant's face suddenly turned serious as he voiced out, causing everyone to focus their attention on him. "We have received an offensive report," he said while walking forward and stood right in front of Gustav. Could this have something to do with the stairs I found within the mountain? Gustav wondered internally while looking up at Officer Bryant with a calm expression. He thought that somebody may have found out about his whole escapade and questioned internally if that was seen as cheating. Gustav Crimson's rope was sabotaged by another cadet while he was on it, Officer Bryant revealed. Gasp. Chatter. Chatter. Turns out he was on that rope that suddenly cut. A sabotage? But I was there, I didn't see anything. So someone actually caused that to happen? How did he manage to make it to the other side then? The cadets were surprised and confused at this sudden revelation. They stared at Gustav with an expression of disbelief, still wondering how he managed to make it to the other side even after the line was cut. As you all know, we keep an eye on you lots from over here with our hidden cams. However, the bad weather was also a double-edged sword to today's test since we couldn't also see as well from over here, Officer Bryant explained. However, we have made use of the advanced footage to uncover the culprit. I will give you one chance to reveal yourself and help in lightening your punishment, Officer Bryant voiced out and began to count down from 5. 5, 4, 3. Everyone kept looking around as he counted down to see who would stand to their feet. 1. Just as Officer Bryant was about to say 0, a cadet stood to his feet. It was me, he voiced out. Gasped Orlando. Some of them recognized this cadet to be among the top 100 cadets on the ranking. He was about 62 in height with a brown buzz cut and a cross tattoo on his forehead. He moved towards the front and stood beside Gustav and opposite Officer Bryant. Why did you do that? Officer Bryant voiced out. Orlando stood in the spot, speechless. Pa. Officer Bryant snapped his fingers, causing a holographic projection to appear above in which footage was being displayed. This showed how Orlando moved towards the rope, squatted and brought out a laser knife to strike the rope repeatedly. Why did you do it? Officer Bryant asked him again. I. His eyes slightly roamed about the place as he tried to say something. I hate Gustav Crimson, he voiced out. So, you're telling me that you dislike him so much that you plotted against and decided to cut a rope which several cadets could have been walking on at that time, Officer Bryant said with a look of displeasure. I knew he was the only one on the rope, Orlando responded after stammering a little. How? What were your real intentions? Officer Bryant questioned. Silence. There was no answer for several seconds. Officer Bryant suddenly reached out and locked Orlando 2 hands in a military-like grip before spinning him and putting his right leg in front. Pfui. Bam. Orlando was pinned to the ground in an instant with his face kissing the ground. First off, apologize to him, Officer Bryant commanded. Gustav stared at Orlando, who was practically being forced to bow before him. Orlando slowly voiced out words of apology before being dragged away by one of Officer Bryant's assistants. Gustav just casually shrugged at the situation. For all he knew, that made him even faster than he would have been if he walked all the way there. Officer Bryant began to list out Orlando's punishment, which caused some of the cadets to shiver in fear. Besides having to do 3 laps of the morning routine for the next 1 month, he was also assigned to feed some mixed breeds from the Year 2 dungeon area for the next 1 month. Apparently, this dungeon area had some of the most dangerous mixed breeds in the world kept there, and it was off-limits to Year 1 because they were seen as not powerful enough. Chapter 424. Officer Bryant went on to praise Gustav and Elevra's performance as he displayed some of their footage. Especially where Gustav was swinging, making use of the rope. This made the cadets realized even more that Gustav wasn't one to be trifled with since he could practically turn every disadvantageous situation around. Gustav was surprised that there was no footage displayed of when he found the entrance into the mountain, which made him wonder if that was known or not. Hendrik stared at Gustav's position from behind before staring at Orlando being taken away. That buffoon. He could never do anything right, Hendrik said internally with a disappointed expression. Well, it doesn't matter. Time for the next step, Hendrik said internally as he turned to stare at a particular position where a girl with silver and pink-colored hair sat today. She had 2 small horns on her forehead and a very beautiful look. From this angle, it could be seen that she was staring in Gustav's direction. Hehe, let's see how you'll react after I have dealt with her, he said with a sadistic expression displayed. Officer Bryant went on to dismiss the cadets afterwards after unsealing their bloodlines. One couldn't imagine how anyone would even dare to misbehave within the MBO when they had someone like Officer Bryant who could seal bloodlines. Most of them wondered if there were any boundaries to it and if he could seal any mixed blood's bloodline regardless of how powerful they were. Gustav, after having all his bloodlines unsealed, went through his schedule for the day again. He was supposed to go for the training session of Bloodline's powerful attack creation in the afternoon and meet Vera for personal training together in the evening, so he figured he still had time. Gustav excused himself from the guys and sneakily moved towards the forest area in front. Sprint has been activated, swoosh. He dashed through the forest quite easily now that his abilities were back. Sensing traps from hundreds of feet away was not an issue for him when he used God Eyes. Gustav arrived before the mountain in seconds and squatted slightly. The amount of force his feet created as he descended caused the ground to vibrate a little. The instant he pushed himself upwards. Thoom. His body shot straight through the air with speed as he scaled over 500 feet high in almost an instant. Gustav landed on the slightly sloppy side of the mountain and kept running upwards. Rocky parts of the mountain rolled down due to the impact when he landed on it. He recalled where the location of the opening was and made a diagonal line across the side of the mountain as he ran. In a few more seconds, he could see the opening about 100 feet higher towards his right. The mountain seemed to be slightly shaken upwards from his running. A 20 feet tall rock fragment pulled out of the mountain suddenly headed for Gustav. It was only a few feet away from him. Chop has been activated. A milky glow suddenly surrounded Gustav's right palm as he swung it forward with force. Swee! Gustav's right arm went through the rock in an arc format. The massive rock fragment was instantly cleaved in 2, missing Gustav's figure as they parted ways for him to keep running forward. Gustav jumped up slightly and descended straight into the hole that led to the inside of the mountain. Can you sense that? The instant Gustav got in, he asked the system. Yes. I can sense the energy it emits, the system responded as Gustav walked forward. Gustav arrived in front of the opening he created and moved towards the stairway. I know what you're thinking. However, I can't absorb this type of energy. The system added. No, not you. Me, Gustav said as he moved upwards on the stairs. Now that his abilities were back, he could sense the energy coming from the orange crystals properly. If I mix this with the energy container, it will become then more destructive. Gustav could sense how chaotic it would turn because his bloodline was already reacting to them. The only problem now is, I have no idea if anyone would notice when the crystals go missing, so I can only take a little, Gustav said as he moved closer to one of them. He activated God Eyes and observed the surroundings of the orange crystal on the wall. Gustav already had so many hidden and powerful attacks that would blast enemies away easily, but no one knew about this. He still wanted to have more so that when the time came where he had to battle against forces that were way more powerful than he would have alternatives. Gustav took 3 pieces of the orange crystals after he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary within the wall. Gustav decided to check the place out properly after keeping the 3 pieces of crystals within his storage device. He already knew where the stairs upwards led to, so he dashed downwards. The stairways were constructed in a spiraling format, so Gustav was practically running down in a twirling format. In a few seconds, Gustav got to a point downwards where he could see intertwining stairways. In a few more seconds, he reached a platform downwards where all the stairs began. There were about 4 different stairways connecting to this platform that led to 4 different directions. After reaching a certain height, one would be unable to see the rest of the stairways not only because of the massive inner structure of the place but also because of the walls built on the sides of every stairway, which blocked his vision. Gustav looked around him and figured the whole place was still rocky looking with more orange crystals protruding from the walls. There was only one pathway that led further down in front of the platform. It was obvious that this particular pathway was the way forward. Gustav started walking on this pathway which he could see leading to a dark tunnelway up ahead. Chapter 425. Gustav started walking on this pathway which he could see leading to a dark tunnelway up ahead. Gustav walked through it and kept on walking for a few seconds before he arrived at the end of the tunnelway, where there was a massive outline of a door. However, the metallic door-shaped structure constructed on the wall gave Gustav a kind of sense of crisis, so he stopped several 10 feet away to observe it properly. God Eyes had improved so much at this point that Gustav could practically see through anything as thick as 15 inches. However, even after activating God Eyes to stare at this massive metallic door, Gustav couldn't see a thing. Other objects or structures in the vicinity still had some kind of colors, but this particular metallic door didn't have anything like that. It was just dark through and through, almost like it wasn't made of any material that existed on Earth, which made Gustav feel a little strange. Gustav decided that his investigation had come to an end at this point and decided to head back before he would trigger anything or arouse any suspicions. He dashed back towards the platform that led to the 4 different stairways. Gustav identified the stairway he was coming from and climbed a few stairs up, but then he thought of something. Where do the other 3 lead? He wondered as he stared at the 3 other stairways. Gustav dashed towards the stairway on the left first as this thought came to his mind and started climbing upwards. Silent advancement has been activated. He decided to activate silent advancement, which caused his footsteps to become practically silent as he bolted upwards. After about a minute of climbing, he arrived at the end of this particular stairway which happened to be similar to the top of the one he was coming from. Just like that one, there was a dead end, and the ceiling area was only a few feet away, with many of the glowing orange crystals embedded in the walls around. Gustav already knew what this meant and dashed downwards again. Arriving back at the platform, he climbed another stairway upwards, which led to the same similar scenario. Minutes later, Gustav was on his way out of the mountain through where he had come from. Turns out all these stairways lead to different parts of the mountain. Gustav didn't know if the information he had gathered here was useful or not, but at least he was glad he had cleared his doubts. If he didn't do this, he would still be curious. Although now sating his curiosity had brought about a new one which had him wondering what the purpose of all that was. Finding out the answers for this one was a risk Gustav wasn't willing to take. He just decided to be careful and sealed the wall he broke through the other time when entering in the morning. There's no point to the morning routine if I cheat. Well, this morning was kinda needed, Gustav chuckled lightly as he moved out of the hole. Half-killer pistol form activation, Gustav's entire body turned greenish as furs came out of his skin, and he grew an extra pair of legs and arms. This transformation was from the alien creature's form he took during the final test phase. He hardly made use of it because he was bothered about people recognizing the look of an alien, But now that he could take half the form of any creature he had the power to transform into, Gustav could hide the true look of that creature. Gustav spread all 4 arms and slapped 4 positions surrounding the large hole created on the body of the mountain. Sheeing. Diamond-like looking walls appeared within the holes and covered the opening all through. After that was done, Gustav leapt down from the mountain. Bang! He landed on the ground, causing dust to scatter across the place. After straightening his body, he moved towards a fragment of rock on the side and lifted it up. Thoom! He leapt upwards again, soaring across the air before landing back at the spot he was standing on earlier. Gustav placed the rock fragment down in front of the initial opening, blocking the view. After all was said and done, he decided to finally leave the area. Few minutes later, Gustav was back in his apartment channeling his bloodline. Due to the weather issues today, they had spent a longer time finishing the morning routine, so at the moment, it was almost 11 in the morning. Gustav still had about 3 hours of free time before the next training session, so he decided to channel his bloodlines in the meantime. 2 hours into it, Gustav decided to take a pause and check on a certain part within. His senses dwelled on a pinkish flame that happened to be swaying like it was alive. It is bigger now. Gustav noticed his Yaki had increased in size. But I still haven't had the chance to try it out since I arrived here. Gustav was a bit disturbed about this. He didn't want to try it during a battle or on one of the cadets just like that. He was a bit skeptical about even revealing it because he felt that the MBO instructors would recognize it. His plan was to train it by repeatedly trying it out on mixed breeds like he used to do within the border. The problem was, even though the MBO camp had a location where they could train with live mixed breeds, it was off-limits to Year 1 cadet mixed bloods. Only the seniors had the authorization to visit there for training. There were a few more places that were off-limits also. How far can it cover now? Gustav wondered before deciding to activate it. Shroom. A pinkish glow suddenly spread out from his figure, covering the entire environment. It spread out of his apartment and covered the entire building as a whole. However, it didn't stop there. It kept going till it covered the entire 8 buildings in the residential area. Chapter 426. Gustav quickly retracted his Yaki as he noticed that it kept spreading outwards. Gasp tilde chatter. Dash what was that? Dash hey did you see that energy that covered the entire dragon residence? Dash I felt like submitting to that force just now. Dash what the hell? Was that an officer testing out his strength? Both within and outside the vicinity of where Gustav's Yaki spread to, everyone who had witnessed it had confused expressions and thoughts as they wondered what it was. No one could pinpoint exactly where it had come from, but some of them knew it had to be from one of the buildings within the dragon residence. While others felt it might have been an MBO officer testing something out. Well, they weren't wrong when they thought it was an MBO officer because Gustav was practically an officer already. This suddenly became a topic of debate while Gustav, the culprit, stayed within his room with a contemplative expression displayed on his face. How long would I be able to make use of it now? Even though Gustav knew his Yaki had improved, he had no idea how long he'd be able to make use of it now since he didn't try using it to control anyone. After channeling his bloodline for a few more minutes, Gustav decided to head out. He started moving in the direction of a place on the map, which bar facility. This was somewhere Officer Bryant was always situated after the morning routine. Gustav arrived at this black-colored 3-layered tower-shaped building. He headed in instantly and asked some of the officers he saw about Officer Bryant. They directed him towards the end of the second corridor, where a door could be seen. Gustav arrived at the door and was about to knock when he heard a voice from within. "Come in, Officer Crimson." It was Officer Bryant's voice. SSSS. The door slid open, and Gustav walked into the office, which was filled with several shelves and a table on the left side. Gustav moved in and sat on the chair in front. Opposite him was Officer Bryant, who was seated with a holographic display of a computer in front of him. Normally, you'd have to throw an MBO salute when you arrive in the presence of a superior officer, but I won't hold that against you since you're still new, Officer Bryant voiced out with a slight smile. Oh. How am I being treated like an officer all of a sudden? Gustav asked with a slightly confused expression. During the training you practically don't hold that status, but afterwards you're an officer through and through. You hold power that other cadets don't. I'm quite surprised you haven't abused or used your authority yet, Officer Bryant stated. Oh? Well, I didn't know I had any authority, Gustav answered truthfully. Now that you do know, what are you gonna do? Officer Bryant asked while squinting his eyes with a suspicious look. Nothing. I don't even know what the authority entails, Gustav answered while shrugging. Officer Bryant chuckled as he heard that. This was the first time he was seeing someone so casual about being an MBO officer beside a particular person known as the Demon Queen. So why are you here? Officer Bryant finally decided to ask. There's something I need to ask about the galaxy's treaties involving Earth, Gustav revealed. Oh. Ask away then, Officer Bryant responded. From what I read, Earth is in league with many other planets, but I also figured that there was a planet mentioned on Volume 1 that had the X sign besides its name, Gustav explained. Is there a reason why the planet called Abruikes is no longer in league with Earth? Gustav asked with a confounded expression. Well, there are several other planets just like that who fell out of agreement with Earth and are no longer on good terms, Officer Bryant explained with a dismissive expression like it was totally normal. There are? Gustav asked. Yes, didn't you read other volumes? You'll see more of them, Officer Bryant replied. Well, the other volumes are in libraries that Year 1 cadets are restricted from entering, Gustav explained. Oh, well that doesn't affect you. You're an officer. You're not bound by those restricting rules. You can visit anywhere within camp, Officer Bryant revealed. Gustav's eyes widened with a surprised look. How didn't I know of this before? He wondered. By your facial expression, I see no one told you what are those guys doing, Officer Bryant said with a slightly frustrated expression. But I'm curious. No reasons were mentioned about the treaties going out of validation, Gustav said while holding his chin. This planet Abruikes is a bit more complicated than the others. The reason why the treaty was dissolved was not even revealed to we, officers, Officer Bryant explained. Oh, see, Gustav was a bit disappointed with the response, but a side of him was already expecting this. But for the other planets that had their treaties dissolved, reasons were stated in the other volumes, Officer Bryant added. Gustav nodded and decided not to add more questions on this particular subject so he wouldn't arouse any suspicions. Even though Officer Bryant was one of the nicest instructors, he didn't know whether he could trust him or any one of them yet. All right, thank you for your time, Sir Bryant, Gustav said while standing up. My pleasure. Do come next time when you need answers to anything, Officer Bryant said with a smile. Gustav nodded slightly and turned around to leave. When he got to the door, he slightly turned around to speak. Are you saying, nowhere on camp is restricted for me? Gustav asked. Yes, as an officer you can visit anywhere, Officer Bryant voiced out. A smirk appeared on Gustav's face as he turned around. All right, he walked out of the office afterwards and started heading towards one of the libraries. Gustav opened the map on his pass. Library number 7, the largest, Gustav muttered as he stared at the map. No more restrictions, a smile appeared on Gustav's face again as he voiced out, and a particular thought appeared in his mind. Chapter 427. No more restrictions, a smile appeared on Gustav's face again as he voiced out, and a particular thought appeared in his mind. He got to the library after a few minutes. Just as Officer Bryant mentioned to him earlier, there were no restrictions. Normally, at the entrance of every library, their pass would be scanned to confirm if the owner was eligible to go in or not. A Year 1 cadet pass would be declined at the entrance of this library, but Gustav's was given entry instantly. The library was very massive with several layers and arranged in columns and rows of light. There weren't a lot of cadets within, but every face here was very unfamiliar because they were all seniors. Some of them stared at Gustav with looks of confusion, remembering that he was just a first year. Not everyone knew Gustav was already an officer. Hey, Aren't you a first year? What are you doing here? A masculine voice was heard from the side as Gustav passed by a group of cadets sitting together. Gustav paused his footsteps up ahead and turned to the side to stare at the person that had just spoken. It was an olive-skinned cadet with red braided hair. Same as you. Oh wait, not the same as you since you seem to be here for the sake of companionship, Gustav responded before turning around to keep walking. Hey, who do you think you're talking to like that? The cadet stood to his feet as he heard that with a displeased expression. Gustav ignored him and kept walking to the front. Hold it, kid, you don't just talk to your seniors that way, he voiced out as he walked forward and stretched out his hand to touch Gustav's shoulder. Gustav turned slightly to the side, dodging the grip, stupid questions, blunt answers. Gustav voiced out. Chatter. Such a cocky first year. Oh yeah, that's Gustav Crimson, has ranked among the first year's top 3, no wonder. Doesn't give him the right to be disrespectful though. From what I heard Freeman is close to being Echo ranked, you little. Do you realize I'm a senior and can punish you for acts of disrespect? Everyone here is a witness, Freeman voiced out. Stop with your pitiful act of validation, I don't have time for this, Gustav said as he continued moving forward. Freeman wasn't expecting this kind of response from a junior cadet. Gustav's unbothered manner of speaking and responses triggered more of his displeasure. He suddenly dashed forward, but then another senior cadet appeared in front of him. What are you doing, Viru? Freeman said with a tone of annoyance. Stop. Hes an officer, so has not restricted entry into this place even though Hes a first year, Viru voiced out to everyone's hearing. Those who had no idea about this information had looks of surprise on their faces. Hes what? Don't tell me you didn't notice the star on his left chest area. Stop messing around, him? Freeman voiced out with an expression and tone of disbelief as he pointed at Gustav. Did you think about how his pass was not declined at the entrance when Hes just a first year? Viru asked. Freeman's mouth opened slightly as he realized this. He looked ahead and noticed that Gustav had already reached the far end of the area. How is that possible? Hes just a first year, even though Freeman couldn't believe it. He had no choice but to accept it. In a few minutes, Gustav had finally found the next volume of the Galaxy Peace Treaties he was looking for. It was time for him to digest more information now. In the evening, after the second training session of the day, Gustav found his way to one of the personal training rooms where Vera was already waiting for him. She had an excited expression as she noticed Gustav. Now, have you done what I asked you to? Gustav asked with a contemplative expression. Yes, I managed to put one within Endrik just as you asked, she responded. Good. How long were you able to maintain touch with him? Gustav asked. Less than 2 seconds. Endrik pushed me away before I was able to complete the empowering process, Vera answered. Which means it will take longer for it to mature? Gustav asked. Yes. 2 to 3 months, she responded. That's not too bad. When it is fully functional, don't let him get taken over instantly. I'll tell you what to do when the time comes, Gustav instructed. Vera nodded in understanding. Now, we just need to focus on the timing of your contact. I will let you use my body to train like before, Gustav said while walking to her front. Vera had an even more excited look on her face as she heard that. Don't go out of control and do something you're not supposed to, Gustav warned. Vera nodded like a little child before proceeding to reach out her hands to touch Gustav. Just like that, another 2 days went by, and it was finally time for the special class cadets to go through bloodline strengthening. The instant they were done with the morning routine, Gustav and the others moved towards the science block. Gustav also wanted to make use of this opportunity to check on Mara. He only saw her once or twice every 2 weeks. She was also quite busy because she was working on a particular project. EE and Falco were the most excited to see how the process of bloodline strengthening would go. There was a new person in their group as they moved towards the lab. In a few minutes, they arrived there and were asked to wait for their turn like the other special classes. There were about 70 in number in the waiting room. According to the reception desk, only 2 bloodline strengthening machines were available, so they could only go in 2 at a time. They had no choice but to wait for their turn. Chapter 428. Hey Timmy, what exactly does that bloodline of yours do? EE asked with a look of curiosity as they sat together. It was quite hard to understand the abilities of Timmy's bloodline, which was one of the reasons any opponent would be caught off guard. How to describe it? It deals with acceleration and deceleration, Timmy responded while raising his left hand. It glowed crimson, and he proceeded to pick a twig from his storage device. The instant he touched the twig with his left hand, it shrunk and turned darker. Did it just age? EE asked. Yes. Observe, Timmy responded and touched it again. Fruhui. The twig returned to its initial size and looked even healthier than before. However, that wasn't the end. In a few more moments, it started to grow more branches out of it and eventually grew out a few green leaves. Wow, that's insane, EE said with a look of astonishment. Falco and Gustav already knew about this since they knew Timmy earlier than EE did. Also, Hes able to absorb energy from such and store them, right Timmy? Falco asked. Chenem, however I can't always do that. A part of the energy gets wasted. It's hard to explain, Timmy said while dropping the twig. His palms went back to normal. Really nice. Now I understand a little, EE said before turning to the side to stare at Eldris. Eldris. I still don't understand yours. You said colors speak to you and your eyes are always closed man, EE said with a look of curiosity. A wry smile appeared on Eldris' face as he turned to face EE. Opening my eyes will affect everyone in the surroundings, so I refrain from doing that, he voiced out. Just a little sneak peek would do. Come on, Falco said while waving his hand in front of Eldris' face. Do you even know what I'm doing right now? Falco said. Eldris caught his hand before responding. Yes, it's quite disturbing, Eldris replied. Falco lowered his hand with a wry smile plastered on his face. I'll open my eyes for a few moments. Brace yourselves for what comes next, Eldris finally decided to compromise. EE and Falco had excited looks as they heard that. Gustav was also quite curious even though he never voiced it, so he turned to the side also, with Timmy. Eldris' eyelids repeatedly twitched as he slowly separated both eyelashes after so long. Fwy wire. As Eldris opened his eyes, the colors in the environment slowly disappeared as everywhere within the vicinity turned white and black. Gustav and the others were extremely surprised as they stared at Eldris' eyes. They had never seen a pair of eyes so beautiful in their lives. Every color could be seen within those eyes, and they were arranged in such a way that even the beauty of the stars up in space would be called trash compared to his beautiful glittering eyes. It was as if every color that existed in the universe was living in that pair of eyes. Everyone felt very uncomfortable being in this environment of black and white. They could feel their bloodlines being affected. Just what in the world? One of the special class cadets in the vicinity voiced out while staring in Eldris' direction. Same as everyone, they already knew that Eldris was the cause of the weird phenomenon after seeing his eyes open. I thought he was blind, practically, almost everyone here had this thought. Eldris closed his eyes back a few moments later, and color returned back to the environment. Everyone felt the pressure on their bodies, and bloodlines disappeared afterwards. And I thought Gustav was the only charming devil in our midst, EE broke the silence. Haha he is. I'm just plain, Eldris replied with a light chuckle. The cadets who had just witnessed this could not imagine what exactly that power was supposed to do, but they knew that if he ever used it in a battle, whoever the opponent was would be in deep shit. The amount of pressure they felt even though they were also special class cadets was frightening. Now they understood that he wasn't just second place for nothing. Angie and the rest of the girls were seated in the western corner of the waiting room. Angie, have you ever seen Eldris open his eyes? Matilda asked. No. Angie responded. Such captivating eyes. I wonder what they do. Matilda said with an expression of curiosity. He has never fought while opening his eyes. I wonder who is stronger between him and Gustav in that state, Glade said with a slightly excited expression. Dude turned the visibility of the environment upside down. What else does that do? EE asked. The opponent will find out when battling me in that state. Anyways, now you guys understand why I don't open my eyes, Eldris said. They had looks of understanding on their faces as they heard that. After all, no one would be able to come near Eldris if being around him meant they would only see things in black and white. This kid is close to achieving cosmic superiority, the system suddenly voiced out in Gustav's head. You can tell? Gustav's eyes slightly widened as he asked. Of course. Turns out he's more favored by the universe than his cousin over there, the system added. Are you saying Elevra won't achieve cosmic superiority? Gustav asked. Are you dumb or are you dumb? Did you forget when I mentioned how hard and practically impossible it is for beings all across the universe to achieve cosmic superiority? Gustav. I'm not saying she doesn't stand a chance of achieving it, but Eldris has a higher chance while the rest here. I don't see any signs on them, the system explained. Oh, I see. How can you tell though? Gustav asked with a curious tone internally. Gustav Crimson, Angie Vilandrabadia. Gustav and Angie suddenly heard their names being voiced out by the AI installed within the building. Head to the theater for your strengthening operation. Chapter 429. Gustav and Angie suddenly heard their names being voiced out by the AI installed within the building. Head to the theater for your strengthening operation, Angie exclaimed with a surprised expression on her face, but she quickly stood up. Gustav, on the other hand, showed no emotions whatsoever and stood to his feet before walking towards the south side of the waiting room, which was where the doors to the theater room were positioned. He and Angie walked in together and found themselves in a massive laboratory. There were robotic structures moving loads of chemicals around and some assisting scientists in white outfits with their tasks. There were 2 exalted massive containments up ahead. They were spherical-shaped and transparent with glowing golden liquid within them. The walls of the lab were laced with reflective silver panels, which not only made the place look exquisite but also had some functions like preserving and protecting. A massive holographic projection hung up above, and a massive bluish crystal was stationed on the southwest area planted against the wall. 2 special class cadets could be seen coming from up ahead. It was obvious that these 2 had just finished undergoing bloodline strengthening. Gustav wanted to activate God Eyes to observe if anything was different about them compared to before, but he realized he didn't even know the state of their initial internal structure since he hardly paid attention to people. Over here, you 2. A middle-aged looking man with one eye on his face called out to the both of them. He was standing in the midst of a young male and female in laboratory outfits as well. Gustav suspected those 2 to be senior year cadets who were in the scientific department of the MBO camp. Gustav and Angie passed by the side of the 2 cadets as they moved forward, who both greeted them. Welcome Gustav Crimson, Angie Drop. How do you pronounce that again? The middle-aged man had a weird look as he tried and failed to pronounce her name. It's Vilandrabadia, Angie corrected. Oh, all right. I'm Dr. Levi. These 2 are Simeon and Serena. He introduced himself without much further ado and proceeded to say, now I'll need you both to take off your uniforms and underwear before putting these on, Dr. Levi said to them both as Simeon and Serena passed a kind of white cloth to them. Where exactly are we supposed to change? Angie asked after looking around and not seeing anywhere secluded, like a room. You both can go over there. Dr. Levi pointed in the direction of the massive spherical transparent containments. Go change behind the containments. That's enough covering for you both, he added. Angie and Gustav shone confused expressions on their faces as they heard that. The glass-like spherical containment was transparent with light gold liquid within. It's transparent. Gustav reminded. Or maybe it's not. This thought came to his mind as he stared at the expressions of the 3 wearing laboratory vests. That's the Nutrivisual liquid. The glass containment is transparent, but it's not. You can change right behind it, Simeon, the male scientific cadet, explained. Angie and Gustav now had looks of understanding on their faces. You go first, Gustav said to Angie and decided to wait behind. Angie was also about to say the same words, but her mouth hung open as she saw Gustav's dismissive expression as he balanced himself on one of the tables crossing both legs. Angie turned around and headed towards the far end of the lab. "Hey, what are you doing, boy? Don't sit your ass on my chemicals. You'll ruin my experiment." Angie could hear Dr. Levi's loud voice from up ahead as she moved towards the massive containment. She could already imagine how Gustav would respond nonchalantly to that exclamation. A small smile appeared on her face. Few minutes later, Gustav and Angie were standing on a rectangular panel behind the massive spherical containments, dressed in whitish skin-tight clothes with a black circular mask covering their mouth and nose. "Are you both ready?" Dr. Levi voiced out from up ahead. Both of them answered affirmatively, and their voices were heard across the lab. "Begin insertion process," Dr. Levi said to Serena, who nodded and pressed some keys on the holographic computer in front of them. The bluish crystal on the southeast side of the lab brightened up, and some weird tentacle-like extensions shot forward and stuck to their bodies before lifting them up. Gustav noticed that the tentacle-like extensions were lifting them towards the containments. He was moved towards the left and Angie towards the right. Foob woo woo. Foob woo woo. They both got immersed in the golden liquid as more and more of these tentacle-like extensions shot out of different parts of the containment and stuck to separate areas of their bodies. Gustav could not see anything within this sea of bright golden liquid. On the outside, it looked transparent, but it actually wasn't. He also felt like his perception was restricted here. Initiating bloodline examination, they could still hear the voice of the AI as their bodies remained in the golden liquid. On the projection up above, two internal body structures were displayed. Obviously, they belonged to Gustav and Angie. "You'll have to hide all the other bloodlines in your body right now. This technology can see through and it's trying to compute information on your bloodline," the system suddenly voiced out in his mind. "Oh, alright, go ahead," Gustav responded. On the projection, Angie's bloodline information was already being computed and listed out, but Gustav's was still in the process of initialization. A bloodline with the ability to gather nature's force. "She's not just blessed with speed," Dr. Levi nodded as he stated the properties of Angie's bloodlines one after the other. "Why is it taking so long for his bloodline information to be revealed?" Serena, the senior female cadet, questioned with a look of confusion while tapping on the keyboard of the holographic computer repeatedly. Chapter 430. Even after 2 minutes went by, Gustav's information had not been displayed, and they needed it to properly conduct the operation for bloodline strengthening. Done. The instant the system voiced out in Gustav's head, the information on his original bloodline started being displayed. Genetic transformation? Dr. Levi voiced out with a look of astonishment. "The girl is spectacular, but this kid's bloodline is really one of a kind," he added as he checked out the properties. "This states that at full potential, he can literally achieve anything." Simeon had widened eyes as he spoke. Both Dr. Levi and Serena also had looks of astonishment. "Simeon, Serena, make sure you keep this information a secret. Clear out some of the data on his bloodline before storing on the database," Dr. Levi instructed. Both of them nodded and did as they were told. "Don't forget the footage," Dr. Levi added before moving forward. He stared at the massive spherical containment Gustav was currently floating within. "This kid. He is the embodiment of what I have been searching for all these years." Dr. Levi's old eyes sparkled with interest as he looked forward. "I can't wait to see how he'll turn out years from now." Gustav crimson, he voiced internally before turning around. "Begin bloodline strengthening process," he voiced out solemnly. Commencing bloodline strengthening. The voice of AI reverberated across the entire place. Gustav could feel foreign energy start to invade his body at this moment. Although it felt uncomfortable, he didn't sense any danger from it, so he allowed it. "Don't worry, I'm with you. The instant I sense any malicious force, I'll block its entrance," the system also reassured him. About 10 minutes later, Gustav and Angie were being brought out of the glass containment. The instant their bodies were dropped, The tentacle-like extensions began to detach from their bodies. Gustav's visibility returned to normal as the golden liquid dripped down his body. Did I just become a Gilbert-ranked mixed blood without any effort? Gustav raised his hand with a look of surprise as he voiced out. He could sense his increase in his strength. Congratulations you both, your bloodlines have been strengthened. Gustav, you now have a double B+ grade bloodline while you Angie now have an B grade bloodline, Dr. Levi announced. Gustav could sense Angie's bloodline energy now. Initially, it was hardly there, but now he could sense it properly, which was practically proof of her increase. Angie could also sense the suffocating force Gustav was currently circulating. I'm sure you both must have also experienced an increase in your bloodline rank, Dr. Levi said with a look of satisfaction. Yes, I was initially in the first step of serial rank but now I'm third step. And I can feel him closing in on the fourth step already, Angie said with an excited look. That's not the only addition. You also experience less restrictions as you increase in strength and reach higher ranks. You'll see the rest of the benefits when you activate your bloodline during battles, Simeon voiced out from behind. What about you, Gustav? Dr. Levi asked. Angie turned to the side as she was also curious about Gustav's improvement. Same, I went up by 2 steps, Gustav responded without hesitation. How long did you last during your accumulation of Siravo? Dr. Levi asked. About 4 hours, Gustav replied instantly, causing Dr. Levi and the 2 cadets to open their mouths in surprise. What about you, Angie? Dr. Levi proceeded to ask Angie too. 2 hours, Angie said with a wry smile. Dr. Levi turned to look at Gustav with a suspicious expression after hearing that. Are we done here? Gustav asked. Of course, Dr. Levi said as he tapped a button. The announcement was made for the next set of cadets to move in. Gustav and Angie started moving towards the entry point together. Gustav, Dr. Levi suddenly called Gustav back. He turned around and started heading back towards Dr. Levi. Here, take this. Whenever you feel like talking about anything you can visit me, he said while stretching out a black card to Gustav. Not needed, Gustav said before turning around to leave. Dr. Levi's face squeezed up a bit. This kid. I heard he was hard-headed. Didn't know it was this bad, he mumbled with a sigh while lowering his hand. Has an officer, so he has access to everywhere, this place included. He doesn't need your card, Serena stated from behind. Oh. Is that so? Dr. Levi said with a slightly embarrassed expression as he scratched his head and laughed. I'll see you around, kids, Dr. Levi voiced out loudly from behind. Gustav raised his hand in response as he kept moving. He soon reached Angie's position back, and they continued heading towards the door. Dr. Levi, Simeon called out from behind. Gustav. Before he could complete his sentence, Dr. Levi interrupted. I know. The effect of accumulating Siravo for that long should have tripled the effects of his increase in rank. Turns out he has decided to hide it, Dr. Levi said with a wry smile as he stared at Gustav's back in the distance. We can only leave it at that if he has refused to spill, he added before turning around. As Gustav and Angie arrived at the door area, Angie moved closer to Gustav and quickly put a note in his pocket before moving out. Gustav was taken aback by her action and paused for a few moments as he put his hand in his pocket and looked forward. Angie had already gone past the door. He decided to leave the note in his pocket and not check it out in the meantime. He arrived outside, and the special class cadets waiting for their turns stared at him with looks of astonishment. They felt Angie's presence being more vibrant than before when she walked into the room, but Gustav's presence gave them a certain kind of pressure. This made them more interested in having their turns as there was no doubt that they both had increased in strength. Chapter 431. Elevira stared at Gustav from her sitting position, sizing him up, such intensifying bloodline energy. Are we now on the same level? She wondered as an expression of excitement was slowly forming on her face. However, when she remembered that it was gonna be her turn soon, she realized that she would also receive an increase in strength. I know he's still hiding a lot of strength within. It would be wrong of me to use void eyes without his permission. She dismissed an idea that came to her head. Gustav bid farewell to the boys, saying he wanted to go check out his improvement. They agreed to meet later in the evening to train together. Gustav started heading for his room afterwards, while Angie still decided to wait for the girls. "Did you do it?" Glade whispered into Angie's left ear after she sat down. "Tanem, but he didn't bother checking it." "What if he never checks it?" Angie responded with a frantic expression. "Don't worry. He will," Glade assured. "From what I know, he still cares about you, so yes, he will check," Matilda also added from the side. "I don't know about that," Angie said with a slightly crestfallen expression. "Don't worry, you'll beat him up if he doesn't check it," Glade said with a strong tone. "No offense, Glade, but it's probably going to be the other way around," Matilda said with a wry smile. Angie laughed lightly after hearing that while Glade pouted. Few minutes later, Gustav arrived back in his room and instantly fell on his sofa. He felt exhausted for some reason. "You could have just told them the truth though. I don't sense any form of malice from them," the system suddenly voiced out in his head. "Nah. How do I explain going from third step of serial rank to second step Gilberk in a single go? I can feel that I'm almost at third step," Gustav said while holding up his hand. The accumulation of Siravo caused the effect to triple. "And they already know that, so you have successfully hidden nothing," the system stated. "What?" Gustav now understood why they asked how long he was able to accumulate Siravo. "That sneaky doc," Gustav muttered. "Well, they can only assume. There's no way for them to know the exact state of my improvement." Gustav calmed down as he said this. "Gilberk ranked. I never expected to be this fast." "It's not even 2 months yet," Gustav said with a look of disbelief. The amount of strength he felt bursting through his body at the moment was so crazy. He could tell that it would take him some time to get used to this amount of strength since he just achieved it in one go. "Don't get too excited. According to the stats, after martial rank comes the rank that most mixed bloods are stuck in their entire lives. So expect your growth to slow down after getting to that point," the system reminded him bluntly. "Yeah, I know," Gustav replied with an unbothered expression even though he was kinda bothered. "But I still got more than 4 years," Gustav added. He suddenly thought of something and shook his head. The monthly cadet challenge will practically become pointless. Every special class cadet is going to receive this boost, which will make it harder for normal cadets to keep up. Challenging even the weakest special class would still result in loss, he voiced out. It's gonna be harder to make Vera win a special class. This was the only downside Gustav saw to this whole improvement. "I wonder just how much Alevra would improve since she lasted as long as I did in accumulation," Gustav said with a contemplative expression. "She won't improve as much as you did. Did you forget I doubled the Siravo effect and also her bloodline rank was higher than yours, which definitely means a lesser increase," the system responded. Gustav suddenly remembered something and reached into his pocket. He brought out a small crumpled piece of paper and opened it up. "Meet me by 7 p.m. at the West Cathy Garden area. I need to speak to you about something urgent." These were the words written on the paper Angie passed to him. After reading the letter, Gustav had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. "What makes her think he'll agree to meet her?" he voiced out. Let's see, for many reasons, like, you're in love and still a retarded virgin," the system responded. "What the fuck are you saying? Who's in love? Have you gone crazy?" Gustav hardly cussed nowadays, but this time he couldn't stop himself from cursing. "Oh, your reaction shows that I'm right. Why is there a tinge of red on your face?" the system teased with its babyish and girly voice while laughing. "Shut the fuck up," Gustav shouted out. Hehehe, tch. So annoying," Gustav grumbled. "What are you gonna do now? Isn't that the same time you're supposed to meet up with EE and the others?" the system asked with a curious tone. Gustav sat there with a confounded expression while in thought. Thinking about it for so long makes you even more suspicious. Shall I remind you of the old term used on Earth by males? Brothers before hoes, the system voiced out. "Shut it." Angie is not a hoe, Gustav said with a tone of annoyance as he sat up. Haha, your reaction was priceless. See how you defended her. You've fallen madly in love whether you chose to admit it or not, the system responded while laughing. Gustav. Today seems like a good day to commit murder, but you live inside me *I*. Hours went by in a flash, and during this time, Gustav had been busy channeling his bloodlines. He was still in disbelief after the improvement of his bloodline and felt the urge to let off some steam, but he had to wait till 7. At the moment, it was only a few minutes to 7 p.m., so Gustav got up and prepared to go out. He had decided he would meet Angie for a few minutes to hear her out before deciding to head to the training centers. Chapter 432. He had decided he would meet Angie for a few minutes to hear her out before deciding to head to the training centers. Gustav left a note in front of his door to let EE and the rest know that he would meet them because he already knew they'd come looking for him. He was dressed casually as he moved out of the residential area with a hoodie covering his head. Gustav followed the map on his pass to the location mentioned in Angie's letter. Swoosh. After about 2 minutes of dashing across the place, he arrived at a part of the camp that was kind of secluded with trees, plants, and all kinds of lush greenery in the vicinity. Cadets barely visited this area, but most of them who did always came here together to avoid missing themselves because it was pretty large. This was also the same area that led to one of the restricted areas in camp. The instant Gustav moved a little forward, he noticed Angie's figure up ahead on one of the pathways in the middle of the lush greenery. Why you came, she stammered slightly as she voiced out after noticing Gustav's figure. I won't be here for long. Why did you want to see me? Gustav went straight to the point as he arrived in front of her. Sway. Angie suddenly dashed forward while swinging out her leg towards Gustav's face. Bam! Gustav raised his left arm in response, causing her foot to collide with it. SSS. Gustav was sent sliding back by 13 feet as he slowly dropped his raised left arm and stared at her while raising one eyebrow up. What are you doing? He questioned. I'm just showing you my progress. Tell me how that kick felt. Angie said while dropping her raised left foot. You didn't put your back in I. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, he suddenly felt a searing pain in the same left arm he just used in blocking the attack. Angie noticed the expression on his face and smiled. You won't be able to move that arm for at least a minute or two, she said. Gustav could feel his left arm had turned numb, like the sensitivity within his arm had been disconnected. Not bad, but Gustav said as he slowly raised his left arm. The numbness was starting to recede after a few seconds. Angie's eyes hung open a bit as she saw him rotating his left arm. Was my attack off? She wondered. You didn't do anything wrong. But you must have forgotten about my regeneration ability, Gustav reminded her. Angie had a look of understanding on her face as she facepalmed herself. Gustav did feel the attack and couldn't move his arm just as Angie expected, but the instant his regeneration ability activated, it returned back to normal in a few seconds. I have learnt various leg strike techniques with dangerous effects. This was one of them, Angie explained. She then dashed across the place, swinging out her leg repeatedly. Swee! In 3 seconds, 5 trees in the vicinity were blasted apart in different ways. One had a massive hole within its trunk that was cut through in a very clean way. Another split into 2 from the middle upwards. Another one was chopped into several 10 pieces, and the last one just blasted into a cloud of sawdust. She arrived back at her initial position like nothing had happened. Okay, but what is the point of all these? Gustav asked with a look of confusion. The place was now in shambles due to her attacks, which Gustav deemed unnecessary. To show my improvement, Angie responded. You didn't even attack me with full force earlier, Gustav stated while folding his arms. He wanted to react to her attack, but originally she was so fast that she'd probably managed to hit him twice before he could barely start reacting to her speed. You're not an enemy, so there's no way I'd use full force, Angie responded. Doesn't matter. Whoever your opponent is, friend or foe, so long as you have decided to attack, go in with full force, Gustav stated with a strong look. Angie. You know all this changes nothing, right? Gustav said as he turned around. Wait. Are you really going to keep ignoring me until I kill? Angie voiced out with a crestfallen expression. Are you slow? Isn't that what I've been doing lately? Gustav questioned with a slight expression of annoyance. Increasing your skill level and being more forceful when it comes to the use of your attacks doesn't change the fact that you might still get cold feet when faced with a situation of life and death. You passed out from seriously injuring an opponent. Your reaction to death will be even worse if you ever built up the conviction to go through with it, Gustav said and began to move forward afterwards. What do you suppose I do? I can't just. Angie was a little speechless. Gustav paused for a bit and turned around. You just need to find a reason. If there's a specifically legitimate purpose behind your reason for doing it, your body might not react extremely in your first time, he voiced out and turned around to keep moving forward again. Gustav, Angie called out to him again after moving a few steps forward. He paused his footsteps and turned to the side. Be careful, she said with a tone of worry. Gustav turned to look forward after hearing that, and a small smile appeared on his face, which was hidden from Angie's view. You too, he responded before resuming his steps forward. Angie sighed as she stared at his back, becoming more distant. Twee, twee, twee. 3 officers suddenly appeared in front of her. This is the location of the disturbance. One of them voiced out as he looked around. The broken pieces of trees in the surroundings caused them to squint their eyes with suspiciousness. Chapter 433. Young lady, can you tell us what went down here? Another one said while gesturing at the destruction in the vicinity. Huh. Oh, Angie's face showed a tinge of embarrassment as a wry smile appeared on her face. It was me, about 700 feet towards the southeast of Angius and Gustav's location. A young-looking kid with curly black hair opened his eyes. He was currently sitting at the top of the tall tree. So it turns out it was just a facade. You still care about that bitch? A smirk appeared on his face as he voiced out. This new ability is pretty convenient. I can easily stay out of his range of detection and still see what's going on. Gustav arrived in one of the training centers a few minutes later and joined the others for personal training. Chad happened to be somewhere in the vicinity waiting. Hey, accept my challenge if you're man enough. We'll have our duel 2 weeks from now, he voiced out the instant he saw Gustav and walked away. Gustav wanted to make more inquiries about the sudden declaration, but Chad had already disappeared from his line of sight after voicing out. What was that all about? EE voiced from up ahead as he moved towards Gustav. Something about a challenge. Turns out he wants to battle me, Gustav said while walking forward. Ah, so that's why he has been here all this time. Wait. A battle. EE suddenly shouted out the last words as he realized. Falco and Eldris turned to look behind with confused expressions as they heard that. What battle? They all moved towards Gustav to listen to his explanation. Gustav rolled his eyes before repeating what Chad had said, causing a loud uproar among the group. Just like that, several days went by. In the last few days, it had already spread all across the MBO camp that 2 special classes were going to be battling each other. Most of them were very interested to see how it would turn out. They weren't too surprised after finding out that Chad was the one who issued the challenge. Chad was formerly the 3rd strongest special cadet, but now he dropped to the 4th position due to Gustav, so everyone could tell that this was him trying to regain his position. Everyone knew how Chad always acted high and mighty with the way he looked down on everyone, so it was expected that he wouldn't be so accepting of his decrease in the rankings. Some cadets predicted that he would win, while others were on Gustav's side. Gustav's popularity continued skyrocketing all across the camp because, for one reason or the other, he would be trending practically every week. Gustav just ignored the discussions and opinions of everyone on this matter and focused on his training in the past few days. At the moment, he was within his room channeling his bloodline. Today was a Sunday, so it was practically a free day for everyone. He had decided to spend the entire day channeling his bloodlines, but he would have to complete his daily task in a few. Gustav stood to his feet after a few minutes and started moving out. He checked his daily task for the day once again. Fortunately, they weren't really tough. Daily tasks, description, 1/3, run 3,000 kilometers, description, 2/3, knock a group of cadets out using Yaki, description, 3/3, socialize with others for at least an hour. Gustav would have initially found the third daily task to be cumbersome, but now he knew the people he had to meet to complete that. As for the second one, he shook his head, wondering if the system was trying to get him exposed. It wouldn't be much of a problem, but now he had to find a well-secluded area where cadets could be found and activate Yaki while in hiding. Gustav went on, to begin with, the first daily task and started running all across the MBO camp. He had to even visit places that he usually wouldn't. All in all, he was still grateful the system hadn't given him a daily task that he wouldn't be able to complete due to the environment. That would be a disaster, and he was hoping it never happened. 2.5 hours later, Gustav was back in his apartment after completing the 3 daily tasks. He had been gathering a lot of credit points recently because he planned on getting some battle techniques from the shop. Also, after finding out that he could combine more than 2 bloodlines when recreation evolved, he wanted to try it out. The only problem was the fact that he would have to stay put within his room, and he had no idea what type of effect his body would undergo while in the process. Gustav was interested in pairing the bloodlines he didn't really make use of to one of his major bloodlines. Although this was quite risky, he had made inquiries about using recreation repeatedly, so he already had in mind the bloodlines he was going to pair. However, in the meantime, Gustav wouldn't try it. He sat down on his sofa and decided to place points in his desired category. After he was done, he checked out his progress so far. Underscore 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 host attributes, name, Gustav Crimson level, 30 class, subparallel being EXP, 1, 637 806 360 000 HP, 16 590 16590 energy, 8 258 250, attributes, strength, 107 perception, 104 mental fortitude, 105 agility, 104 speed, 103 bravery, 103 intelligence, 103 charm, 74 defense, 106 vitality, 105 endurance, 104, attributes points, 42. Underscore 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 underscore. He was satisfied with his progress in almost a year of having the system, but he wasn't fine with the progress of his level. I'll have to visit the dungeon soon. Need to acquire EXP, Gustav muttered as he sat up. The dungeon was off limits to the first years due to the powerful mixed breeds within. According to the rumors, the first years were not yet powerful enough to go against them. Since Gustav wasn't restricted like the others, he planned to visit here, but the problem was even he had doubts about being able to handle mixed breeds that could easily destroy martial ranks mixed bloods. Chapter 434. Since Gustav wasn't restricted like the others, he planned to visit, but the problem was even he had doubts about being able to handle mixed breeds that could easily destroy first-step martial rank mixed bloods. Most of the seniors who had been here for 3 years already were at the Falcon ranks. The strongest ones had already achieved Echo rank, which was why they were allowed there for training. Gustav decided to push this to the back of his mind for now and wait till he was at the peak of Gilbert rank before deciding to visit there. Right now, he was at the second step, so he calculated that he should be able to reach the peak in about 2 to 2.5 months. Normally, it would take longer, but he still had a higher bloodline channeling speed due to the effect of accumulating Siravo. Gustav decided to continue channeling his bloodline after resting for a bit. In the next 2 hours, he opened his eyes and moved towards the living room. He made a gesture for the door to slide open. In front of the door, He could be seen standing in place with his right hand raised up, and fist tightened. It was obvious that he was just about to knock. "Hey, how did you K?" Before He could complete his sentence, Falco interrupted from the side. "It's Gustav, of course head no," he said while walking in. "Hey Gus, Eldris greeted from behind, also with a wave as he lowered his head slightly while walking in so he wouldn't hit his head on the doorframe. EE also walked in after that, and another round of discussion began between them. "Yeah, I heard that Elevra is now a peak Gilbert rank," EE voiced out. "Damn, the bloodline strengthening boosted her rank that much? And I'm still at peak serial rank," Falco said with a look of disbelief. "I barely managed to reach the Gilbert rank." EE added. "Eldris was close to the Gilbert rank earlier. Has definitely beyond first step," Falco stated while staring at Eldris. "Just at the second step. Nothing grand," Eldris said with a dismissive look. "What about you, Gus?" EE asked. "Same, nothing grand," Gustav responded. "Wait, what? You're also at the second step Gilbert rank?" EE and Falco asked at the same time. Yeah, any issues with that?" Gustav asked with a suspicious gaze. "Weren't you initially like second step serial ranked, or was it third?" Falco said with a disbelieving look. I remember the mean-looking Dr. Levi mentioned the accumulation of Siravo would be a boost. This was one good boost though," EE said with a look of understanding. "I heard that Endrick's bloodline went through a sort of mutation after the strengthening process, and now a rumor has been going around about the possibility of a S-grade bloodline coming into existence," Falco voiced out. "They are still examining his bloodline and waiting for results since the grade of his bloodline was unable to be computerized after the bloodline strengthening operation. And from what I heard, he has shown some new remarkable abilities," EE said with a contemplative expression. Gustav's eyebrows raised slightly as he heard that. The system rewards for one of the 5 years quest also mentioned an S-grade bloodline. "This is a sign that it might be possible for mixed bloods with S-grade bloodlines to exist," Gustav thought. "This makes Endrick even more of a threat than before. I should get this over and done with as soon as I can." By the way, Gustav's battle with Chad is going to be the first special class duel. "Would be totally fun to watch," EE said with light laughter. "This will also be my first time going against a special class. Hopefully, I can go all out," Gustav said with a low tone. "Even though I know I can't," Gustav sighed internally. "Well, in the next 4 months you'll be given your first mission. You can go all out on the enemies you'll be going against. Also, you only have to spend 2 years in total here, unlike many others," the system voiced internally. Gustav was about to respond when EE spoke. "You do know how tricky his bloodline abilities are, right?" EE asked. Yeah, I remember," Gustav said as he recalled some of the battles from the Special Class Cadet Challenge Day. "Chad's bloodline literally deals with blood, and that makes him close to unstoppable during battles. All his opponents during the Special Class Cadet Challenge were not able to get a single hit on him regardless of how strong they were." Gustav had observed everyone's battle well enough, so if he ever found himself in a situation where he had to battle a special class, he would know how to counter effectively and wouldn't be caught in a surprising situation. On this note, Gustav already mapped out his moves in his head. He was only excited about the fact that he would be battling a special class that was relatively on the strong side. Gustav and the others kept discussing for quite some time and made plans together before everyone finally went to their various rooms after Gustav cooked them dinner. A few days earlier, he had met with Mara again, who brought him up to speed on everything that had been happening so far. Gustav recalled that she seemed a little worried when he asked about Boss Danzo. "He's fine, I guess," Mara said with a wry smile. Knowing Mara for being someone who was always jovial, Gustav saw her response as a red flag and decided to make more inquiries. "Are you sure?" Gustav asked. Well, he seems quite weird lately when I spoke to him. Not only does he sound more tired, but he also sounds really monotonous. Grandpa is always excited when speaking to me, but this time it was really weird," Mara opened up. Chapter 435. Did you ask him if everything is all right over there?" Gustav questioned. "Yes. He said everything is fine, has only a little tired. But still I don't like the way he sounded," Mara responded with a slightly crestfallen look. "Relax. Don't overthink things. Maybe he's just really stressed lately," Gustav comforted her. Mara brightened up as she felt Gustav's hand on her hair. H&M, she nodded with a smile. By the way, how did you manage to get in touch with him? We're unable to contact the outside world from here if I'm not mistaken, Gustav said with a confused expression. We're the scientific research department. Our case is different from you cadets, she responded with a light laugh. How unfair, Gustav sighed after exclaiming. Ha ha ha, within a particular part of the world, a city in ruins could be seen up ahead. Collapsed and ruined buildings with blackened grounds that spanned for thousands of miles could be seen. There was not a single intact building to be seen, neither was there a fresh piece of soil. A beautiful lady clad in a purplish bodysuit sporting long ash-colored hair walked through the middle of a former street. She kept looking around as if she was searching for something. A man in a dark long cloak and mask that covered his entire face followed behind her. Red Shadow, she suddenly called out to him as she paused her footsteps. He stopped beside her too and gazed in the direction she was also staring at. I can sense the same energy coming from over there, she voiced out while staring at the piles of crumbled walls a few 100 feet away. This pile was essentially larger than the others. Red Shadow held out his left hand. On his left wrist was a rectangular device attached to it. Are you sure, Miss Amy? There's no reaction from the device, he said while staring at the device. Throw that crappy thing away. It's useless, Miss Amy said before she resumed walking towards the pile. Try to keep up, she added. What am I doing working with the MBO? Red Shadow muttered underneath his breath with a slightly frustrated tone before following after Miss Amy. This is gonna be a pain in the ass. Just like that, almost 2 weeks went by, and in camp, it was almost time for Gustav and Chad battle. Only a day more was left. First-year cadets were seriously hyped up to see the first battle between two special class cadets. At the moment, it was around 2 in the afternoon. Gustav and many other cadets were currently training in the spacecraft simulation room with Officer Mag. Officer Mag had put them in a group of 4. 2 groups were to battle each other with different roles. One was as officers traveling through space on a mission, and the others were space pirates who were to launch an assault on the group of officers within the spacecraft. Gustav happened to fall into the group of assaulters meant to break into the spacecraft with his team. The simulation looks so real, Gustav muttered as he flew across space while wearing an all-black protection suit armed with weapons. He kept looking around and checking himself out as he floated through space. Now listen up, Gustav called out to the 100 teammates with him as he had been assigned. Captain. Our objective is to take over the spacecraft, so we'll be dividing you all into 5 sub-teams each tasked with different roles, Gustav voiced out with a commanding voice. He proceeded to put 20 each in a team and voiced out their roles. Attack the main control room the instant you go in. Don't join the others in the main battle, separate yourselves from us instantly. We'll give you cover, your role is to provide rear support, sabotage 2 of the engine rooms, encirclement. You lot are with me. We'll be tanking a lot of attacks and preventing the opponents from going after the other groups. Defense. Charlie knows how to fix and mess with mechanical equipment, so I need you to make the spacecraft cease all functions when you get my signal. In a few minutes, Gustav was done bringing them up to speed about how the mission was going to be executed. He put one special class cadet in the team he was going to be leading because he found her more submissive than the others who still had complaints about his plans. After all was said, they started flying towards the massive spacecraft that happened to be moving in the distance. This suit weapon system works with bloodline energy. Quite convenient, Gustav said as they arrived on the east side of the spacecraft. Gustav communicated with the rest of his teammates using the suit communication system. They separated into 3 as 2 groups moved toward the west side, and the other 2 moved towards the southwest side. Only Gustav's group was left on the main side. He stretched out his right hand along with many others. The right arm of the suit started transforming into a mini cannon, and he sent his bloodline energy into it to power it up. Zhum. A crimson beam of energy was gathering at the tip of his mini cannon. Others in his group also had similar occurrences with different colors. Gustav brought out 2 black circular objects and threw them towards the side of the spacecraft. Ting, 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 ting. The others also performed this action. These black circular objects stuck to the side of the spacecraft and started beeping while glowing red light. Now, Gustav voiced out in the comms. The instant they heard the command, they shot out the beams towards that side of the spacecraft together. Boom! A loud sound of explosion rang out as a hole was blasted through the side of the spacecraft. Let's go, Gustav commanded while flying forward with speed. Zweihayish, Zweihayish, Zweihayish. Everyone flew forward with full force towards the opening they had just created. Chapter 436. Zweihayish, Zweihayish, Zweihayish. Everyone flew forward with full force towards the opening they had just created. Boom, boom. Explosions went off in two different places the instant they went in. Gustav smiled as he noticed the opposing crew, all ready to counterattack them the moment they went in. However, when the other explosions went off, most of them had hesitant movements, not knowing how to react to them. Gustav instantly dashed forward in the midst of the large numbers of opponents as his body expanded in size. Beast transformation bloodline activated, the suit expanded to meet his body size. Bang! 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 In the process of doing that, he swung out his arms repeatedly and took down 3 opponents in one fell swoop. This caused them not to branch out like they would have and messed with their formation as a battle began. Some cadets conjured up walls and defense forts with their bloodline abilities to trap the troop in front of them from leaving. The whole opposing team wasn't here, but around 70% of their forces were present, which was why Gustav was trying to make sure to keep them here, so the other sub-teams could perform their tasks without issues. Even though Gustav and his team tried to keep them in the encirclement, some of them still managed to break off due to their massive numbers. A subgroup from Gustav's team came over from behind the opposing forces to assist due to the numbers and was able to prevent more of them from leaving the encirclement. Attacks were sent flying all over the place as this part of the spacecraft turned into a crazy war zone. Although Gustav's team was pretty powerful with their attacks, they were still outnumbered, so a number of them had already been knocked out. Gustav was practically like a 10-in-1 force among them as he took out one opponent after the other. Combination has been activated, size manipulation plus overhaul. As Gustav's left arm increased in length, blue circles appeared all over it. Zwee! It traveled forward with speed and slammed into rocky structures used as a cover-up ahead. Boom! The instant contact was made, a small explosion occurred that doubled the effect of his punch. Shattering apart this structure, it still traveled forward and slammed into 4 more participants, blasting them away into the distance and sending them out of commission. At this point, everyone had pretty much recognized that this was Gustav and was now panicking, afraid of going up against him. On the other side, the special class cadet, who was the captain, saw the amount of destruction Gustav was causing and darted towards his direction to confront him. He had been one of the few here that had managed to put a lot of Gustav's subordinates out of commission since he was pretty strong. Captain Finn, the main control room is under attack, we need more manpower. He suddenly heard that call from his comms, which put him in a dilemma. He had about 2 special class and a few more normal powerful cadets placed in the main control room, so he was surprised that they would still call to ask for backup. All his teammates that were initially in his current location fighting with him had been taken out by Gustav and the other special class with him. The only special class cadet left here with him was the strongest one but also the most stubborn, and he wasn't sure if he'd listened to instructions. The person he was referring to had also noticed Gustav and was currently moving towards him while easily clearing Gustav's troops standing in his way. As he closed in on Gustav and was about to activate a special attack. Endrik! He heard the voice of the captain's special class cadet in his ears. What? Endrik paused his footsteps and voiced out with an irritated expression. I need you to move towards the main control room ASAP. They need more manpower, he voiced out. I need to take Gustav out, who cares about some dumb main control room? Endrik voiced out as he started moving forward again. Don't worry about that. I'll handle him myself. Finn stated. You'll handle him yourself? What a joke, Endrik scoffed as he heard that and prepared to keep moving again. If they take over the control room that would be the end. Do you want us to lose? Finn said while slapping a cadet away with his fiery wings. Hearing that was like a trigger for Endrik as he turned around. I won't ever lose to him, Endrik said internally as he dashed forward with immense speed towards the enclosement in front. Gustav finally noticed him in the distance as he broke through the enclosement easily just by pushing out his hands. You'll have company in the main control room soon. Be ready, Gustav said in the comms. Boom. Swee. Gustav swerved to the side as he dodged a swirling mass of brown flames shaped like a crow. Unfortunately, this slammed into some of his teammates battling behind, sending a few out of commission. At this point, even though only about 40% of the opposing troops were left, Gustav only had around 20% of his original group of 20. On the bright side, another sub-team was still stationed behind, keeping the opposing team from leaving the encirclement. Even though this couldn't truly keep the very powerful ones in, it had managed to prevent many from leaving. And they had also taken quite some casualties while dealing with that task. Gustav looked forward and counted the numbers they had to go against here. He noticed the cadet charging for him with fiery wings but in a manner of milliseconds, and he had already completed his calculations. He only had 4 more on his side while the opposing force in the encirclement still had around 27 opponents. Now, they were the ones being encircled, and the captain didn't really seem to care about sending more troops out of the encirclement to assist in the main control room. Chapter 437. Gustav guessed this was because of who he had sent out earlier. Thanks for underestimating my team and my presence. That will be your undoing, Gustav muttered as he dashed forward with speed. Sway! He arrived in front of the special class cadet throwing out his right fist, which was enlarged. Finn also reacted by sending out a swirling fist of brown flames that caused the environment's temperature to increase intensely. Bang! The instant collision was made. Gustav slid back by a few feet while Finn was sent catapulting backwards as he slammed head-on into 4 of his teammates. Bang! 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 Gustav felt the burn internally, but his suit was okay. That was an immense heat. Gustav decided not to directly make contact again after feeling it. Finn jumped up a moment later after slamming on the side of the spacecraft. So this is the strength of a top 3? My attack barely fazed him, Finn said internally before dashing forward again. If I focus on this dude, the teammates left will be picked on until there's none left, Gustav thought before activating Sprint. Sprint has been activated, Sweeish. Gustav turned around and started dashing across the place instead of facing Finn. Has running? Finn wondered, but in the next moment, he squatted as he noticed a body flying in his direction. Fwee! The body of his subordinate flew over his head and slammed onto the ground behind. Gustav was now moving quicker than before, which shocked the opponents as they realized that he increased the change speed on command. Hey, face me instead, Finn voiced out as he caught up to what Gustav was doing. Gustav totally ignored his exclamations and dashed towards another of his teammates. This one was pretty prepared and slashed his arrow tip-like tail towards Gustav's neck. Unfortunately for him, even though he was quite fast to Gustav, he was still pretty slow. Gustav moved towards the side, dodging the slash of the tail which passed his right side before reaching out. Grab! Gustav grabbed the tail with his right hand and dashed forward with speed, dragging the cadet along with him. Bam! 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 The cadet turned into a weapon for Gustav as he swung him around mercilessly, slamming him into several of the opponents. One of them quickly conjured a thick wall of metal to protect himself, causing the cadet's face to be smashed into it. Gustav let go of him at that moment and jumped upwards to handle the next opponent. Metallic bars shot out of this cadet's hand towards Gustav, who was in mid-air. Gustav spun his body severally, dodging them before grabbing onto the metal bars that were still shot outwards. Bang! The instant he landed on the ground, Gustav pulled the bars forward, but this cadet was quick enough to let go. Gustav quickly spun around after dragging the bars backwards and swung them out. Bang! The bars slammed into the cadet's chest, sending him flying forward. However, Gustav only heard the sound of metal hitting metal and realized that he might not have managed to cause real damage. At this point, Finn was already infuriated. While Gustav chased after the flying body of the cadet, his entire being was being bathed in blazing fire. Of course, Gustav had noticed this but still decided to focus on handling the ones that were of lesser threats. Hiya! Finn screamed out as fire blasted out of his figure towards the entire vicinity. Bang! Bang! The enormous flames slammed into two of Gustav's teammates, who were busy battling with some forces, reducing his team members even more. Phoom! He dashed forward after Gustav, who was currently raining hard punches on the body of the cadet that was sent flying earlier. Acceleration! Finn voiced out as he closed in on Gustav from behind. Zwee! His speed suddenly turned 10 times faster than before as a blazing hot line cut through the air. Gustav suddenly jumped upwards and did a backflip in mid-air, dodging the fiery projectile that Finn had turned into. Gustav once again turned around after dealing with that cadet and started running towards the next. Face me! Finn shouted out again, and he chased after Gustav once again from behind. In the control room area, a crazy battle was ongoing at the moment as the group Gustav sent over battled with a single opponent. They had managed to defeat the team they found there after some minutes of battling since the enemy troops here were quite little in number. However, the moment they began hacking into the control room to take command of the spacecraft, a cadet showed up. Thinking he was just like the others, a few of them disengaged from the others to take him down. To everyone's surprise, he floored all 4 of them in almost an instant. Who in the hell is that? They wondered as everyone quickly began to attack. Those who had long-range attack-like energy beams shot their attacks forward with full force. The instant Endrik held out his hand, every attack hit an invisible wall and was stopped a few feet before him. Zwee! Endrik waved his hand casually, causing all long-range attacks to fly towards the side. Lame, he voiced out before dashing forward. A whitish afterimage was formed as Endrik arrived in front of one of them and held his hand out. This cadet was pretty fast in reacting as he transformed into a greenish titan and threw out a fist in response. If Endrik was keen on making contact, they would both hit each other. However, to his surprise, an invisible force wrapped around his neck, and he found himself being lifted up a moment later, disrupting his attack. Around 5 cadets had already encircled Endrik at this time, but the moment he waved his right hand around, the body of the greenish titan-like cadet flew across the place and slammed into these cadets encircling him. Bang! 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 Bone-cracking sounds rang out as every cadet surrounding him was sent flying except for one who reacted in time and ducked. Chapter 438. Endrik suddenly waved his hand to the right. The cadet suddenly felt a strong force slam into him. Bang! He crashed towards a metallic pillar on the side forcefully. Endrik didn't seem to be finished with him. He raised both his hands, causing the cadet to be lifted into the air along with the green titan-like cadet. Swee! Swee! Endrik started waving both hands from left to right and from right to left, causing both cadets to be slammed all across the place due to his hand movements. The ones in front guarding the main control center where they seemed to still be taking over the mainframe stared at Endrik with a wary look. On the monitor, it displayed 57% as it would seem that they would have to prevent any form of disruption until it got to 100% at this point. Endrik had taken out about 7 of the cadets in this subteam in a manner of 2 minutes. Only about 13 were left, and everyone began activating their bloodlines to the max ready to send forth their most powerful attacks. You guys go, me and Fortune will guard this place. One of the special class cadets Gustav sent with this sub-team stood in front of the main control center while voicing out. The one beside him, who was close to 7 feet tall, stayed behind as it seemed like he was the one being spoken to. The rest of the 11 cadets charged forward while hurling out their most powerful attacks. Endrik looked forward with a menacing glare as he released both cadets from the power of his will before dashing forward. Back in the carriage room where Gustav and the others had burst through, it had been turned into a fiery furnace. The amount of heat surrounding the place as a blazing inferno twirled around affected everyone, comrades and foe included. All of Gustav's teammates within the encirclement were down at this point in time, and there were still 4 teammates from the opposing side left. On the bright side, The captain also injured his teammates too with the bright flames as he chased after Gustav. They all struggled to get out of the large encirclement as the flames made the inside of their suits burn up intensely. Gustav felt the immense heat within and finally activated a skill that he hadn't made use of in a long time. Heat resistance activated. The intensity of the heat was suddenly decreased by 50%. Although Gustav could already begin to smell his burnt flesh from within the suit. Regeneration has been activated. -100 EP, swoosh. Gustav suddenly turned around and started charging for Finn. Finn was taken aback by the approach as he hadn't expected Gustav to suddenly start charging for him since he had been running away. Jaru. He suddenly sprouted out 3 wing flames and shot forward with immense speed while spiraling like a horizontal tornado. The pressure and heat Gustav felt once again increased exponentially as Finn closed in on him. A spherical ball of energy suddenly appeared in his hand, which he swung forward with force. Finn didn't think of blocking or dodging. He kept going in with full force. His eyes suddenly widened as the blue spherical ball started emitting rays of light the moment he was only a few centimeters away. Boom! A loud explosion spread across the place as bluish energy blasted forth radiantly. It sent a rippling effect that destroyed the encirclement created in an instant. Finn's body flew across the air and slammed into the wall a few feet away from the opening they created to burst in. The wind from space tried sucking him in through the opening, but the suit instantly glued him to the floor of the spacecraft. Well, energy container is now more powerful than before. Even Gustav was surprised at the effect. Finn felt his head buzzing intensely as blood dribbled down his nose and forehead. Luckily, the suit had softened the impact, but he felt like he had broken a few bones. How is this guy so powerful? He literally has multiple abilities, Finn said to himself while slowly standing up. Gustav slowly started walking towards him after figuring out that the battle was not over yet when he suddenly heard a voice message from the comms. Gustav, we have a big situation over here MPFH. We CNT. What is it Joseph? Gustav asked while squinting his eyes. He could hear serious sounds of battle through the comms as Joseph spoke. It's Yo-Yo at MF. Brother. We can't hold him off. He's going to ruin everything before the takeover is complete. Gustav's forehead creased up a little after hearing that. We only nay. Ah. The sentence was cut short as Gustav heard the pained scream of Joseph. Gustav suddenly raised his right leg up with intensity. It started expanding with intensity as he put a lot of energy into it before slamming it down 3 times. Bang! 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 It sounded like an earthquake in space as the sound and vibration traveled all across the spacecraft. Finn, who was about to attack again, paused his steps and wondered what Gustav was doing. That's the signal, do it now. Within the engine room, one of Gustav's subordinates voiced out. Hiya. One of them screamed out as electrifying jolts traveled all across his body before slamming his hand on the ground. Bang. TTRHHYYYYHH. After Gustav finished doing that, he turned around and before dashing towards the corridor area in the northeast. As Finn was about to give a chase, the lights suddenly went off as almost everything with the spacecraft powered down. Swoosh. Gustav dashed across the corridors with intense speed as he saw the doors used to access other places within the spacecraft sliding down. God Eyes has been activated. The darkness affected everyone for a few seconds except Gustav, who had already activated God Eyes. He could see clearly at the point, and even without God Eyes, his perception always made him sensitive to everything in his surroundings. Fooms Mesture. Chapter 439. He passed through the first 3 and turned left twice before turning right once. In a few moments, he arrived on the corridor that led to the main control room and could see the doors being halfway closed. Foomsumsmsh Gustav accelerated forward intensely and slid downwards as his body traveled forward like a blur. Bang! The metallic door slammed shut the moment he went through as he arrived within the control room. The lights were still out, but parts of the control room were still operational, so they flashed red and blue lights across the place. The main control center had the percentage 87% displayed on the holographic monitor, which meant they were still taking over. However, Gustav happened to meet a sight that wasn't pleasing to the eye the moment he infiltrated the room. Urga! A loud scream was heard, and along with it came a popping sound with a crash. Bang! Gustav squatted slightly as a body flew over him and slammed into the door that had just closed up behind him. Gustav looked around, and all he could see was the bodies of his subordinates lying around. Up ahead, Endrik stood a few meters from the control center monitor, and in front of him, just one cadet was left standing. This was the only special class cadet here, and from the looks of things, he wasn't doing too well either because his left arm was flaying by the side. It was obvious that he had taken quite the damage, especially with his body moving up and down as he stood in place, which meant he was breathing in and out profusely. On the bright side, Endrik seemed to be a little injured, too, from what Gustav could see with God eyes. Finally, you have arrived. I hope you like what you see, Endrik voiced out from up ahead without turning around. Joseph, stand down. I'll handle this myself, Gustav said as he started walking forward. Hell stop the takeover if I move out of the way, Joseph responded while still bravely standing in front. So pathetic of me. I can't either defeat the big nor the little brother, Joseph said internally. Nah, he won't. You don't really care about that now, do you? Endrik, Gustav responded while walking forward. Endrik slowly turned around. A smile could be seen on his face from underneath the helmet of the suit. Just as he was about to charge for Gustav, Joseph's right arm transformed into a dark spear with a glowing purplish tip and stabbed it forward. Zwee! This was a very fast sneak attack, and the tip of the spear-like arm had already arrived at the middle of Endrik's back before anyone could react. Clinchik. To Joseph's surprise, his spear-like arm was stopped 1 centimeter away from Endrik's back. Endrik turned his head to the side to stare at Joseph. That's quite pathetic of you. Stabbing someone from behind, Endrik voiced out before raising his right hand. Joseph suddenly felt a strong invisible grip on his already broken left arm. Endrik suddenly turned around while swinging the back of his left hand. Pa! A loud slap rang across the place as Joseph's face moved to the right while his arm was still being pulled towards the left. Krww. Sounds of tendons being ripped apart reverberated across the place as Joseph screamed out loudly due to pain. Endrik reached out and was about to grab Joseph again when Gustav suddenly dashed forward and kicked him in the back. Bang! Even though Endrik had a protective layer of telekinetic walls surrounding his entire frame, he was still sent flying forward. He flipped in the air and landed on his feet about 100 feet away before sliding back. I told you to stand down. Next time learn to listen to instructions, Gustav said to Joseph, who was writhing on the ground in pain before he continued walking forward. At this time, the monitor displayed 92%, but Endrik didn't seem to care about that. What do I expect from 2 losers in the same group? Of course you'd attack from behind, Endrik voiced out with a tone of annoyance as he stared at the approaching Gustav. Anything goes in a battle. No one really cares about whether the methods are nice or not so long as the enemy is eliminated, Gustav responded with a tone of nonchalance. You're still a loser. Don't try to lecture me, Endrik voiced out before darting forward. Looks like you learnt nothing from our last encounter. Gustav wasn't surprised in the slightest as he dashed forward too. Endrik pushed out his hand before arriving in front of Gustav. Gustav felt a force wrapping around his frame and quickly leaped upwards with speed. Thwee! Endrik had to jump backwards as his target changed location too quickly for him to adapt to. Bang! Gustav landed at the exact spot Endrik was standing in earlier and threw out a massive fist. Size manipulation has been activated, -500 EP. His massive fist traveled forward with immense force as it transformed into that of the mutated bull internally. Endrik reacted by pushing both hands forward, sending forth a strong wall of will. Bang! A loud sound of collision rang out as both forces collided, and Endrik started being pushed backwards along with his invisible wall. Endrik's face creased up as he quickly tried wrapping his will around Gustav's fist, but his telekinetic force kept getting cancelled due to its massive size that was similar to 3 trucks combined. Endrik slowly pulled back his left hand and continued making use of his right hand to block Gustav's fist. He looked to the side and stretched his left hand out. The bodies on the floor started being raised high. He suddenly swung his hand to the side, and all the bodies started flying towards Gustav. Gustav turned to the side and saw about 12 unconscious bodies flying in his direction. Endrik smiled as he saw Gustav turn to the side. "Hell, have to save them," Endrik said internally. However, to his surprise, Gustav retracted his fist and slid backwards with speed to dodge all the bodies. Bang! 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 The unconscious bodies began to crash in different places all across the control room. Chapter 440. Bang! 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 The unconscious bodies began to crash in different places all across the control room. What? He didn't try to save them? Endrik said internally with a tone of surprise after Gustav evaded the bodies. Gustav deactivated size manipulation and leaped upwards with intensity. Energy discharge has been activated. The air vibrated as red energy gathered around Gustav's being while he descended from the air towards Endrik's location. Endrik looked upwards and raised his right palm with force, sending a telekinetic push towards Gustav. Bam! Bam! The energy radiating around Gustav suddenly burst forth from his being, spreading all across the place. Endrik's attack collided with the energy sent out from Gustav's body and was incinerated. It kept pushing outwards before slamming into Endrik with intensity. Endrik groaned in pain as his body was sent, catapulting backwards. Gustav landed on his feet in a squatting format before dashing forward with immense speed. Swayhai! Endrik, who was still being blasted across the control room, noticed Gustav's approach and swiped his finger multiple times across the air. Gustav suddenly felt a sharp invisible force heading for him and swerved to the left. Shhi! A part of his suit had a scratch mark as he almost got sliced in the neck by one of the invisible blades. Swerve! 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 Gustav repeatedly swerved to dodge the attacks, which ended up slowing him down. Endrik landed on his feet due to this, which also gave him the opportunity to send forth another attack after balancing his footing. Bam! He slammed his right foot on the ground, causing a disruptive wave to be sent forward at Gustav. Several pieces of equipment got blasted into smithereens as the disruptive wave traveled towards Gustav up ahead. Atomic manipulation has been activated. In Gustav's hand appeared a 4-foot-long milky-colored blade which he slashed forward at the wave. Jahi! G. Everywhere he slashed, he caused the wave to disappear. Gustav charged forward after reducing the intensity with his body going through the waves without sustaining any form of damage. At this point, Endrik sent his will forward and wrapped it around Gustav's waist, ready to hoist him up while Gustav started transforming his lower half into that of the serpentine mixed breed. Gustav's lower body turned extremely long and scary. His legs disappeared, turning into a wide and long black serpentine-looking type. He swung his tail forward with intensity as the suit he was wearing expanded to fit his transformation. Endrik also prepared to lift Gustav at this time using his telekinesis. However, just as both attacks were about to come to fruition. Takeover complete. A loud alarm rang out along with an AIS voice. Group C wins. It came with the announcement that Gustav and his teammates had won. Gustav and Endrik paused their attacks at the very last second and turned around. On the holographic monitor, 100% was displayed. The lights began to return back to normal at this point in time. Gustav slowly transformed back into his normal look while Endrik dropped his raised right hand. After removing their helmets, both of them shared a provocative glance before turning around. "Next time, kid," Gustav said while moving away. "Yeah, next time I won't go easy," Endrik responded. Both of them couldn't go all out in their fight here so they wouldn't end up causing complications for the spacecraft and end up dying in space. Even though it was just a simulation, this was likely to happen in real life if they didn't mind the range of their attacks. Officer Mag came in a few seconds later, and all the cadets began to gather at the main control room. "Dash yay, we won. Dash haha, there was no way we wouldn't win with Gustav being our leader." Endrik had a bitter look on his face as he heard these words from cadets in the background. The other team leader also arrived in the control room after a few moments and gave Hendrik and Gustav a glare. As expected, Gustav acted nonchalantly and found somewhere to sit. It turned out that a lot of Gustav's subordinates were still conscious compared to the other team. Those who were injured and passed out were immediately given medical attention before Officer Mag addressed them. After Officer Mag addressed them and assigned points to the winning group, they were dismissed. She had pointed out flaws that each team had and even reprimanded Hendrik for harshly using his abilities against cadets that had already passed out. She warned him that if he was so rough next time, there would be consequences. Just like that, nighttime came, and Gustav was in his room chilling with EE and the others. Tomorrow was the day he would be dueling Chad, and next week was when the next Special Class Cadet Challenge would be taking place. Gustav wasn't really looking forward to the Special Class Cadet Challenge because he could already tell how things were going to go on that day. The gap between Special Class Cadets and normal cadets had increased even more after bloodline strengthening, so he could tell that in the coming months, almost no one would be challenging Special Class Cadets again. The only thing he was looking forward to was Vera's fight with the Special Class Cadet that he had picked for her to challenge. If Vera was going to be a part of the team, he wanted to make sure she received enough benefits that would help her improve so she wouldn't lag behind in strength. He remembered that another reason why he was looking forward to it was because of the Glade and Havrana battle to decide who would remain a special class. He also saw Glade as a comrade even though she had been taking Angie's side all this time, so he didn't want her to lose. Glade's movement has been really weird lately. Gustav recalled that sometimes he would bump into her at particular locations where he found himself for specific purposes. It had happened about 3 times, so Gustav decided to brush it off as a coincidence. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,